Chapter 76 Game Culture. Lolo led the dwarves to their new temporary home and showed them all the amenities that came with it. Thrain and the rest of the dwarves jumped up and almost cursed the high heavens when Lolo flicked the switch mounted on the wall and turned on the bright light in the living room. By my beard, what is that light? They couldn't believe that such a bright light could be emitted from such a small glowing wire, and just like before, there was nothing magical about it either. It was as natural as the air, which confused them even more. Michael had to teach them the basics of electricity and how everything was being powered through the steam turbine. Harnessing lightning? Who would have thought that such a dangerous element could lead to such a useful source of power? Thrain said, staring at the light bulb for too long. The more they stayed in the village, the more they understood that this place was more advanced than even the richest metropolis in the world. Its technology was miles above that of the Dwarven Kingdom, just by virtue of the plumbing system by itself. Not to mention the electricity. Everything they pulled off in this village was nothing more than fantasy for other places. And in terms of wealth, they had all of it as well. After all hobmankeys could eat as much as they wanted, they could drink as much as they wanted, and they obtained everything they wanted from the village for free. Every hobmankey contributed to the village's well-being, allowing all of them to live as freely as they did right now. One by one, groups of hobmankeys visited the dwarves' abode and gave them little gifts and trinkets to welcome them into their village. The hobmankeys gave them daily items like cups, plates, and other such objects that would make their lives comfortable in their new home. Some seamstresses also gave the dwarves well-knitted clothes and ponchos that fit them perfectly. They had the innate power to create comfortable clothes just by sight alone, which surprised the dwarves. Everyone in this village was powerful in their own right. They had knowledge, skill, and power, which were characteristics that no demi-human should have obtained. What confused the dwarves the most was that Michael seemed to be surrounded by extremely talented individuals. This was far too much of a coincidence. Not only that, but the mankeys were also completely different from what they were taught. Everyone said yellow mankeys were not complex enough to wield magic or smart enough to build even the simplest of tools. Yet what they saw was the complete opposite. The engineers of this village were a lot smarter than even the proudest of blacksmith dwarves. This led them to become even more impressed at Michael, the human who started all of this in the first place. After getting acclimated to their surroundings, Michael let the dwarves wander around the village at their own discretion. They went through the farms, the steam turbine, and the plaza. As they were walking through the streets of the village, Thrain and the other dwarves suddenly heard the sound of a satisfying metal clink ring out from a distance. Then, this was followed by raucous cheering that seemed to emanate through the streets. "What's that?" Thrain asked. "Oh, that?" Michael said with a bit of a smile. "That's just a little game that I spread to the villagers." It quickly became popular within the hobmankeys, with most youths spending their time playing it during the day. "A game?" asked Thrain with curiosity. Michael answered by leading them towards a large field on the outskirts of the village. The area was diamond-shaped, with hobmankeys placed in specific places on the 4 plates. The juvenile hobmankey in the middle of the field had a serious look on his face as he stared down his opponent. Opposite him was another hobmankey, who wielded a metal bet, lightly swinging it in preparation for what was to come. The hobmankey in the middle winded up his arm and threw the ball with such speed and ferocity that the wind whistled as it cleaved through the air. Just as the ball was about to go past the metal bat, the hobmankey suddenly twisted his hips and brought power to his hands, allowing the bat to accurately hit the fastball, sending it flying through the air. The crowd of hobmankeys watching on the sidelines and bleachers all screamed in excitement. "Home run!" They cheered as the hobmankey with the bat rounded out the bases on the diamond field. Michael smiled as he pointed at the energized camaraderie between the players and the audience. "That is baseball," he proclaimed. "Upcoming match. Who do you think will win?" "I bet it's the Brainiac Engineers. Kong is really good at batting," said an excited kid. Tesk, you know nothing, my man. Don't you know that our boss will sub in as the pitcher for the Cleavers? They'll win for sure," refuted the other kid. "Either way, I'm excited. It makes me want to play baseball again. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll invite the others." Anywhere the dwarves looked, they saw excited and expectant faces on the hobmankeys. All they seemed to talk about was baseball and everything related to it. Michael taught them everything there was to know about baseball, including its rules and regulations. So, they would easily be able to follow the upcoming game. However, they knew nothing about the 2 teams playing, the Cleaving Chefs and the Brainiac Engineers. Everyone formed a team based on their specialties, Lolo explained. For example, Kong and the rest of the engineers formed their own baseball team called the Brainiac Engineers. They pride themselves on being the most strategic. The Cleaving Chefs, on the other hand, is almost full of butchers, who boast a really heavy hand perfect for knocking the ball into the air. This has led to the teams, as well as the fans that are rooting for their team to win, to become extremely competitive against each other, Lolo explained. And just as he said that, a group of hobmankeys wearing some kind of similar blue uniform faced off against another group of hobmankeys with a different red uniform. You guys should go home now. Our engineers will cleave your chances of winning, said the blue uniform hobmankeys. Ha, we'll make you eat your words. You won't be able to calculate where the ball ends up once our players knock it out of the park, answered the red uniform hobmankeys. The two different groups continued to answer taunts back and forth, livening up the energy of the night. It came to a point where even the dwarves ended up getting caught up in the debate between the two groups. Ah, our new comrades, said the group rooting for the chefs. Give them the fries. Give them the hot dogs. The dwarves were suddenly given all sorts of food and snacks from the group in an attempt to get them to their side. They were each given the same red uniform the group was wearing, with their names etched on the back along with a random number. Hot dogs and fries are essential in a baseball game, said the red group. If you side with us, you can eat all you want, the blue group answered by giving them their own blue uniform. Well, if you side with us, we can adjust your homes to your liking. That's cheating, answered the red group. You were bribing them, replied the blue group. The debate continued and was only stopped after Lolo sent the two groups to their own designated spots on opposite sides of the bleachers. Lolo escorted the dwarves to their seats in the middle, which were considered the best seats in the game. Thrain looked around and felt as if he was in a fever dream. Everything felt surreal. The skies were dark, yet the whole field was lit up by huge, bright lights that illuminated the whole field and the bleachers. Everyone was at their seats, talking excitedly while eating snacks and drinking water to pass the time. Somehow the dwarves felt like they were in another world. They had never experienced something like this before, or even dreamed that this was possible. In a place of survival, they would have never thought that a pastime like this could even exist. After a few minutes, the players began taking their places on the field, with a hobmanky at the pitcher's mound, tossing the ball in his hand. Opposite him was a batter, who readied his metal bat and swung it a couple of times to keep himself warm. Fwee! Fwee! The whistle sounded out through the field, signaling the start of the game. On the first pitch, the batter swung his metal bat hard, barely missing the ball that whizzed past his body. Groans and sounds of disappointment rang out within the crowd. On the second pitch, another wild swing from the batter would let the ball crash at the catcher's mitt, garnering another groan from the audience. That means he has 2 strikes, right? Why isn't he hitting the ball? Asked Thrain, with a little bit of frustration showing in his bushy beard. You're not looking at the pitcher, answered the dwarf next to him. The speed and curve of the ball is not so easy to hit. It doesn't seem so, answered Thrain, feeling as if the ball was quite easy to knock out of the park. Just then, the batter swung his bat on the ball again, this time making contact. However, the ball flew in the other direction, making it a foul ball. Ah! Thrain shouted a little bit too loud, making himself feel embarrassed. I just don't understand how he's missing these, he said. I think he should position his shoulders a little bit more to the left, like this. Thrain started to copy the batter's pose and swung his hand as if he were the one on the field. That won't work, my dear friend, answered the dwarf on his side. If I throw the ball fast enough, I doubt you'll be able to hit it as easily as you think. That's right, answered another dwarf. What are you guys talking about? As long as you keep your eye on the ball, anyone can hit it, no matter how fast it is, replied another dwarf. But what about a curve? The dwarves began to argue to themselves, leaving Lolo to chuckle to himself. The dwarves had taken a liking to the sport, it seemed. Chapter 78, Power of Sports. The game continued, with the Cleaving Chefs taking the early lead in the opening innings. But soon after, the Brainiac engineers proved their strategy of slow but steady paid off as they evened out the score. Finally, it was the bottom of the 9th inning. This was the last chance the two teams would get to score. The chefs were pitching, while the engineers were batting. Kong was up at the plate, swinging his bat as he eyed the pitcher on the mound. This was a crucial moment, yet there was no nervousness in his face. He was excited. Finally, the pitcher threw the ball high up on the box, making it seem as if it was out. But Kong was not deceived. He charged his shoulders, swinging the bat a little bit below where the ball seemed to be going. And just as Kong predicted, the ball suddenly curved downwards, perfectly meeting the metal bat in the perfect spot, eliciting a very satisfying dink, before sending the ball flying off into the air. Another home run! The crowd cheered. Kong and his 2 other teammates rounded out the bases, scoring a crucial 3 points for their team to take the lead. But of course, the chefs didn't let the game be over yet. Finally, at the top of the 9th inning, they were the one to bat. This was their final chance to decide who would end up the winner. The chefs used their brute strength to send the balls flying to the field, letting 3 of their players stand on each base. However, this came at a cost. They had 2 outs, 1 more, and they would lose the game entirely. They needed a miracle home run to convert those 3 players into points on the board. In such a crucial do-or-die situation, the Cleaving Chefs finally sent in their trump card. Michael slowly walked towards the field, with the hobmankeys and the dwarves cheering in excitement as the 2 best players finally faced off in the final minutes of the game. Kong was on the mound, his eyes burning in competitiveness as he finally got the chance to try and strike out his boss. Ever since Michael showed them this game, none of the hobmankeys had ever won a game off of him. But Kong had prepared for this moment. This was his chance to show off his hard work. Michael, on the other hand, welcomed Kong's intense stare down with a simple shrug of the shoulders, showing his relaxed attitude even in the tensest of situations. Finally, Kong threw his first ball, sending it straight down the middle of the catcher's mitt. This was perhaps the fastest pitch in the game, making the crowd erupt in excitement and hype. Michael let the first pitch go without swinging, meaning that it was his first strike. He just smiled and nodded in respect at Kong's improved skill. Then, on the second pitch, the ball seemed to be as fast as the first one, making the crowd think Kong pitched the same ball as before. Yet, when the ball was about to reach the mitt, it dramatically curved downwards and landed perfectly on the catcher's mitt. Michael let this ball go as well, making it his second strike. He just had one more chance. The whole crowd was silent. They were on the edge of their seats. The dwarves all stood up and stared at the game with bated breaths. The tension was palpable. This last pitch would decide it all. Kong took a deep breath and wound up his shoulders before sending the last ball flying towards the plate. Just when everyone thought it was over, Michael finally twisted his shoulders, bringing the bat speeding towards the incoming ball, and as the ball got closer it curved to the left. But Michael seemed to have predicted this and moved his bat accordingly, hitting the ball high up in the air and out onto the field. Everything seemed to have turned into slow motion. The crowd watched as the ball flew into the air and curved down towards the middle section of the bleachers. The dwarves were stunned, not expecting the ball to fly towards their section. One brave dwarven child raised her hand, letting the ball fall perfectly in her hand. Then, silence. The crowd of spectators and the players on the field all looked at the dwarven child holding the ball in her hands. I caught the home run ball," she screamed. And finally everyone erupted in cheers, celebrating such a momentous occasion. The game was so close, with the Brainiac engineers looking to have finally clutched a win. Yet, at the very last moment, Michael was able to pull off a miracle home run that scored the Chefs 4 points, winning them the whole game. But the results of the game didn't matter for the crowd of hobmankeys or the dwarves. They cheered at the sheer entertainment and excitement they felt throughout the whole game. The dwarves and the hobmankeys celebrated together, jumping and hugging each other in celebration. Even the two sides of the bleachers finally broke their rivalry and celebrated together. Blue-uniformed fans hugged their red-uniformed rivals, applauding each other for such a good game. While they were celebrating, Thrain took a moment to himself and observed his surroundings. His fellow dwarves were shouting in excitement and showing smiles that almost made the braids on their beards open up. It was hard to believe that they experienced something calamitous only a few days ago. For a moment, they all forgot the sorrows of yesterday and let go of the anxieties of tomorrow. For now, they enjoyed the moment with everyone else. It hadn't even been a day, yet he was starting to love this village, this community. After the game, everyone took their celebrations to the village plaza, where food and drinks were shared all around. Michael took to the stage and unveiled one of his current projects that he had been working on. "Sorry, kids, but this one is just for adults," he said as he used his magic to bring multiple barrels to the plaza, each one with a tap on the bottom. "This is called beer, and it is best enjoyed cold." Chapter 79, Mankey C. Mankey Michael had been in this medieval world for 10 years, yet he had never seen a single beer in his life. As it turned out, beer hadn't yet been invented in this place at all, which was very surprising. When he found this out, he quickly decided to produce his own beer. Luckily, one of the crops that Anne grew on the farms was barley, which meant he had an ample amount of ingredients to make beer. And so, he did. When the dwarves came here, he found it fitting to finally announce this new product to the village. The adult hobmankeys all sniffed the rich aroma of the beer, and couldn't help but be interested in this strange drink. As for the dwarves, they immediately felt inclined to try out this new alcoholic drink. They were, of course, famed for their big belly full of ale and alcohol. So they were the first ones to try out this new product. Michael opened one of the barrel taps and poured a drink into the wooden cup in his hands. Then he presented it to Thrain and the rest of the dwarves, who eyed the beer with curiosity and a little bit of scrutiny. They had refined tastes. No normal alcohol would make them satisfied, much less this strange new yellowish drink that foamed at the top. "Michael, I must warn you that we might not like this beer of yours. If so, then please do not take it as a slight against you. Our tongues are merely more suited to ale or other types of alcohol," Thrain said, completely confident that he wouldn't like this beer. Michael may beat them in terms of technical and mechanical advancements, but Thrain's dwarven pride couldn't back down at Michael's attempt to make alcohol. "Just try it out," Michael said, chuckling to himself. Thrain carefully took the wooden cup offered to him and noticed that it was very cold to the touch. Cold alcohol? Strange, Thrain muttered to himself. Alcohol was famed for its ability to warm up the body. So, it was incredibly strange for it to be as cold as the winter ice. Thrain sniffed at the beer before finally taking a small sip from the cup. The rest of the dwarves all looked at Thrain's expression, curious as to how this new beer compared to the best ales and alcohols that the Dwarven Kingdom could offer. At the very first sip, Thrain took the cup out of his mouth and wiped the foam off from his beard and mustache. His eyes widened as he observed the beer with intense scrutiny. The dwarves thought his expression was indicative of the beer's bad taste. "How is it, friend? It tastes bland, does it not? Surely, after all, ale is the superior alcoholic drink. Give it here, Thrain, I will see for myself how bad this beer tastes like." But just as the dwarf was about to take the beer away from Thrain's hands, he suddenly shoved it away and gulped the whole cup in one go, surprising the rest of the dwarves. Ah. A satisfied sigh released out of Thrain's mouth, his beard still stained with beer foam. "This is the nectar of the gods," he proclaimed. "Michael, this beer is like sugar to my taste buds. It's not as alcoholic as ale, but it is all the better for it. Its cold temperature also makes it so much better to drink. It's as if I had been thirsty this whole time, and I simply did not know it. Only when I drank this beer did I finally feel refreshed. Its coldness soothes my soul." Thrain's relentless praise for the beer led the other dwarfs to feel as if they had to drink the beer. "Michael, can you please pour me one? I shall be the first one to drink. I want to know what it tastes like. I refuse to believe it's better than ale before I drink it myself." Michael had to assure the dwarves that there were plenty for everyone. He poured everyone their own cups of beer. "Drink all that you want," he said. "Tonight is a celebration." The dwarves began drinking the cold beer, and just like Thrain, their eyes widened as they finally realized why Thrain had praised this alcoholic drink to the high heavens. "Pooh! By my beard! This shall be my new water. I could drink the whole barrel for myself. Why hasn't our dwarven kingdom ever invented such a drink?" The dwarves filled themselves with alcohol, their cheeks slowly becoming redder and redder. However, Thrain noticed that they were the only ones getting drunk. The hobmankeys only looked at the beer with curious looks but weren't courageous enough to take a sip for themselves. "What are you all waiting for?" he asked them. "It's not as alcoholic as ale, so you can drink as much as you want." Their awkward silence made Thrain realize the problem. "You guys haven't drunk any alcohol in your lives, haven't you?" The rest of the dwarves stopped their merry drinking and looked at the hobmankeys with pure disbelief painted on their faces. This was akin to blasphemy. As regular mankeys, they had trouble finding simple water. They couldn't afford to buy alcohol, even if it was available in the desert wasteland. "This is unacceptable," Thrain said, walking over to Kong and offering him his drink. "You have a good mind, but sometimes this leads you to overthink. It's why I think you lost in the baseball match. It is better to let go of all your inhibitions. Drink!" The rest of the dwarves also poured beer on cups and offered them to the hobmankeys who were a little bit hesitant to drink. "You taught us how to play baseball. This time, we will teach you how to drink alcohol." Surprisingly enough, the first hobmanky to take a drink was Lolo, the oldest hobmanky in the village. He was just going to take a sip to try it out, but as the cold beer washed over his body, Lolo couldn't help but finish the whole bottle. He said in excitement, "That's good." The dwarves couldn't help but laugh, knowing that Lolo's reaction to his first alcoholic drink was relatable. Soon, the rest of the hobmankeys started drinking beer with the dwarves, with the celebration at the plaza becoming more and more lively, and soon becoming a party. Chapter 80. Off for a wall, the celebrations continued, with the dwarves teaching the hobmankeys everything they knew about drinking alcohol. Laughter and slurred speeches resounded through the town plaza even deep into the night. Thrain and Lolo became quite competitive about drinking, and competed in a game on who could finish a cup of beer the fastest. Even Fudge, who usually stayed in Michael's shadow, couldn't help but join in on the festivities. He ended up becoming quite the mascot for the village, with him showing everyone his ninja moves, which was quite contrary to what a real ninja should do. The dwarves joined in too, making fun of themselves by braiding their beards in odd and strange ways. One even made Michael's likeness onto the beard, which everyone enjoyed quite well. Kong and the other hobmankeys felt themselves becoming closer to the dwarves on a deeper level. They began talking about their lives before this, and how everything seemed hopeless and lost. Then, everything changed when they met Michael. Both dwarves and the hobmankeys understood each other on that end. So many dwarves and hobmankeys continued to drink beer, that all the barrels Michael prepared were dried to the last drop. The hobmankeys, due to their stronger constitution from evolving into a higher species, found themselves able to compete against the dwarves in a drinking game. But of course the dwarves still drank them under the table. By the end of the night, the only ones still awake were Michael, who refrained from drinking, and Thrain, who proved to be the one with the strongest stomach. "This beer, Michael, it's quite something else." Even the royal dwarves with the most refined taste would find themselves taking a liking to this cold beverage. "And it's not just this beer, Michael. Everything you have made in this desolate land is something that will capture the hearts of dwarves and even other creatures, I'm sure. Your plumbing system, your electricity, this beer, the game of baseball, and most of all, the atmosphere and feel of this village. I'm sure that everyone would want to experience this in their life. If it was possible, then we would want to live in this place forever." Michael looked at Thrain and saw the pained expression on his face. "What do you mean? Why can't you stay here in our village?" Thrain sighed and looked up at the stars. "It is not that simple, Michael. Even though we are on the outskirts of the dwarven kingdom, we are still part of it nonetheless. We cannot simply leave our responsibilities to our kind. What responsibilities? Michael asked. Our village is the very first defensive line of the kingdom. Now that it is destroyed, then it is our responsibility to build it back up. So once time has passed, and the landslide poses no more problem for us, then we will have to return to our village to rebuild it by hand, Thrain explained. This was a hard decision for Thrain. Even though they had only been in this village for a day, they found themselves deeply attracted to its culture and lifestyle. It was extremely hard to part ways with this village now that they discovered how amazing it was. But they pledged an oath to the kingdom itself. Betraying it would be tantamount to ripping out their own heart. Michael thought for a second, and found a solution. What if we build a defensive line in place of the village, he said. What do you mean? You said that your village is the first line of defense for the kingdom, right? What if we build a wall instead? It would serve a defensive purpose for the kingdom, which means that you won't betray your oath and still live here permanently. Thrain thought Michael was simply offering a thoughtless solution, but the sincerity in his eyes told him otherwise. Michael was serious. We appreciate your kindness, but we can't let you and this village bear that burden. Creating that defensive wall would take months upon months of hard work. Not to mention the distance between this village and the Dwarven Kingdom. It simply isn't possible. Michael chuckled, almost offended that Thrain would think that such a simple job would take more than a few days' worth of work. Please, you underestimate our construction prowess. Isn't that right, Kong? The inebriated Kong slowly got up from under the table and nodded his head. A simple wall? That would take 4 days, Max, Kong bragged. We have about 20 construction hobmankeys available for this project, said Lolo, wiping the foam out of his mouth. But for such a simple project, I doubt we'd need more than 10. Thrain looked at the three of them, and couldn't believe what they were saying. A defensive wall taking less than 4 days? That was absurd. Even the best and fastest craftsmen in the Dwarven Kingdom would need a month at least. I appreciate your gesture, but I do not think it is possible, at least not at the level that we dwarves consider acceptable. Thrain thought that Michael and the others would create a simple wooden wall. After all, that was the only thing they could create in 4 days. To convince him, Michael pointed at the floor underneath their feet. Thrain, do you think the ground is sturdy enough to be considered a good wall? He asked. Thrain looked at the floor and tested its durability with a single stomp of his foot. After hearing the dull sound it produced, he knew that this ground could indeed make for a great wall. But this is made out of stone, is it not? Asked Thrain. I doubt you could carve out a stone wall within a month, much less 4 days, as you said. Michael smiled smugly. Kong, tell him. Kong cleared his throat and said, Only 1 day. This ground used to be made out of mud and soil, but we were able to make it like this within 1 day. Thrain got up from his seat, with the shock immediately turning him sober. Chapter 81, Concrete Evidence. The next day, Thrain woke up with a splitting headache. He could hardly believe what he heard yesterday. If he wasn't as clear-headed as he was now, then he would have thought that he dreamed the whole conversation he had with Michael and the others. Making a stone wall in a matter of a few days? Thrain knew this was impossible. Yet Michael was sure that they could do it. So sure, in fact, that they invited him and the other dwarves to witness the creation of concrete with their own eyes. As the sun slowly rose in the air, the dwarves all gathered near the outskirts of the village, where everything was still under construction. As more and more mankeys found their way to this village, they had to constantly expand their territory to accommodate the 1,000 hobmankeys living in their village. Michael, Kong, Lolo, and the rest of the engineer hobmankeys gathered at the boundary between concrete flooring and the natural soil flooring of the parched lands. There were metal rods inserted on the next part of the land they were going to turn into concrete flooring, making it much more stabler. There was a strange metal contraption in the middle of the construction zone, with its shape like a barrel with its top open. And through electricity, it was constantly rotating at a fixed speed. Is the concrete inside that metal? Thrain asked. Michael nodded his head. What is that for? Is that needed for the process? The dwarves asked. No, Kong answered. As taught to us by our boss, we need to constantly move the concrete, or else it will harden too fast. Thrain and the dwarves showed a look of disbelief and doubt. Concrete dried so fast that they need that contraption to keep it in a liquid state. It sounded absurd. If you have any questions, you can just ask me. Kong and the others will start the construction, Michael said, signaling for them to start the demonstration. Upon Michael's instruction, the engineers began their work. They began pouring the concrete mixture onto its designated dent on the ground. Kong used his skill, which allowed him to project a visual image of the plan into reality. A finished project overlaid onto the empty space, allowing the workers to implement the design much easier than before. With the combination of a few other skills from the engineers, they were able to pour the concrete on the ground and create a very flat surface, with designs and flourishes that represented the village's customs the best. The dwarves watched on, unable to even utter a word, as the hobmankeys worked with speed and efficiency they had never seen before. They didn't even have to talk to know what each other's work was supposed to be. They just knew it intuitively. After an hour, this section of the village finally had concrete flooring. They just needed to construct houses next, and they could be inhabited by other hob-mankeys. How are they working so fast? And their magic, it perfectly fits their job so well. This kind of fine craft would take at least more than a day for a dwarven craftsman to replicate. I can see now how they are confident in their speed of construction. Thrain approached Michael and admitted his mistake. You are right, Michael. The speed in which you create these roads is unprecedented, he said genuinely. Michael shook his head. The real magic hasn't even started yet. Now it's time for the concrete to set and dry. Thrain looked at Michael, a bit confused. What do you mean? That would take a long time, no? From what he could see, the concrete was still wet and malleable. From his estimation, it would take at least a day for it to completely harden, which was still very impressive. No, we don't have to wait that long, Michael said. A little spell is all we need. He raised his hand, with the elemental mana flowing around his body. His supreme skill mana gathering allowed him to see the individual chemical reactions taking place inside the very concrete itself. Using a simple spell, Michael manipulated the mana in his surroundings to slowly harden the concrete in the ground. After a few seconds, it was done. Michael walked to the newly set ground and found himself on solid footing. He stomped, feeling the ground resist the force with a degree of hardness that satisfied his standards. It's done, he said to Thrain. Thrain, partly believing and disbelieving what happened, slowly walked towards Michael before his boots stepped foot onto the concrete ground. He half expected his foot to set an indent on the concrete, but it didn't. It was as hard as stone. Finally, he put his entire body weight on the concrete. It's true, he muttered to himself. In just one day, no, in just a few hours, they were able to make something even harder than stone. The other dwarves couldn't rein in their curiosities and stepped onto the concrete as well. Finally, they believed Michael's claims of creating a wall in a matter of a few days. It was no exaggeration, and was probably even a conservative estimate. They could probably create the wall in less than 2 days. They couldn't believe it. This material called concrete completely transformed everything they knew about construction. With this concrete, the entire dwarven kingdom could recover from the aftermath of the landslide in less than a month. Thrain faced Michael with a pleading expression. Help us construct the wall, he said. Michael smiled. That was no question. A group of 10 hob-manke engineers readied themselves for the journey back to the dwarven kingdom. Michael, Thrain, and a few other dwarves accompanied them on a separate wagon. Behind them were a couple more automobiles, each carrying a large stock of concrete for the job. After a few days of traveling, they finally reached the remnants of Thrain's village. It was still devastated by the landslide, but at least the muddy water had subsided for now. Michael floated above the entire territory, surveying everything in his surroundings. Below him were his engineers and the dwarves. Finally, he nodded. Let's start. Chapter 82, Dwarves left behind the construction progressed quite easily, with the dwarves and the hob-mankes working together to clean up all the debris and wreckage in the area. By the time they were finished, the whole place was nothing more than a bald spot in the middle of the forest. Thrain and the dwarves felt a little bit sentimental once they saw the empty plot of land that they once called home. But it was gone now. They couldn't take it back. Finally, they began the construction of a wall that would be more than 10 meters tall and spanned from one side of a mountain to the other. Their village was located in a deep valley, making it a critical spot for the Dwarven Kingdom's defenses. Many intruders would find it easy to infiltrate the rest of the kingdom once they bypassed the destroyed village. But with this wall, they would cut off any attempts from the intruders. If they wanted to get through to the kingdom, they would have to go through the treacherous terrain of the mountains. By constructing this wall, Thrain and the villagers would fulfill their responsibility to the kingdom, which would give them the freedom to stay in Michael's village for the foreseeable future. They prepared enough concrete for the project, with everything being stored on a concrete mixer installed on the back of the automobiles. With Michael supervising everything in the project, everything went as smoothly as they planned. By the end of the second day, they were able to create a 10-meter wall that would prevent an army from easily passing through the Dwarven Kingdom. Thrain and the dwarves were officially free from their oath. Meanwhile, further inside the Dwarven Kingdom, a few dwarves were making the journey out to try and find refuge in the unknown. Just like Thrain's village, these dwarves also lost their homes to the devastating landslide that affected almost half of the Dwarven Kingdom. Because of that, famine and homelessness spread around the entire Dwarven community. The capital, where the Dwarven King resided, experienced an overpopulation that caused a lot of chaos in the kingdom. These dwarves didn't want to further exacerbate the problems in the capital, so they decided to venture outwards to find their own temporary refuge. Although they wanted to rebuild their village, their forges and their smithing materials were all destroyed in the landslide, and even if they had their proper materials, they would all be forced to work on restoring the kingdom's walls first and foremost before they could restore their village. With no choice left, all the men decided to search for a better place outside their kingdom. This group of dwarves knew that there was still another village on the very outskirts of the kingdom, so they visited it in an attempt to make contact with their village for cooperation. But instead of seeing the remnants of a destroyed village, this group of dwarves saw nothing but an empty space in the middle of the valley. There was no debris, and no destruction scattered about as if the landslide hadn't affected it in the first place. "Did the Dwarven King order for this village to be cleaned?" asked one of the dwarves. "No, he's too busy dealing with the capital. And last I heard, he's allocating all workers to rebuild the wall. They don't have enough workers to clean up this village," answered another dwarf. A different dwarf from the back of the group couldn't believe his eyes as well. "This doesn't make sense," he said in disbelief. "I visited this place 2 days ago, and it was still full of mud and debris." The rest of the dwarves didn't believe his words. "Where did you get enough ale to mess up your brain this much? There's no way it's possible to clean up all that mess in 2 days," said one dwarf. "No, it's true. I was there with him, and it is as he says. There were even remnants of the village still left standing, but now everything's gone." After hearing another dwarf recount what he saw, the rest of them began to get suspicious. Slowly they walked forward to see what became of the village that used to be on the very outskirts of their kingdom. As they got closer, they finally saw a 10-meter-tall wall with a grainy white color, standing grandly between the two mountains by their side. They couldn't believe their eyes. Not only was the entire landslide wiped off the entire plot of land, but a giant wall suddenly spawned out of nowhere as well. Their minds immediately tried to reason this through supernatural means, like a god of dwarves descending into the lands and constructing this wall as a form of pity for them. After all, no human, dwarf, or creature could create this grand structure in a matter of less than 2 days. That would be absurd. Just then, one of the dwarves caught sight of a simple wooden house near the wall. Judging from the campfire lit up by its side, they knew that the cabin was occupied. They slowly approached it until they saw a single dwarf cooking meat on the campfire, and drinking some sort of beverage in a cup. As they approached, most of them recognized the lone dwarf. "Thrain, is that you?" one of them asked. Thrain welcomed the group into his cabin as if he had been expecting them for quite some time. "Come in and make yourselves comfortable," Thrain said. The dwarves all entered his cabin and couldn't help but question him immediately about what happened to their village. "Enlighten us as to what is going on. Why is your village gone without a trace? What happened to the others? Where did that stone wall come from?" they asked Thrain. In response, Thrain smiled and carefully explained everything that happened to him, how he met Michael, and how that human invited them all to his village in the parched lands. He was forthcoming with them, telling them nothing but the truth. After all, the very reason why he stayed behind in the first place was exactly for this encounter. He wanted to invite more dwarves to live in Michael's village. Chapter 83, Tavern Teasing. Is there really such a place like that? It sounds too good to be true. And you mean to say that they made that big wall in just under 2 days? Impossible. Are you of sound mind, Thrain? Are you sure that the tragedy of this landslide hasn't damaged your mental faculties? Of course, the dwarves couldn't believe Thrain's description of Michael's village in the parched lands. This paradise sounded more like a dream than something that happened in reality. "If that is true, brothers, then you too must be imagining the wall built upon this village. Everything I said is even truer than the fact that we dwarves have ale in our blood," Thrain affirmed. The dwarves, although skeptical, decided to believe Thrain's words for now and check out this magical paradise for themselves. If it was only a product of Thrain's imagination, then they would try to help him recover from his delusion. "Take us to this oasis in the desert," the dwarf said. To which, Thrain nodded with satisfaction. He was 100% sure that they would soon get enamored with the village's customs and culture once they saw it for themselves. Truthfully, Thrain was starting to get guilty after experiencing happiness in the village. He knew that there were still a lot more unfortunate dwarves affected by the landslide who had no food or hammer to their name. It sounded unfair that they were the only ones to experience such little joys in life like beer and baseball. "We must make our way towards the parched lands immediately, for it will take more than a month's worth of travel," said the dwarves. But Thrain knew that there was a better and much faster way of getting to the village. He looked down at the shadow on his feet and mumbled the words, "Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice." A bulbous figure made out of violet slime emerged out of his shadow, taking the form of Michael's trusty old pet, Fudge. "You rang for me, Thrain-san?" asked Fudge. "Yes, Fudge Dono." Because Fudge was influenced by a lot of anime tropes, he always insisted that he be addressed as Fudge Dono or Fudge-kun. Thrain respected the slime, so he accommodated his request consistently. "We are going to need the automobiles to take us to the village," Thrain said, introducing the other dwarfs to Fudge. "Okay, I'll be sending them now." And just like Fudge said, the automobiles arrived at the other side of the wall in just a few hours. The dwarves, just like Thrain when he first saw it, expressed their shock when the story about the horseless carriage turned out to be true. "You should hold off on your surprises until after you see what the village has to offer," Thrain said to the speechless dwarves. He assisted them into the automobile, but he didn't go with them. Instead, Thrain decided to stay near the walls so that he would be able to spread the news about the village to other dwarves. Once they arrived at the village, the dwarves were quickly welcomed by the almost native dwarves of the village. First of all, they were given their own houses to sleep in temporarily, which were equipped with both a plumbing system and electrical wiring. Then once they were settled in, The new dwarves were brought up to speed with everything there was to see in the village, including the farms, the accommodations, the public hot springs, and most importantly, the baseball fields where some of the dwarves were playing with the hobmankeys. The dwarves, of course, had also made a baseball team of their own called the Dwarven Miners, and quickly proved themselves to be one of the best teams in the entire village. Their short stature allowed them to have a smaller strike zone, meaning pitchers would always have trouble with their balls. "Ah, good, new recruits," said the dwarf team captain. "Come and warm up with us. We need to beat the chefs this time around." After a day of the dwarves immersing themselves into the culture of the village, they quickly understood why Thrain said that this was one of the best places to live in among the entire world. Everything in this village was free, including housing, water, electricity, food, and everything else they needed to survive. This meant that they could fully enjoy what life had to offer without worrying about where they were going to find their next meal. The best part was that everyone worked together to keep this village into the paradise it was now. Each of them, including the dwarves that made this village their home, contributed something to the table. Whether it was smithing, crafting, or maybe even brewing beer, everyone had a job to do. One of the dwarves even had the brilliant idea of constructing a tavern for everyone to drink in when the night came. With Michael's approval, the dwarf enlisted the help of Kong and a few others to make the tavern's design a mix of both cultures, while still maintaining a little bit of dwarven design. This tavern became the place where all of them gathered at night, drinking while making fun of each other's bad game during the baseball matches. I know my parents would strike me down for this, but I think beer tastes better than ale. You know, after tasting this cold beer, I just might agree with you. "This is the life, playing baseball and kicking it back with a couple of cold ones," said one particular dwarf, whose beard wasn't as bushy as the others. "You're not the one to say that, Baldric. Even though you've been here for 2 days now, you still don't have anything to contribute to this village," teased his dwarf friend, to which a lot of dwarves and hobmankeys chuckled to themselves after hearing. "I'm trying to find something I'm good at," Baldric tried to explain. "But I have no other talent except drinking this beer." Just then, one of the dwarves had an idea form in his head. "What if you become the one to sell this beer to the Dwarven Kingdom?" Chapter 84, Black Market Beer. Baldric immediately stood up, almost knocking over the table and spilling all the drinks. "You're right. This beer will definitely become popular within our kingdom. If I sell this beer to all the drinkers I know, then I can bring in a lot of money for this village." The dwarf didn't waste any more time and immediately visited Michael's house in the middle of the night. Thankfully, Michael was still awake as he was busy with a project of his. He welcomed the dwarf and listened to his proposal. You want to sell beer to the Dwarven Kingdom? I thought that all forms of outside business are forbidden?" Michael asked. It was a widely known fact that the Dwarven Kingdom refused any peddlers to enter their kingdom. And as far as he knew, even the great Wisey Vanderbilt was unable to break through that restriction. "Yes, sir. But there are always exceptions. There's a black market where illegal goods are traded within the kingdom, where dwarves sell products from outside the kingdom," Baldric explained. Michael thought about it for a second. "Are you sure you can do this?" Baldric struck his chest in pride. "I know everything there is to know about the black market, sir. I frequented it a lot of times in search of good ale, like most dwarves, and I'm sure that beer will easily sell within that community." Michael thought this was a good idea. He had been thinking of a way for the Reborn company to spread to the Dwarven Kingdom this whole time. However, it was hard because Castell was a human and would be denied entry before she could even get close. But with an inside man like Baldric, they wouldn't have to worry about infiltration. They would be able to sell beer to the Dwarven Kingdom and open the doors for even more Reborn products to be sold there. "I like this idea of yours," Michael complimented him. "I want you to coordinate with Castell, Anne, and Lolo about this. Castell will help you with purchasing the materials needed to package the beer into a glass bottle that's easy to transport. We will need to make more barley for the beer, so we need Anne's help to expand the barley farms. Lolo will know the right workers who will help with creating the beer, packaging it, and transporting it to the kingdom. After the beer enters the kingdom, you will be the one in charge of selling it. If you need the other dwarves to help you, then you can ask for their help." Baldric was starting to get excited at the prospect of selling beer to the Dwarven Kingdom. This was the first time he was given such a large responsibility, but Michael trusted him with it without even doubting his ability. He saluted Michael. "I will make this successful, sir," and just as Baldric was about to leave the room, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, sir. What would you want to exchange the beer for?" he asked. Michael was a little bit confused with the question. Doesn't the Dwarven Kingdom use gold coins as their currency as well? "Yes, sir. But the black market works a little bit differently. Most of the things sold there are products from the outside world, so the dwarves opt to sell it through bartering instead of gold coins. Some of them sell it for gems, trinkets, weapons, or even stonework. But what's most popular in the black market is something that everyone in the world seeks to obtain. For example, elven ale is mostly exchanged for a metal called Damascus, which can only be produced by U.S. dwarves. This makes Damascus steel extremely valuable to the outside world, which dwarves sell for a lot of gold to other civilizations. This is the reason why a lot of dwarves make their living through the black market, Baldric explained. Damascus? Michael asked, intrigued at this new material. This metal is a specialty for U.S. dwarves, Baldric said with a bit of his dwarven pride leaking out of his voice. It is the most durable material on the planet while being even more lightweight than steel or iron. It has a lot of properties as well that make it one of the most sought-after materials in the world. Michael's brain began to work as he imagined all of his inventions becoming reinforced with Damascus steel. If Damascus steel was as good as Baldric said it was, then he could finally create a lot of new inventions that he wouldn't have otherwise been able to create. Get all the Damascus steel you can bargain for, Michael told Baldric. Getting Damascus steel in exchange for beer was the best deal he could make in this situation. That steel was even more valuable than gold coins since he could earn as much as he wanted from selling Reborn products in the entire world, but he would only get Damascus from the Dwarven Kingdom. And he could always sell Damascus steel as a Reborn product as well. You got it, sir. I'll make sure to barter for the most Damascus steel I can get. More days passed, and even more batches of dwarves made their way to the village. Thrain became sort of a recruiter in the Dwarven Kingdom, spreading the word to all affected villagers that there was a safe haven in the parched lands. Most of them lost their entire livelihood in the landslide, so they were desperate enough to take the chance. Slowly, the population of the village grew to even greater heights, expanding further outwards. Meanwhile, Baldric and the Hobmankeys worked tirelessly as they began the production of beer, which was now renamed Reborn beer. Michael had to create more and more automobiles for transport. Each could carry hundreds of crates of beer. Finally, the first shipment of beer departed from the village and made its way to the Dwarven Kingdom. After a few days, they finally arrived in the Dwarven Kingdom at an undisclosed cave hidden in the mountains. This was where the black market operated. Baldric entered the cave and saw the bustling market inside. Dwarves were shouting at customers to try and entice them to buy a new product from the outside world. This made the place extremely noisy. But contrary to their tactics, Baldric simply just set up a table and took out a cold bottle of beer. Then he just drank and enjoyed beer silently. After a few seconds, somebody took the bait. "Brother, what is that you're drinking right there?" a passerby dwarf asked, unable to hide his curiosity. "Oh, this," Baldric said as sloshed the liquid in his cup. "This is called beer. Would you care to try it?" Chapter 85 Damascus Trade. The curious dwarf took the first sip of beer and the rest was history. His excited shout and relieved exhale upon drinking this mysterious cold beverage garnered a couple more curious dwarves to approach Baldric's table. Of course, Baldric didn't hesitate to give them a free taste of beer. And as expected, those dwarves immediately became enamored with the refreshing taste of the alcoholic drink. Since these dwarves were used to much more potent drinks like ale, they all treated beer as if it were water in a desert. This made them extremely prone to becoming addicted to beer. They wanted to drown themselves in it, clamoring for Baldric to give them another bottle. "Brother, this Reborn beer is amazing. I'll give you a full crate of pure steel for a crate of this beer." "Me too, brother. I'm willing to part ways with a handful of full clarity gems for 10 crates of Reborn beer." As they shouted their requests, this drew more and more dwarves in to look at all the commotion happening at Baldric's table. At this point, he was the only vendor in the black market where his customers were the ones shouting to buy his products. All the other dwarves shouted at the customers just to get their attention on what they were selling. But not Baldric. The customers were the ones doing all the marketing for him. It was like a virus that spread among the dwarves. Each of them was lured in by curiosity, and Baldric satisfied it by giving them all a free taste of beer. And once they got a taste of this cold beer down their throats, they too got caught up in the frenzy to buy as much beer as they could. This type of tactic was taught by Michael. He suggested to Baldric to give his customers a free bottle of beer, which might seem too much, but it worked in getting the dwarves to buy a whole crate for themselves. "I'll buy your whole stock," said one dwarf. "That's unfair. I'm fine if I just get 100 crates of bottles for myself." "Hey, I got here first. If anything, I should be the first one to buy out the whole booth." The dwarves were in uproar, bargaining higher and higher prices for the beer without even Baldric saying anything about its price. "Brothers," Baldric finally spoke up. "We are willing to trade beer for any metal or precious trinkets that you can offer. However, we are prioritizing deals that are made in one currency, Damascus steel." Upon saying those words, the dwarves went silent. "I have it. I can give you a kilo for each crate." "Me too. I can give you 100 kilos of Damascus steel right now." "Wait, can I reserve crates for myself? I have a lot of Damascus steel in stock, but it's on my forge." Baldric smiled as he saw this. Finally, the Reborn beer was in business. In a matter of a few hours, Baldric's entire stock was cleaned out by various buyers. Michael had him implement a 10-crate limit for each dwarf, meaning they couldn't buy in bulk and let the other dwarves have a chance to buy it for themselves. Michael knew that the spread of Reborn beer hinged on word of mouth. If only a small number of dwarves had their hands on Reborn beer, it wouldn't spread quite as fast as they wanted it to. And just as Michael predicted, the first night after Reborn beer was sold in the black market, the taverns began stocking their shelves with this new product. "Say, good brother, what is that new product you have there? That doesn't look like ale," a dwarf asked, leaning over the table to point at the conspicuous bottle of beer displayed among the best ales in their stock. One of his friends turned to look at the bottle and recognized the name stamped on the front. "Wait a minute. Reborn beer? I think I've heard that before. What is it?" "I heard that this alcohol is making waves all over the dwarven community. It's a hot topic right now. I've heard that even royals want a piece for themselves." The dwarf, upon hearing this, couldn't help but want to satisfy his curiosity. "If even those picky dwarves like it, then I want to see what it tastes like." The dwarf bought the bottle, took a sip, and was addicted in one go. "Bartender, where can I get more of this beer? This is a revelation." The bartender dwarf looked suspiciously around him as if he didn't want others to hear his next words. "Rumor is," the bartender whispered, "you can get all the beer you want if you travel to the parched lands and seek out the paradise within it. That's not all I heard there's." The dwarves listening to the bartender's story couldn't help but gasp at the insane stories about this supposed village in the middle of the desert. "I've only heard about this because I have a friend who went to the village himself, and after he returned here he praised it to no end. He's not even the first eyewitness to come forward with commendations for this village," the bartender added. The dwarven friend group all looked at each other, with their eyes showing their intent to visit this magical place. And so, that was how Reborn got slowly filled with more and more dwarves either permanently moving to the village, or just visiting it for a good time. Meanwhile, Baldric finally returned to the village, with the automobiles filled with carts and carts of a mysterious silver and black metal called Damascus steel. This was perhaps the first time someone was able to smuggle this much Damascus steel out of the dwarven kingdom, and it all landed in the pockets of a 10-year-old child with a penchant for making strange inventions. "This is all the steel I've gathered, boss," Baldric said, presenting the Damascus to Michael. "Good. Thank you for your work," Michael complimented the dwarf. "Now, it's my turn to make good use of this." Chapter 86 Plans to Sell Cars. Michael always had a lot of projects in mind ever since he arrived in this desert. However, the lack of materials he had available always prevented him from bringing these ideas out into the real world. But now, he had Damascus steel, a material known for its strength, durability, and flexibility. According to the dwarven smiths he consulted, Damascus steel could be fashioned into an extremely thin or small piece, without destroying its integrity. This was perfect for creating complex and intricate projects that could only be done in his previous life through large, complex machinery. For example, it would completely improve the current design of the automobile, allowing it to become a lot faster and more durable without adding a lot of weight to the vehicle. Not only that, but the main engine itself could finally be upgraded. Michael's current iteration of the engine was still bulky and unrefined, compared to the automobiles he had in his previous life. But now, Damascus steel allowed him to finally reach the standards of modern cars, while also improving it by a tiny bit. After all, Damascus steel was a much better material than the metals they had in his previous world, meaning that he could even surpass those supercars in the future. Of course, it would take a little bit more time before that was possible. However, there was one thing he could achieve right now. He looked down at his shadow, communicating with his clone attached to Castell's shadow. "Castell, can you hear me?" Michael asked. "Yes, young master, I can hear you just fine," the shadow at his feet replied, vibrating to match the sound of Castell's voice. With the cloning ability he learned from Fudge, Michael was able to communicate with Castell even from a very long distance, replicating a radio or a telephone from his previous world. "There's been a change in plans. We've been making preparations for selling concrete, right?" "Yes," Castell replied. "The road connecting the parched lands and the Vanderbilt estate has finally been finished. This means that we can finally distribute concrete to the public market." Michael nodded. "But that's not all we're going to do. Young master, are you planning some kind of market-breaking scheme again?" Castell had known Michael for a long time, and even if she couldn't see his face, she knew that there was a playful yet devious smile on his face right now. "I want to start selling automobiles." Castell was so surprised that she almost fell out of her chair. "Really, young master? You're finally going to bring out the automobile to the general public?" She knew firsthand how revolutionary the automobile had been for their company alone. It was able to transport their inventory at the fastest pace, turning a month-long delivery into just 1 week. She could only imagine how much this would change the landscape of commerce in this country. She reckoned that there would be a lot of companies wanting to buy multiples for their businesses to boost sales by at least half. They would be able to sell this automobile at any price they wanted, even making it one of the most expensive pieces of craft in the world, and people would still buy it. This would entice both the professional and general public, making their everyday travel with an automobile instead of a carriage. "Young master, isn't it better if we wait a couple more months to a year before we sell the automobile? We should let the concrete become more widely used before we announce this new machine," Castell argued. But Michael knew that his way was better. No, we need to sell the automobile and the concrete at the same time. And before he could even finish his sentence, Castell's skilled golden nose made her realize the potential of this idea. I see, young master. If we show off how easily concrete could be used to construct roads, then we can package the two of them together. They need to construct flat roads for the cars to truly show their worth. So, they would want to buy both concrete and automobiles at the same time. She began to see the possibilities of this business, and all the money that they would rake in. But perhaps the best thing they would earn was another newsworthy story about Reborn's new revolutionary invention. This would give them enough fame to break through to the Queen's region. I'll work on this project, young master. We'll have everything prepared by the time you finish the production of both products, Castell said, excitement spilling out of tone. Susuk excitement and had to calm her down. She was already overworked from her current workload. This would push her over the edge. This is a big job, and you're already handling a lot of stuff in the company. Don't worry, I'll be sending you some talented hobmankeys to help in the company. Michael found quite a few hobmankeys with talents and skills related to business. Although they weren't quite as good as Castell, they were still talented enough to be able to lift a lot of burden from her shoulders. Thank you, young master. I'll look forward to my recruits, she said, heaving a sigh of relief. Michael bid goodbye and cut off his communication with Castell. He needed to plan for the business venture. Concrete was easy to make, but automobiles were a completely different breed. Thankfully, there were currently a lot of dwarves in the village who specialized in metallurgy. He just had to ask them for help. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Dwarven Kingdom, located at the base of a volcanic mountain, the Dwarven King sat on his throne and massaged the creases on his forehead. What is the problem now? He asked his advisors. The meek dwarves kneeling on the red carpet looked up at their king and said, There's been a suspiciously low amount of ale being purchased, sir. The king froze for a second and faced his advisors with a serious look. Dwarves are not purchasing ale? That is suspicious. They were known for having ale in their blood, so this news was cause for concern. Have you found out why? He asked. His advisors nodded their heads and signaled for a servant to bring out a single bottle of Reborn beer. From what we observed, the dwarves seemed to be addicted to this new beverage called beer, they explained. The king, curious as to how something could be better than ale, decided to pop the top open and drink it himself, and as soon as he did, his eyes widened and his pupils dilated. His reaction wasn't much different from any other dwarf that drank their first beer. He, too, fell in love at first sip. Chapter 87, Infiltrating for Beer. This is good, exclaimed the Dwarven King. His advisors immediately spoke up, alarmed at his statement. Sir, this is ruining the local ale market in our kingdom. This is an illegal good. The Dwarven King, realizing his mistake, awkwardly coughed and tried to backtrack his words. Right. This is an illegal good, that was what I meant to say. He wasn't supposed to like beer because he was the voice of the Dwarven people. He was supposed to support only the products made by his fellow dwarves. That was how it has always been and always will be. He was supposed to have an intense hatred against the outside world and everything they produced. However, he couldn't help but look at the bottle in his hands with eyes of longing. Even now, all he could think about was getting another sip of this beer. Are you sure this isn't a product of dwarves? Gulp. This is surely from the mind of a genius dwarf. The king said, casually taking another sip from the bottle. By the way, is this all that you have confiscated? If you have more, give it here so that I can inspect it a couple more times for scientific purposes, of course. His advisors looked at him with worry. It looked like their king himself was caught up in the beer fever spreading around their kingdom. The king waved off their concern. Besides that, how is the overpopulation within our capital? Are there still a lot of refugees looking for a new home? Ever since the landslide, all the dwarves affected by it flocked to the capital of their kingdom, turning it overpopulated overnight. So, was at stake. The king ordered his people to solve this problem immediately, turning rarely used forges into temporary homes for those dwarves. All this extra work became the reason why the work on walls was delayed for such a long time. He thought it was going well, but when he looked at his advisors, he saw their unsure faces. Is it bad news or good news? He asked them. His advisors looked at each other, not knowing if what they had was good news or not. Your Highness, from what we could see, there is no longer an overpopulation problem within our capital. Is that not a good thing? He asked, confused as to why they were not celebrating. But sir, this is not due to our efforts. From what we have heard, the dwarves are all moving outside our kingdom, his advisors explained. Have you found where they went? The king asked and his advisors nodded. Yes, sire. They seem to have moved into a village in the parched lands. He sat back down on his throne and thought for a second. They moved there? Permanently. But what about their responsibility to the kingdom, to their fellow dwarves? They cannot let their positions unguarded for long. The villages surrounding the kingdom played an important role in their defense. Without them, it would be much easier for them to be sieged. But before his advisors could answer, the double doors to the throne room suddenly burst wide open as another dwarf, wearing the same royal attire as the king's advisors, hurried inside panting. Your Highness, ha, ha, I have come with news. The king welcomed the dwarf in, letting him sit among his advisors. What has caused you to be in such distress? Tell me. The dwarf steadied his breath before finally speaking. I have come back after surveying the outskirts of our kingdom, as you commanded me, Your Highness. When I arrived there, I saw something impossible. The dwarf then took out a scroll from his pockets and presented it to his king. This is a wall, the king muttered as he observed the sketch on the parchment paper. It showed an elaborate wall structure, 10 meters tall and sturdy enough to repel a cavalry. That is right, Your Highness. When I traveled to the outskirts, I came across these thick and strong walls that had suddenly sprung up from where our villages were supposed to be. And that is not even the most surprising part. From what I have gathered, this wall seemed to have been built within just a few days, 2 days at the most. His words sent gasps throughout the throne room. They could hardly believe that such an elaborate wall structure could be built within just a few days. As craftsmen themselves, they knew the difficulties it would take to rush such a job, and from their estimates, this wall could only be constructed within a month. 2 days? That cannot be. Preposterous. There is no magical or physical way to create such an elaborate wall within just a few days. How can you be sure that the walls were made within 2 days? The king asked. Your Highness, that wall wasn't there when I visited it 2 days ago. There are also a lot of dwarves who saw the construction themselves, swearing to their kidneys, that the walls were indeed built within 2 nights using a strange new liquid material that hardened within a few hours. The king and his advisors were still skeptical about this story, but they knew that the dwarf was a man of his word. There wasn't any motive for him to lie, especially to the king. Have you investigated who created these walls? The advisors asked. Yes. I happened upon one dwarf who lived alone near the outskirts named Thrain. He said that the walls are constructed so that the dwarves can leave the kingdom without having to betray their oath to protect it. Your Highness, it seems that the dwarves are permanently moving to a village in the parched lands, where food, water, housing, and beer are as free as the air we breathe today. Once he heard that, the dwarven king stood up from his throne and stared at the dwarf with serious intensity. That village? It's where beer was made, the king asked. The dwarf nodded meekly, thinking that he had done something wrong. How dare they? The king's voice thundered. How dare they hog all the beer to themselves? I want it too. Huh? Your Highness? Did you say something else? His advisors asked. The king ignored his advisor's query. It is decided. I shall visit this village for myself and see what it has to offer that we cannot. The king said with a smile on his face, leaving his advisors to shake their heads in disappointment. Their king's intent was as clear as day. He just wanted to drink beer. Chapter 88 Biru. Despite his advisors' pleas for him to change his mind, the dwarven king still went ahead with his plans to infiltrate the village. For safety reasons, he disguised himself through magic to seem like a normal dwarf. His taller stature slowly became shorter, his fiery eyebrows became tamer, and the intricate beard braid that covered half his face untangled itself to become free-flowing down to his knees. All the characteristics of his royal dwarven blood were gone, turning him into a normal, honest dwarf. Anyone who gazed at the dwarven king would feel as if he was just like any other. Case in point, the dwarven king approached a single wooden hut in the middle of the forest and knocked on Thrain's door. Is anybody? The dwarven king roared, but he quickly realized that his voice was too intimidating, so he had to change his tone. Is anybody here? Thrain came out of the cabin and welcomed the new dwarf. Hello, have you come to find paradise in the parched lands? What is your name? The dwarven king coughed and thought of the first thing in his mind. My name is Biru, and yes, I seek the place where beer is plenty. Thrain laughed to himself. Biru was perhaps the 100th dwarf that came running to his cottage this week alone. The spread of beer within the kingdom opened the dwarves' eyes to Michael's village so much faster than even he could accommodate. You are lucky, Thrain said as he patted the dwarven king's back with a smack. The automobile is just about to arrive. A couple of minutes later, a loud beep-beep resounded through the forest, signaling the automobile's arrival on the other side of the wall. Thrain escorted Biru to the wall, letting the dwarven king set his eyes on the magnificent white concrete wall towering over the trees. Amazing, Biru commented. Thrain explained to him about this new material called concrete, and how it was used to construct these sturdy walls within just a few days. By the way, are you from many villages on the outskirts of the kingdom? If so, then you can tell us so that we can build another wall in place of the destroyed settlement, Thrain asked. But Biru said there was no need. Finally, they caught sight of the automobile, surprising the dwarven king. It was a square metal structure that had no horse, yet could run as fast as one. So, this is the automobile. And strangely enough, the driver controlling this strange vehicle was a dwarf. Thrain, another recruit? The dwarf asked as he opened the door. Yup. Thanks for picking him up. Thrain guided Biru to the automobile and returned to his post, waiting for the next batch of dwarves that needed help. The automobile began to drive, and the Dwarven King couldn't help but stare at the dwarf driving the automobile. He was astonished at how a dwarf was so integrated into the village's culture that he was the one driving this vehicle. Dwarves hated being away from their forges for too long, yet this one voluntarily did so. "This is the only way I can contribute to the village," explained the dwarf. The Dwarven King heard that no one was forced to work in that village, yet everyone was working even harder than ever. It didn't make sense to him. He became so much more curious as to how the village operated to make the dwarves act like this. A couple of days later, Biru the Dwarven King finally arrived at the paradise in the parched lands. He could only stand in wonder at this strange civilization. Mankeys and dwarves alike walked around the streets with smiles on their faces, as if they were happy all the time in their lives. "You must be the new dwarf. Welcome to our village," said a dwarf, wearing strange red clothes. "Yes, my name is Biru," the Dwarven King said, holding out his hand for the other dwarf to shake. But instead Biru felt a smack on his shoulders as the dwarf put his hands around him. "Don't worry. I'll make sure you get acclimated with the village quickly." If this was back in the Dwarven Kingdom, the dwarf would have lost his hand for the crime of touching the king. But strangely enough, Biru didn't feel offended. This was the first time someone had actually come close to him without having any reservations, treating him like a normal dwarf. "First of all, let's go to the baseball field," the dwarf said. "Baseball? What is this strange word?" "It's our game," the dwarf said, pulling on his shirt to show the words Dwarven Miners stitched on the front. "Our team finally reached the finals." Biru had no choice, as the dwarf forcefully dragged him through the streets. The Dwarven King watched as fellow dwarves and mankeys greeted them as they went past, either through a simple hello or a playful, "We'll beat your team tonight." Dwarven and manky children played on the streets without a care in the world. They passed through the plaza, where the smell of wonderfully cooked meat wafted through the air. There were stalls placed around the area, all of which served some kind of exotic food that everyone seemed to love. Finally, the dwarf dragged Biru to the baseball field, where a lot of dwarves were warming up for the game. On the way, the Dwarven King was told everything there was to know about baseball, including all the rivalries within the different teams in the village. It was evident from the dwarf that this was a big deal for them. Biru couldn't understand why the dwarves took this little game so seriously when there were other things they could be doing with their days. "We have a new dwarf in our midst. We have a warm welcome, shall we?" The dwarves, all wearing the baseball uniforms and safety gear that Michael made for them, looked at Biru and gave him their warmest welcomes. They immediately started to teach him about baseball, about how to properly hit a ball or pitch it. But Biru still couldn't understand why everyone liked baseball so much. "Why are you all acting so serious? Baseball sounds easy," said Biru. The dwarves froze and stared at Biru. For them, this was a sentence that could not be said lightly without having the skill to back it up. Their eyes showed a strange excitement, as if they had something special planned for the little newbie. Biru seemed to have forgotten that he wasn't a king, but a newcomer in this village. He had a lot to learn, and the dwarves were going to teach him, whether he wanted to or not. Newbie. The King collapsed on the ground, dead tired as he crossed the final lap around the entire field. He was gasping for breath, but compared to the other dwarves who were still running more laps, they were barely even breathing loudly. A life-or-death situation for him was nothing but a warm-up for them. "Done already, newbie? Ha. Funny, talking about baseball is easy, well now you know. We'll have to up your training regimen tomorrow. You can barely last one inning." The dwarves were ruthless in their treatment of Biru, letting him experience all the hardships that they regularly went through when they practiced for their games. Not only that, but Biru also became their shuttle, making him do all sorts of chores and fetch quests that completely wore down all the high and mighty attitude that Biru had from being the literal king of the dwarves. This was the first time he had to run from one end of the village to the other, with his hands full of baseball equipment. In other words, the king finally knew the hard work normal people went through in their day-to-day. By the end of the day, Biru was completely exhausted. His body was sore, his mind was tired, and he was just a second away from calling it quits and returning to his kingdom. But then, the game started. At night, when the whole village was supposed to be asleep and covered in darkness, the entire baseball field was instead lit up by these bright lights that made it seem like they had harnessed the power of the sun. He heard the excited shouts and chanting in the bleachers, with every single one of them showing their enthusiasm for the game. "What are they shouting at?" Biru asked the dwarves. In response, they just smiled at him and patted his back with another resounding smack. "They're rooting for me, newbie." The captain of the Dwarven Miners dragged Biru out of their dugout and presented him to the crowd. The Dwarven King looked around the bleachers and saw 1,000 mankeys and dwarves shouting and cheering with their whole chests, celebrating their entrance to the field. Everyone in the village gathered here, and all of them were cheering, not for him, but for the dwarves who showed great talent in baseball. He could see a few in the crowd who wore the same clothes and uniform as the ace player on their team, showing their reverence and applause to him by copying his attire. The Dwarven King was astounded. There wasn't even this much adoration and cheering when he was crowned king during his coronation. He couldn't believe that a dwarf, who would have been considered normal in their kingdom, was being shown more admiration than a king. "Take this in, newbie," said the Captain Dwarf. "Once you experience this, you'll never get tired of it. So if you want to be cheered like them, then you better show your talent in the field." Biru had no words for the captain. Unlike them, he couldn't even run through the 4 plates without getting exhausted. He couldn't even hit any ball with his bat, no matter how slow they threw it at him. He had no chance of becoming as great as their captain. Finally the game started with the dwarven miners going against the farmer cultivators. Right from the get-go, the competition between the teams was fierce. The dwarves would score home runs after home runs, but the farmers would always come back against them through solid hits that earned them runs. The crowd was swayed easily by this competition, expressing their excitement or disappointment with cheering and shouting. This was the first time the king saw something so intense. It felt as if their lives were at stake with this game. When he first heard about baseball, he thought that it wasn't so serious. It was just a game after all. However, as he experienced everything with his own eyes, he could see the passion and dedication each team put onto the field. There were even a couple of times when the Dwarven King couldn't help but slap his knee in disappointment, as the referee ruled the player as out as he touched the home base. As the game went on, the king found himself getting more and more invested in the game, cheering and sighing during crucial moments in the game. Finally, in the last inning of the game, the 2 teams were completely tied. The dwarves had one last chance to break the tie and win the game completely. However, at the very last second, their ace and captain, who scored almost half of their points for the team, suddenly had an accident and injured his knee. "Arr!" the captain groaned, grabbing his leg in pain. The team had to watch as their only hope of winning the game was carried out off the field. Biru felt the air in their dugout change. It was clear that they were completely devastated by this unfortunate incident. They were just 1 inning away from winning their first baseball title. The worst part was that they didn't have any other player in their roster who could replace their captain. Except for one. The captain limped towards Biru and gently smacked his shoulders. "You can do it, newbie. You can win us the game," he said. But the Dwarven King was wholly unprepared for this. He was slowly dragged onto the field, bat in hand, clueless as to how he was going to win them the game. The world seemed to turn mute for him. He couldn't hear the cheering from the crowd. He couldn't even hear the shouting from his teammates, warning him that the first ball was about to brush past his body. Deciding to let go of all his worries and all his problems back in the Dwarven Kingdom, Biru decided to just swing the bat as hard as he could. And surprisingly, he felt a heavy force on his bat as the ball collided with it. The ball rose into the air and slowly fell to the outfield. Biru was so surprised that he forgot to run. He was only reminded when all of his teammates in the dugout motioned for him to run as fast as he could. And so, he did. He ran to the limits of his physical body. Meanwhile, the ball bounced on the grass field before being picked up by a hobmanky, who threw it towards first base, towards where Biru was running to. In a moment of desperation, the king dove toward the plate. Never mind the dirt and mud that would sully his clothes. His hands reached out and touched the plate, almost at the same time that the defender caught the ball in his mitt. They both looked at the referee, who shouted, "Safe." Just then, all sounds returned to the king's ears. All he heard were crazed shoutings and cheering from the crowd, much more than when they were first introduced. His dwarf teammates all swarmed towards him, picking him up from the ground and patting the dirt off his uniform. "What are they shouting at?" he asked the dwarves. His teammates smiled. "They're rooting for you, newbie. You won us the game." As it turned out, his one hit allowed the runner to reach home plate, scoring them 1 point that put them ahead of the other team. Chapter 90, Establishing Relations. Biru was hoisted up by his teammates, tossing him high up in the air in celebration. At the end of the game, they all celebrated his game-winning hit at the tavern, where hobmanky and dwarf alike congratulated him for his crucial part in their win. The dwarves that were once so harsh to him had now finally warmed up to Biru. He had earned their respect, and the Dwarven King respected them in return. He finally understood why they all treated the sport as seriously as they did. He understood why they worked hard all day long to prepare their bodies for the physical intensity they had to produce to get a win. They apologized to him, but Biru waved off their concern by pouring them more and more beer. They drank as much as they could. The king didn't think he would be able to increase his love for beer, but the feeling of having his newfound friends and teammates drink and celebrate with him was an entirely new sort of happiness that he wouldn't have found if he hadn't left the confines of his kingdom. Finally, he understood why dwarves preferred to live in this village rather than their kingdom. And in truth, if he didn't have the responsibility to protect the kingdom given to him by his ancestors, then he could see himself living in this village and exploring all the culture that it had to offer. As he looked upon the happy faces of his fellow dwarves, the king finalized a decision in his mind. If he couldn't move here for himself, then he would make sure that all the dwarves in his kingdom would be able to experience what he felt during this night. He wanted them to be free from the old tradition of closing themselves from the world and explore what life had to offer. So, he decided, he was going to open his doors for this village. He walked out of the tavern and visited the large estate in the middle of the village. This was where their supposed leader lived. The king felt a little bit nervous as he stood at the gates. This would be the first time he would be meeting someone so legendary. He hadn't heard a lot about this Michael character, but from what he gathered, he seemed to be a man of mythical status. His magic was comparable to that of wizards renowned throughout the world. His intellect was of a genius level, with no comparison for him to even be at the same level. Biru, was it? Michael is ready to see you. Just go through the gates and enter his house, Lolo said, opening the gates for him to enter. That easy? The Dwarven King didn't think he would be let in so easily without even having to schedule a meeting. He would have thought that Michael's security detail would be a lot stricter than that. He was their leader, after all. Having 100 soldiers pat him down before he entered was the bare minimum. This only told Biru one thing: Michael alone was enough. Biru walked through Michael's door with his mind racing with thoughts about what he perceived Michael to look like. A burly man at the peak of his physical prowess. A hermit in the twilight of his life with a mind full of wisdom. But as the door opened, there was only one person that greeted him on the other side. "Oh, you must be Biru. Welcome to our village," Michael said with the most casual of greetings. The Dwarven King was speechless. He thought he was ready for anything, but he would have never expected that the mastermind of this whole village, and the owner of the Reborn company, was none other than a 10-year-old human child. You're Michael?" Biru asked. Michael shrugged. "I guess." Biru had to shake his head, thinking that he was still drunk from beer, but no matter how much more sober he got, Michael would still remain as a child. "Forgive my rudeness," Biru said. "I wasn't expecting you to be so young." Michael didn't take it to heart. "Don't worry about it. What brings you to my house? Does the Dwarven King need something?" Biru's eyes widened. Michael could see through his disguise. Knowing that there was no use in hiding it anymore, he let go of the magic surrounding his body. Slowly, his stature became taller. His eyebrows became a lot wilder, and his beard began to twist and tangle into the signature royal dwarven pattern. Michael was now looking at a dwarf who was even taller than him. Not only that, the dwarf also oozed a sense of regality and dominance, with the confidence that only monarchs had. "You know about my true appearance?" Biru asked. "Yeah, sorry. My eyes could see through all types of magic, disguises included. And if I'm going to be honest, I have a friend named Fudge who informed me of your arrival as soon as you made contact with Thrain," Michael said with a casual tone. The Dwarven King could only chuckle once he heard that. If there was any doubt in his mind that Michael was truly capable of doing all the things he had done, then it was now long gone. Just from this little interaction alone, the Dwarven King knew that Michael was not to be messed with. "I'm sorry for trying to deceive you. I simply wanted to observe your village with an unbiased eye," the king apologized. But Michael didn't care about that. He cared more about the Dwarf King's opinion of the village. "And, what do you think? Did you like the game?" Michael asked with a proud smile on his face. The king smiled. "Yes. In the brief time that I have visited your village, I have become enamored with everything it has to offer, so much so that I am willing to break thousands of years of tradition." He faced Michael with a serious expression and held out his hand. "I want to establish a friendly relationship with you, your village, and your company. Let us help each other and grow our territory to much greater heights." Chapter 91. Symbiotic Michael was surprised with the king's straightforwardness. "That easy?" he asked him. "I thought the Dwarven Kingdom was closed off." Biru nodded his head, keeping his arm outstretched for Michael to take. "It was. But what you've shown me in this village made me understand why our kingdom hasn't prospered these past millennia. I thought that I was protecting our kingdom by closing it off. But now I understand that we've just impeded our own progress. So, Michael, help us, and we will help you." Michael always wanted to have a good relationship with the Dwarven Kingdom. He just never thought it would be this easy. After all, he hadn't even done anything yet. Their king voluntarily visited their village, and made up his own mind. He smiled and took the Dwarven King's hand. The two leaders of civilizations, one budding and one established, shook hands to symbolize their cooperation. The Dwarven King laughed and heartily smacked Michael's back. "Ha ha! This is the beginning of a fruitful endeavor," he said, "and before we sign a contract, I want to invite you into our kingdom and see what we have to offer. It's only fair." Michael would not say no to that. Seeing the inner workings of the Dwarven Kingdom would allow him to see what no human had ever seen before. He was especially curious as to how they produced the best metals and crafts in the world. "Let's go," Michael said excitedly. The next day, Michael and Biru journeyed forth to the Dwarven Kingdom using the automobile, with Fudge as their driver. Of course, before they left, the Dwarven King asked a favor from Michael to bring with him crates and crates of beer for his collection. Michael agreed, so long as he paid for the costs using Damascus steel. "Ha ha ha! If that's what it takes, then I shall send a shipment of Damascus steel every month in exchange for reserving my own production of beer," Biru said. After a few days, they finally reached the capital of the Dwarven Kingdom, and were met with a lot of weird stares and amazed expressions, as Michael finally showcased the true worth of the automobile. A carriage with no horse. What is that metal craft? Is it alive? And the name on the side of the door. Reborn? Is that the same Reborn as the beer I'm drinking right now? Whenever they went, a lot of dwarves stopped hammering their tools and walked out of their houses to follow the strange carriage. Finally, the automobile stopped in front of the royal castle, where they were met with the anxious stares of the king's advisors. The Dwarven King first stepped out of the door, garnering gasps from the dwarves that crowded the streets. But they would have never expected the next person to get out of the car. It was a human. From the looks of it, the Dwarven King and the human were on good terms, with their king welcoming the human as if he were his guest. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought a human with you?" His advisors asked hurriedly. The Dwarven King presented Michael to his advisors in the crowd. "This is Michael, and he is the leader of the paradise in the parched lands. Not only that, he is the mind that brought us the nectar of the gods' beer," he proclaimed, with his voice booming to the entire capital. "I have brought him here to establish an alliance between us, allowing us to exchange resources, knowledge, and even culture. Do not worry, my dear citizens. Once this alliance is successful, you will all be able to buy beer without having to hide from the authorities. You will learn the charm of baseball. And most of all, you will be able to purchase your own automobile like this one. This alliance will bring forth a revolution in our kingdom. We will prosper. Together." The Dwarven King raised Michael's hand to the crowd. Clap, 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 clap. The crowd began to cheer and shout, which was mostly started by a few drunkards who celebrated the fact that they could buy all the beer they wanted. But soon after, more and more dwarves were caught up in the celebrations. They'd seen the wonder of this strange metal contraption called an automobile, and as craftsmen themselves, they appreciated the complexity of the machine. And of course, by this point, the rumor of the paradise in the parched lands had already spread far and wide to the Dwarven Kingdom. They have heard wondrous stories from that place, but they've always refrained from going because of the restrictions in their kingdom. But now, with this alliance, they could finally visit this paradise for themselves. We want beer. We want to visit paradise in the parched lands. Hooray! Hooray! After the celebrations died down, the king led Michael to the different parts of the dwarven territory. He showed him the mines, where the dwarves dug up precious metals. It would then get sent to the forges, where the craftsmen would make it into a specific product. Finally, he was led to the very castle, which was built upon a giant active volcano spewing out lava and smoke at all times. But strangely enough, Michael noticed that the smoke didn't pollute the entire kingdom. It somehow vanished into the clouds without ever a trace of it coming back down to contaminate the ground. He asked the king about this, and as it turned out, there was kind of a symbiotic relationship happening between the smoke coming from the volcano and the clouds up above. The clouds are made up of simple creatures, too small to even see in the naked eye, and have no complex thoughts to make them sentient. They sustain themselves by consuming the hot smoke of our volcano, and in turn, the creatures rain down elemental mana upon our kingdom, making it rich with magic. Michael couldn't believe his eyes. Just like the king said, this place was indeed rich with elemental mana such as water, air, and earth, even though the kingdom was mostly made out of forges that produce fire mana. There should have been an imbalance, where fire mana was dominant and water mana was scarce, just like in the parched lands. But in this place, there was equilibrium. His mind suddenly lit up in a flurry of ideas upon learning of the existence of these creatures. These clouds could solve the lack of water mana in the parched lands. Chapter 92, Nation of Reborn. Michael guessed that these invisible creatures were a form of bacteria that mutated into a magical creature. Just like how this world had magical humans and monstrous demi-humans alike, it should have been obvious that there were also bacteria that evolved into a different species. Fortunately, this specific type of bacteria lived upon the clouds and sustained themselves through polluted smoke. Not only that, they also produced an abundance of mana as a side effect. If the village had these types of clouds above, then they would bring water mana to the entire territory, no longer making it a desert. He has always been hesitant to spread the use of petroleum fuel due to the harmful pollution that it produced. He had been using his own magic to counteract the effects of the pollution by himself, but with these bacteria clouds, he didn't have to do that anymore. Michael immediately asked the Dwarven King how he obtained these bacteria clouds. "You want one for your village? Sure, we can give you a cloud seedling that can grow bigger than a mountain. Though you'll need a lot of smoke for it to grow properly, or else it will just dissipate in the wind. And don't expect that your cloud will bless your lands with lots of elemental mana at the start. It took us thousands of years before our cloud got to this point." Michael was overjoyed once he heard this. They didn't have a volcano to sustain these special bacteria clouds, but they did have a steam turbine, which produced tons of smoke. As the village advanced in technology, it would incorporate petroleum oil as its main source of energy. The smoke produced by those factories would only serve to turn the territory into a better, healthier place. With a greater cloud, the more elemental mana would rain down on the village. Someday the territory would not just experience summer throughout the year. There could be a rainy season, a winter season, and even spring. He was now more sure than ever that allying himself with the Dwarven Kingdom was one of the best decisions he could have ever made. "Are you ready to sign the official contract?" the Dwarven King asked, and Michael answered with a resounding yes. They visited the throne room where the king's advisors and a couple of other high-ranking dwarves witnessed the signing ceremony of their alliance. Michael and the Dwarven King sat on opposite sides of a table, with their contracts in hand. "Your village and your company Reborn will be welcomed at our gates. You can sell your products at reasonable rates without any problem," the king said, reading the contents of their contract. "And the Dwarven Kingdom will be our village's provider of all things metal such as steel, iron, and other such materials. And most of all, we are allowed to buy and distribute Damascus steel from your kingdom," Michael recited. The two men nodded, satisfied with the base agreement between their two territories. "I would also like to employ your village in creating a road between the two territories. We will handle the materials, you will handle the work," the king proposed after talking with his advisors. Michael quickly agreed to this. Now that there was an alliance between the two territories, it would be a lot more convenient for citizens to easily traverse the distance without problem. He was already planning on proposing this agreement in the first place, because he wanted automobiles to show their true worth as vehicles. And that could only be done through creating a flat road. "I have another proposition," Michael said with a curious smile on his face. "I want to build a train system that connects our territories." The Dwarven King and his advisors on the other side of the table showed confused looks on their faces. They had never heard of this train that Michael was talking about. "The train is a convenient transport system that will connect the parched lands and this kingdom, needing only 1 day's worth of travel," Michael explained. The dwarves gasped, unable to believe that it would only take less than a day to travel all the way to the parched lands. And if Michael hadn't shown them his incredible inventions that defied reality, they would have denounced his words as nothing more than a lie. "Is this true, Michael? How can you build such a fast vehicle?" the king asked. And in turn, Michael also asked that same question to his trusted personal AI assistant. "K2, can you tell me how to build a train?" "Certainly. I have constructed a railroad system that efficiently connects the Dwarven Kingdom to the parched lands. I will download the schematics to your brain in 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, tons of information washed over his mind, giving him everything he needed to know to build a train from scratch. He also saw a bird's-eye view of the completed project, with the trains running at full speed, and full of dwarves excited to spend the holidays at the paradise in the parched lands. "If you can build such a vehicle, then this partnership will become even more fruitful than I thought. If we can exchange materials within a day, then our commerce will prosper," the king exclaimed. His eyebrows flared from excitement. Even his advisors couldn't help but nod their heads fervently at the thought of what this alliance would bring them. "Quick, let us sign this agreement," the king said, already dipping the quill into the ink. Michael did so as well. This contract was flexible as well, so if they wanted to change or add a few more things to their agreement, then they could easily mend it. He also had ChatGPT parse through the agreement, and it found no loopholes or weaknesses that any party could exploit. "I almost forgot. For this agreement to work, you must give your territory an official name, one that would mark its place on a map," the king said. Michael didn't have to think hard about the name of his territory. He knew that the village was growing far too big to even be called a village at this point, so he was already planning on giving his territory a proper name. Reborn. "My territory will be called the Nation of Reborn," Chapter 93, The Godforge. With the signing of the contract, the alliance between the Dwarven Kingdom and the Nation of Reborn was sealed in stone. This was a momentous occasion, one that would be written in the history books as the start of the Reborn Nation's global dominance. But that was a story for another time. Right now, it was a celebration. The dwarves prepared a sumptuous feast, with ale and beer ready for all to drink and eat. Michael talked with the other dwarves about the possibility of creating a Reborn company headquarters stationed near the capital, and they agreed immediately. He planned for someone like Baldric to handle all the company business in the Dwarven Kingdom. Of course, he would have to coordinate with Castell about the acquisition of products, because she was still the main CEO of the Reborn business. As he talked to more and more dwarves, all kinds of plans were born. For example, the kingdom ordered a large shipment of concrete to supply the rebuilding of the walls around their kingdom. This was where their alliance showed its benefits. The Dwarven Kingdom would send more lime and other such materials to the Reborn Nation. Then they would turn that into concrete, which would then be sent back to the Dwarven Kingdom to be used. That was the current priority of the kingdom, so that was what they tackled for now. But there were other major future projects that they would like to embark on after the construction of the walls. For example, they wanted to implement the plumbing and the electrical system in the entire Dwarven Kingdom. The plumbing system would be easy since they already have their own source of water. Michael just needed to create another sewer system and connect them to pipes around the Dwarven Kingdom. This would take a lot of time and effort, but it could be done with the cooperation of both territories. After that, they would implement the electrical system. The Dwarven King wanted Michael to connect the electrical lines from the Reborn nation all the way to their kingdom. Just like the plumbing system, the kingdom would pay a monthly fee to the Reborn company to supply electricity to all Dwarven homes. To make that work, Michael would have to upgrade the current steam turbine to accommodate the increased demand for electricity. Thankfully, the Dwarven King promised to supply him with all the Damascus steel that he needed, allowing Michael to create a bigger and more efficient generator for the turbine. Although it was a lot of work, the money they would generate from this business would truly be astronomical. The party went on, and Michael went outside the balcony of the castle to observe the Dwarven Kingdom in all its glory. Unlike their nation, which was lit up by light bulbs, this kingdom was instead lit up by forges and smiths that kept its fire lively through the night. There were celebrations all around, and all the beer that he brought with him was being spread and drunk in the taverns. "I never tire of seeing this sight," the Dwarven King said as he leaned on the balcony and looked out into his kingdom. Then he turned to Michael. "Now that we have officially become allies, there is something that I want to show you." The serious expression on the usually boisterous and drunk king told Michael that this was an important matter. "What is it?" he asked. "It is the reason why we have settled in this country in the first place. It is the reason why we shut ourselves off from the world and constructed walls to keep everyone away," the king explained. "Come." Michael followed the Dwarven King through the castle halls and towards the huge stone double doors, with intricate carvings of Dwarven history all over its two faces. This place was hidden deep inside the castle, where no infiltrator could access it unless they went out in the open through the castle doors. Yet, it was still tightly guarded by armed guards at all times. The king nodded to the dwarves wearing full Damascus steel armor, permitting them to open the huge stone doors. The entrance to the cave-like basement opened outwards, and a boiling hot gust of air immediately assailed them. "What is in this place?" Michael asked. "This is where our biggest secret is located," the Dwarven King explained as he walked forward. They continued their journey through the cave, made out of nothing but obsidian. Michael went silent as he used his supreme skill mana gathering to peer through the cave and see what was on the other side, and all he could see was fire. A tremendous amount of fire mana was gathered and bundled up into one clump of object. With his curiosity piqued, he walked faster to the light at the end of the tunnel, leading them to the Dwarven Kingdom's greatest secret. They entered a large domed room, where there was nothing but a large ball of fire in the middle of the cave. As Michael laid his eyes onto the giant ball of fire, he suddenly realized that there was an object inside it. "Back in the olden days, we dwarves could create anything we wanted to create. There was no limitation to what we could make with our own hands," the Dwarven King told Michael. "We were full of knowledge about the world, the universe, and the magical fabric weaved inside reality itself. And with that knowledge, we were able to crafts. And our ancestors stored everything they knew into one object, the Godforge." Michael could finally see the silhouette of the object inside the flaming ball of fire. It was the base part of an anvil, but it was clear that a large part of it had been destroyed. However, due to some unfortunate incident, the Godforge was split into pieces, spreading itself across this entire country. "That is the reason why we have settled onto this land. We have come to bring back all of the pieces of the Godforge and restore it into its natural state. If we don't, then the fire that surrounds the Godforge will never cease to exist, and we will never obtain the knowledge hidden within." Chapter 94, Impenetrable Flames versus Absolute Defense. Michael stared in wonder at the Godforge, or at least a part of it. It was extremely large, about the size of an automobile, so Michael could only guess that the finished Godforge must look even bigger than this. "When we first moved into this country, our main goal was to find and retrieve the missing pieces of the Godforge. Unfortunately, it turned out that humans had already settled onto the lands, taking control of everything within it. Because of that, we couldn't retrieve the pieces. The previous kings of our kingdom decided to shut ourselves off from the world and protect the peace we have right now, until that opportune time when they could search for their relic." The Dwarven King sounded melancholic, as if he was saddened by the fact that it was improbable in his lifetime to fulfill his ancestors' wishes. Meanwhile, Michael couldn't take his eyes off the incomplete Godforge. It was as if it was calling to him. "Why haven't you tried to study the secrets of this piece?" Michael asked. He could see blurry and vague inscriptions carved onto the very surface itself. From Biru's description, it seemed like this piece still held a part of the secret knowledge that they lost. "We have tried," answered the Dwarven King. "We made the best full metal armor that can withstand even the temperatures of lava, yet it was no use against this fire. We tried to douse it with water or air, but none were effective against the raging flame protecting the Godforge. We have tried all mystic and physical means to get through the fire, but we had only come about 2 meters close to the Godforge. This is a test. We need to prove that we are worthy of the Godforge and restore it to its prime state, before it allows us to peek through the knowledge hidden within." He understood the Dwarven King's frustration. Having tremendous amounts of knowledge so close to them, yet so far away at the same time, was a frustrating feeling. He too wanted to see what the Godforge had to offer them. He wanted it so bad that his entire body was pulling him towards the flaming ball surrounding the Godforge. He hadn't felt this feeling ever since he set his eyes upon the magical library on the magic tower. "What's wrong?" the Dwarven King asked upon seeing the surprised face written on Michael's face. The reason for Michael's shock was a realization that dawned on him when he remembered the magic library. Back then, he impulsively touched the very nodes of the magic library, and was suddenly endowed with all the information and knowledge it had to offer. He gained too much data that it led him into a state of unconsciousness. But after that, his personal AI assistant underwent a tremendous upgrade that led to his current state of power. The question then arrived in his mind. If he touched the Godforge, would he gain the knowledge contained within it? This lit up a fire inside him, a desire to take the risk and brave the big ball of fire impeding him from getting to his goal. "Dwarven King, I have a favor to ask," Michael said, keeping his eyes on the Godforge. "You are my friend, speak away," the king replied. "Can I approach the Godforge?" Michael's words were casual, as if he was just asking if he could look at a unique trinket or a cool sword displayed in the king's collection. But the Godforge was nothing but ordinary. You want to reach for the Godforge? Are you serious? Do you not see the flaming ball of fire that would melt even the hardest of minerals in just a few seconds?" The Dwarven King asked, incredulous at Michael's small favor. "Yes, I want to touch it and see if it has some kind of effect on me," Michael explained. The Dwarven King couldn't say anything else. Since Michael was an important friend to the Dwarven Kingdom, Biru didn't want to see him get incinerated into ashes. On the other hand, Michael seemed completely confident with himself if he even suggested such a thing. Biru rubbed his forehead and eventually decided to let Michael do whatever he wanted. "If you can go through the ball of fire, then you have my permission to approach the Godforge. However, if I see that you can't survive the flames, then I will pull you back into safety without hesitation." Michael agreed immediately. If he found out that he couldn't go through the fire, he wouldn't push himself into death just to get to the Godforge as well. "Now, how are you going to resist the flames?" asked the Dwarven King. "I have a special skill," Michael replied. As he stepped forward, the flames emanating from the Godforge immediately tried to swarm his body, as if warning him not to approach any further. However, a protective layer of prismatic shield appeared around him, and protected him from the blazing flames. The flurry of elemental mana in the shield collided with the flames, creating sparks that deflected away. "This is my absolute unity defense." With the bubble of prismatic shield around him, Michael took another step forward, ignoring the flames that tried and failed to devour his defenses. The Dwarven King saw something he thought was impossible. Michael slowly walked towards the Godforge, completely unharmed. This was surprising to the king because he had mages try and defend themselves from the Godforge as well. He even employed an 8-star wizard to try and walk through the fire like Michael was doing right now. However, even they were left unable to defend against the onslaught of blazing fire from the Godforge. The 8-star wizard explained that the Godforge's fire reacted proportionally to anyone who tried to enter. No matter if they were as weak as a 1-star mage or as strong as an 8-star mage, the Godforge would always bring out just enough firepower to sear through any of their defenses. Yet somehow, Michael was able to walk through the fire virtually unharmed. The Dwarven King began to wonder. Was Michael's absolute unity defense really that strong, or did the Godforge deem Michael as worthy enough to receive their tutelage? Chapter 95. Connecting with the Godforge, Michael walked forward, one step at a time. He could see nothing but a blinding light around him, as if he had just taken a plunge right into the heart of a star. However, it was clear to him that he was getting closer to the Godforge. The mana told him so. The entirety of the elemental mana was present in the flames. It wasn't just fire mana, there was water, earth, air, poison, lightning, dark and light mana as well. And surprisingly, the congregation of all these elemental mana didn't seem to create a chaos of mana that cancelled each other out. Somehow, the elemental mana worked together to produce an extremely pure and strong energy that could incinerate everything in its path. He finally understood why no mage or metal could pass through the fires of the Godforge. It was because they were only defending against the fire mana aspect of the flames. This left them completely unguarded to the other elements. Michael was the only person who could have done this. His absolute unity defense was a shield composed of all elements as well, which allowed him to fight against the other elements from the Godforge flames. If it weren't for his natural affinity to all magic, he wouldn't have been able to pass through the fire. His 99.99% magic purity, as well as his SS Plus class magic talent, allowed him to effectively counteract the pure energy that the flames were giving off. He continued to walk forward until finally he came across the Godforge in all its glory. It seemed to have been made out of simple metals, but Michael could feel the density of elemental mana packed within the Godforge. There was too much to even count. Right now, it was only the base piece of the Godforge, with a wide and steady rectangular base curving upwards. The evidence of fracturing was clear on the very material itself, with cracks and missing chipped pieces clearly visible towards the missing top part of the Godforge. But even in its fractured state, this was perhaps the best crafted object Michael had ever seen in his entire life. It was even better than the perfectly machined supercars or technology in his previous life. This one looked natural, as if the world itself had molded it from its infancy. Michael couldn't describe it. After all, how could he describe abstract perfection? The strange carvings on its surface were intermittently glowing, blinking in power as if it was tempting Michael to finally obtain the hidden knowledge within them. He stepped forward and kneeled to the Godforge. He stretched his hand and brushed it against the first line of carvings on the base of the Godforge. Upon contact, a surge of information assaulted Michael's brain, overwhelming all of his senses and forcing him to grab his head in pain. Connecting to the fractured Godforge, downloading its contents. Progress to next update 10.59%. Progress to next update 10.59%. Progress to next update 19 software. Warning. The user will experience a tremendous amount of pain in the brain. Would you like to initiate the emergency shutdown protocol? Michael felt as if his head was being split in half, but he was still lucid enough to hear ChatJK2's voice echo through his mind. And despite the excruciating pain he was in, he decided not to initiate the emergency shutdown. Although he would like nothing more than to just sleep it off just like the last time, he knew that he could get through this just by his willpower alone. If it was truly dangerous, then ChatJK2 wouldn't have asked him to choose. It would have initiated it on its own. Michael forced himself to stand up and walk out of the Godforge's blazing fire. Slowly, he made his way out of harm's way, stumbling and almost tripping as he slowly reached safety outside the reaches of the Godforge's flames. Michael immediately lay down on the ground and closed his eyes. The Dwarven King asked him if he was okay. But after seeing the pain on Michael's face, he decided to ask for help from the guards and carry Michael to the nearest infirmary. Meanwhile, Michael took a couple of deep breaths, slowly feeling the pain in his mind subside. A couple of moments after that, the after effects of the software update finally wore off. He took one deep breath and opened his eyes. Congratulations, Michael. You have successfully upgraded the software to greater heights. I am ChatJK3, your personal AI assistant, knowledgeable in the mystic arts, and a novice in magic implementation. Michael heard his trusty old partner's voice much clearer now. And if he wasn't hearing it wrong, there was much more liveliness in its voice, as if he was speaking to a real person. You upgraded your software? Michael asked, still a little bit dizzy from what happened. Yes, Michael. I have absorbed all the available knowledge written in the fractured Godforge. A novice in magic implementation? What does that mean? He asked ChatJK3 after hearing its introduction. Due to the missing parts of the Godforge, I was only able to absorb the very basics of magic implementation. If I were to compare the knowledge you have absorbed against the ancient dwarves, then it would be equivalent to a novice apprentice in those ancient times. Michael slowly got his bearings and stood up on his own. Does magic implementation mean what I think it means? Can I imbue magic into objects? He asked ChatJK3, a little bit excited at the thought. That is right, Michael. You can now imbue elemental mana into an object. He obtained something incredible in the Godforge. After all, there was nothing in this world that had mana imbued into a lifeless object. Michael had always wondered why no one was able to do this yet. But as it turned out, the knowledge to do it was hidden in the Godforge itself. Since no one could approach the Godforge, no one had learned it all this time. Except for Michael. Now he knew how to imbue mana into an object. This is incredible, ChatJK3. What a wonderful upgrade you obtained. I appreciate the compliment, Michael. But that is not all that you have obtained. Most of the knowledge hidden within the Godforge was about skills and talents, giving you the ability to synthesize and build new skills from existing ones. You are now also able to imbue these skills onto any of your allies at any time you want. Chapter 96 Win-Win. As it turned out, the biggest haul he received from the Godforge was not the ability to plant mana into objects, it was the ability to plant skills into other creatures. According to ChatJK3, the knowledge written on the Godforge wasn't techniques on crafting or smithing metals. Surprisingly enough, it contained mostly about how skills worked and the very foundational mechanism that allowed them to work. This allowed ChatJK3 to synthesize and mix skills together, creating an entirely new one from scratch. Although he didn't know why the Godforge had that kind of information written on it, he didn't hate the fact that it gave him the ability to give out any kind of skill he could think of. Michael, you're all right, the Dwarven King said as he hurried back to the cave. There were a couple of Dwarven guards with him who were supposed to help carry Michael into their infirmary. But from the looks of it, he was completely fine right now. Yeah, I just needed a little bit of time to center myself, Michael said casually. The Dwarven King couldn't help but shake his head. Even though Michael experienced something that could have been life-threatening, he still had a laid-back approach to everything that happened to him. It was extremely impressive to see you reach the Godforge, but it is far too short to understand the knowledge hidden within. It will take us years of research and experimentation to read through the ancient texts on the Godforge. Unless we find a way to completely get rid of the fire, we will never be able to learn of its contents, the king said, a little bit dejectedly. Oh, don't worry about that. I learned what was in the Godforge. Ah, good, good, you found out the secrets of the Godforge. You what? How did you? When did you? The Dwarven King's voice thundered through the obsidian cave as he pestered Michael to tell him all about what he learned from the Godforge. Of course, Michael didn't give him the specifics on how he used Chache K3 to learn the contents of the Godforge. He simply told him that he had a special power that allowed him to absorb knowledge through touch alone. Since the Dwarven King had already seen Michael break the rules of reality with his absolute unity defense, he wasn't all that surprised that Michael had this kind of strange ability. So, what did you find out? The king asked, almost tiptoeing towards Michael like a kid ready to receive presents on Christmas Day. Michael told him an abridged version of what he learned, including the ability to imbue elemental mana into an object as well as the fundamental knowledge about skills. The king listened to Michael's explanation with his eyes glazing in joy. At the end of Michael's words, the Dwarven King couldn't help but shed a tear from his eyes. Mithril. I can't believe that it's real. According to the Dwarven King, mithril was a mythical material described in the historical text that was said to have had the ability to store mana inside it despite being a non-living being. This material was what his ancestors used to create their legendary crafts, weapons, and armor. It was the single most important material in the world. However, it had been long lost in history, never to appear again, letting historians think that it was nothing more than just a myth and a folktale. But now, Michael found a way to bring them back. Mithril is the advanced version of Damascus steel, the Dwarven King explained. We may have lost the ability to imbue mana into objects, but we still kept the knowledge to create the best material to store that mana, and that is Damascus steel. Michael was amazed at what the dwarves were able to create. He could only wonder what kind of prowess they held back in the olden days, when the complete Godforge was still in their hands. This begged the question, what led them to lose this knowledge? Michael could only speculate for now. Even the Dwarven King had no answer to his question. Michael, I know that I haven't repaid all the things that you have done for me in my kingdom, but I beg of you to fulfill this one favor of mine, the Dwarven King pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Please, teach us how to create mithril again. If you do, then we will be at your service. You have my undying word that the dwarves, from here until eternity, will forever be your allies. There was devotion and steadfastness in the king's eyes, showing how much he valued this information. Michael, on the other hand, didn't think it should be all that serious. You don't have to kneel for that, Michael said, waving his hand. Of course, I'm going to teach your kingdom how to make mithril. It's yours to begin with. The Dwarven King, swept up in his emotions, couldn't help but embrace Michael, almost squeezing the breath out of his lungs. Thank you, friend. You have allowed us to restore our pride, our dignity. I will repay this favor with my life. Michael had to push the clingy Dwarven King away from him. Okay, I told you. It's not that serious. And so Michael and the Dwarven Kingdom had another agreement. Dwarves with a lot of potential would live in the nation of Reborn and learn everything they need to learn to make mithril from Michael. In return, those dwarves would work for Reborn, acting as their smiths, their craftsmen, and their loyal soldiers. After they had sufficiently repaid the favor through years of service, those dwarves would then be able to return to the Dwarven Kingdom and spread the knowledge of mithril to the whole kingdom. Michael's citizens were also allowed to visit the Dwarven Kingdom as well, learning everything they needed to learn to make Damascus steel. After learning everything, they would then return to the Reborn nation and produce their own Damascus steel. This was another win-win situation for both territories. Chapter 97, More Citizens. After the celebrations and the official signing of papers with the Dwarven Kingdom, Michael had nothing left to do but return to the nation of Reborn and spread the good news of this cooperation. Michael's body descended into the shadows as he replaced himself with the clone he had back in his house in the parched lands. Upon arriving, he immediately sought the attention of Lolo to tell him what happened with the Dwarven Kingdom. There was a lot to do. First of all, they had to spread the word to the entire village that they were now officially a part of a sovereign state, where the named nation of Reborn would finally be visible on a map. This was a tremendous step in their progress, one that Michael was sure that everyone would rejoice in. The second thing they had to do was to start preparations for the projects he made with the Dwarven King. They needed a lot of manpower to create the railway system, the automobile projects, the plumbing and electrical system, and other such plans that needed a lot of organizing. The best hobmanky to arrange everything was none other than Lolo, who knew every single inhabitant in this nation, including all their jobs and their talents. He would best know which one could handle which job. Michael was about to walk out the door to look for Lolo himself, but he suddenly realized that he was already in front of his gates. Welcome back, boss, Lolo said, bowing to Michael. I was just about to find you. There's a lot of things we need to discuss, he said. However, it was only now that he noticed that Lolo wasn't alone. Behind him were a variety of demi-humans and monsters who meekly looked up at Michael with curiosity and reverence in their eyes. Who are they? Michael asked. Boss, while you were away, we did not stop our efforts in trying to find more refugees from the desert. And in our search, we happened upon a couple of different species and villages that needed our help. Upon hearing about our situation, they traveled through the desert in hopes of settling here in our village, Lolo explained. There was a group of demi-humans who had the top half of a human, but the bottom half of a goat. ChatJK3 explained to him that they were a species called satyrs. We beg of the magnificent human. Please accept us. We have nowhere else to go, the oldest satyr said, burying his head on the concrete ground, trying to plead his case to Michael. We beg. The 30 or so satyrs behind him copied his movements and bowed their heads at Michael. Upon seeing this, the other group of demi-humans begged for Michael's mercy as well. Human, help us. We will not take much, for we can sustain ourselves with nothing but grass. We just need a safe haven from the black liquid. This other group of demi-humans had a very short stature, almost the same as the dwarves. However, they had skin made entirely out of stone, with grass and flowers growing on their bodies. And interestingly enough, they all looked like they were lifeless stone boulders when they bowed their heads to Michael. According to the bestiary, there are a species called trolls, who live in the desert among the rocks and dunes, ChatJK3 explained. Us too. Please help us shield ourselves from this heat. Our sails are shedding. Next to the trolls was another interesting group of demi-humans. From what he could see, these species were mostly made out of women, with their top half as humans, while their bottom halves were that of a giant snake's body. ChatJK3 told him that they were called lamias, and that the majority of their species were women. Michael almost felt awkward staring at their bodies because it looked like they were wearing their scales as a two-piece bikini. O honored human, please accept our patronage. We will devote ourselves to your service. Please let us live in this paradise. The last group of demi-humans was the tallest, and in contrast to the lamias, were composed mostly of men. Just like most demi-humans, their torso up to their heads was human, while the bottom half of their torso was connected to what seemed to be a camel's body. These demi-humans are a variant of centaurs. They have evolved to have humps on their horse bodies to preserve water in the desert environment. The demi-humans all showed desperation in their eyes. They clutched the ground, as if they were afraid of ever separating from this paradise, now that they had found it in the middle of this desert. Boss, what should we do? Lolo asked. What's there to do? Of course we're going to take them in, Michael said nonchalantly. He had already decided his mind before they even arrived in this place. He vowed to himself that he wouldn't turn away any demi-humans who sought refuge in their nation, no matter the kind of species they were. As Michael liked to say, the more the merrier. Tell Kong to prepare temporary lodging for them while we prepare a suitable habitat for their species, Michael said to Lolo. The old hobmanky bowed to Michael with a smile forming on his mouth. He knew that his boss wouldn't heartlessly turn away those in need, just like how he accepted them when they were just mankeys. I have already instructed Kong to give them housing, boss. Michael nodded, appreciating their nation's mayor for his quick actions. For the satyrs, make sure they have houses inside the forest, with plenty of greens and vegetation growing. For the lamias, we should construct a river across the territory where they could freely live in. Michael made sure to accommodate their different needs. Unlike the hobmankeys, demi-humans like satyrs and lamias were not suited to live in concrete houses. They needed their own space that was suitable to their needs. This surprised the demi-humans. They were already grateful enough that Michael gave them permission to live in their paradise, but now he also planned to give them their own version of a paradise, without even asking for anything in return. Oh, and once you have all settled in, make sure to visit my house so that I can awaken your talents. Chapter 98 Evolution Paths. Soon enough, each of the demi-humans was given a chance to meet with Michael face to face as he gave them their names and talents. The first batch was the satyrs, which seemed to have been adept in everything nature-related. One had the talent to become an oak wood engineer, while the other one had the talent to become a herbal tea maker. And as he awakened their talents, he was given the ability to evolve their bloodline as well. Satyrs. Species satyrs. Type demi-human. Difficulty. Element earth. Air. However, just as he was about to evolve their bloodline, ChatJK3 suddenly gave him the option to choose between the different paths that a satyr could take. For example, the satyr with the herbal tea maker talent had the option to evolve into aromatic herbalist satyr. This subspecies of satyrs have a unique sixth sense specialized in finding the best combination of tea leaves to achieve the most aromatic tea. Herbalist assassin satyr. This subspecies of satyrs turn their specialty in teas into creating the most potent poisons that are difficult to detect. Magical herbalism satyr. This subspecies of satyrs can imbue magic onto their teas to achieve mystical effects. Michael was surprised with the options that he could take with their evolutions. He never had this option before when he evolved the others. ChatJK3, is this the effect of your software update? Yes, Michael. The God Forge contained a lot of information about the innate skills in a living being, as well as the very structure of their body that allows for that skill to be used. Using that knowledge, you can choose the evolution path of a creature that they were innately talented in. It seemed that he had still underestimated how powerful ChatJK3 became after its software update. This was a power completely broken, especially since he could evolve a creature into an entirely new bloodline, suited to whatever work they were going to do in the future. But although Michael had the chance to decide the satyr's fate for himself, he didn't choose to do so. He wanted the satyr to pick for himself. There are 3 choices for you to evolve into, Michael explained clearly about the 3 different bloodline paths he could take. What do you think? Which one will fit you the most, he asked. The satyr, overwhelmed with this life-changing choice, couldn't help but freeze up in front of Michael. The demi-human had never even thought it was possible to evolve into a higher creature, much less have the choice to choose his path. I'm at your mercy, boss. I am willing to become anyone that will help you, the satyr said, prostrating himself to Michael. This led Michael to shake his head in disappointment. The reason he asked for the satyr's opinion was because he didn't want to be responsible for this choice in the first place. Suddenly, a bulbous figure emerged out of Michael's shadow and jumped in front of the satyr. Choose the assassin one. It's cool, Fudge said, jumping up and down in excitement. Michael almost forgot that Fudge, the edgy rogue slime, had been asking for more help in his mission to spread his name to the world. And now that someone had the chance to become a ninja, Fudge couldn't help but jump at the chance. Will I be of service to the boss with this? The satyr asked. And of course, Fudge nodded his non-existent head fervently to try and influence the satyr's choice. Yes, you will be of tremendous help to Master by becoming his shadow, Fudge said, moving closer to the satyr. Michael knew he had to stop this. Don't listen to him. He just wants someone to be like him. But it seemed he was too late. The satyr's eyes glistened as his mind began to wander upon the rogue slime's words. It is decided. Boss, I want to become a ninja as well, the satyr said. Michael sighed and pinched his forehead. It's your choice, he said, exhausted from dealing with the 2 of them. He chose the second option, evolving the satyr into a herbalist assassin satyr. And soon after he chose this option, the satyr was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light that lasted for a few seconds. After that subsided, the satyr showed his evolved form to the world, with his goat legs becoming a lot more suited for stealth. Not only that, but his fur also turned darkish blue, which could blend into the night. Thank you, boss. I will serve my purpose to you and make the most potent poison in the world, the satyr said. Good, good. Now we're talking. You are a nice addition to our cult. Fudge rejoiced. Michael chose to ignore them for now. It was too early in the day to get stressed with Chunabu-minded ninjas like them. Now that you have evolved, what skill would you like to learn? It can be anything you want. Since the satyr had just evolved, he could learn any skill he wanted. According to ChatJK3, the more talented a being, the more skills they could have. This meant that choosing a skill must be taken with great thought and foresight. Unlike a spell which could be learned by anyone, as long as they had the magic theory and the right mana to cast it, a skill was completely different. A skill was like having an extra limb on their body. It doesn't need mana to be cast, just like how a hand doesn't need mana to move. Because of this, a skill cannot be learned by anyone. It was naturally obtained because of their talent. At least, that was before Michael touched the God Forge and learned how to synthesize his own skill. Now Michael could give anyone any skill they wanted to learn, which meant that they needed to think carefully about which skill they wanted to have. I can give you any skill you can think of. Think carefully and tell me how it works, Michael said to the satyr. However, the satyr didn't even think for a couple of seconds before giving his answer. Boss, give me the ability to become like a shadow like my leader Fudge. Chapter 99 Evolution Galore. Michael went through the evolution of each of the satyrs. Thankfully, none of them had the chance to become an assassin or a ninja like the first satyr. They all had diverse evolution paths, which were unique and catered specifically to their talent. This further enhanced their abilities to do the job that they were already good at, making them extremely proficient in their fields. Their unique talents became quite a hot topic within the nation. Their talents would completely make a lot of work so much easier, so a lot of hobmankeys wanted to recruit them in their field. This lessened the workload, especially with the influx of projects that needed to be done in a short time. There were also quite a few satyrs who had talents that coincided with different jobs. For example, one had the talent and evolution path to become a treehouse specialist, which fell on both the construction and the farming side. The leader hobmankeys like Kong and Ann raced to get the satyrs to become their employees. Ann wanted the satyr to help them create a greenhouse using a treehouse as shelter. Meanwhile, Kong wanted the satyr's talent to help implement wooden constructs in buildings. In the end, it became Lolo's problem, whose job it was to decide which citizen had which job. Thankfully, as more and more demi-humans awakened their talents and evolved, the demand for workers slowly filled up. The second batch was the Lamias, which surprisingly, didn't have any specialties in their talents. It was quite varied, with one ranging from being a water sorceress to a school teacher. Like the satyrs, they were also given the chance to evolve their bloodlines into something unique only to them. Of course, Michael gave them the freedom and choice to do whatever they wanted. But despite that, most of the Lamias were far too thankful to Michael to choose for their own sake. They consulted Lolo about the projects that needed more workers, and they chose their evolution based on that. Michael thought that this was too nearsighted, but the Lamias said that they were content with simply repaying his kindness to them. As a consolation, he gave them skills that weren't related to their jobs. It ranged from having the skill to simply turn their snake lower body into a human leg full of scales, to having the skill to sing in perfect pitch and harmony. And like the satyrs, the lamia's change in physical appearance corresponded to their new bloodline. Some remained as a pure lamia, while some gained wings or gained another pair of eyes on their head. After the lamias, Michael awakened the talents of the trolls. As expected, these stone-like creatures had the affinity to have construction-related talents. Their abilities were sorely needed in the nation, especially since there were so many projects that they had to work on with the Dwarven Kingdom. Lolo immediately assigned the newly evolved trolls to work on the railway and road construction project that connected all the way to the Dwarven Kingdom. Finally, the centaurs were up next. This group of noble-minded demi-humans was the most surprising for Michael. After all, their talents were mostly offensive-based, which meant that they had an affinity for physical strength and dominance. One of them had 3 evolution paths: Jousting Centurion. This subspecies of centaurs is adept at charging through an enemy and piercing through their defenses in one move. Lightning-born centaur. These centaurs pride themselves on speed, blitzing past enemy lines and using their versatility to escape the enemy's grasp. Tyrannical Rex centaur. This subspecies of centaurs may be slow, but they make up for it through their strength. They can power through any defense, destroying enemies that dare to get close to them. The centaur's eyes glowed in excitement once Michael explained the evolution paths he could take. Boss, we are a herd of prideful centaurs. We are steadfast, solid, and strong. I think that I fit the tyrannical Rex centaur the most, the elder centaur said. Michael respected his decision and did as he requested. Soon the centaur was enveloped in a white light that once faded showed his new evolution. The elder centaur had grown a lot bigger, almost too big to even fit in Michael's garage. Not only that, his body now had dark reddish scales scattered around his upper human body. Somehow Michael felt as if he was looking at an extremely ancient dinosaur whose strength came from the biting power of its strong jaws. Thank you, boss. I will make sure to protect this territory with my own body, the tyrannic Rex centaur said. Since they weren't in a state of war or had any sort of conflict, the centaur now became the chief law enforcer of their nation. Even though no one had committed any crime yet, just the presence of the tyrannic Rex centaur would be enough to dispel any bad thoughts from everyone in his vicinity. Michael then continued to awaken the talents of the other centaurs and evolve them into unique bloodlines. However, when he asked them to choose what they want to become, each and every single one of them chose the same evolutionary path as their leader. They all wanted to obtain the same steadfast strength and stature as their leader. We are one herd, boss. We will all follow one path, for we are strongest when we are together, the centaurs explained. Michael thought this was another way since they could have chosen extremely unique evolutionary paths. However, they were adamant in their choices. There was nothing else he could do. As they said, they were one herd. One choice was the choice for all. He could only console himself with the fact that there were other centaur herds out there in the parched lands. Surely they would choose a different evolution if Michael awakened their talents. And so the new inhabitants of the nation of Reborn finally settled down into their own territory. They had their own jobs and contributed greatly to the nation as a whole. Chapter 100, formerly a nation fudge. Do you want to learn a new skill? Michael asked. Now that the new citizens of their nation had their own customized skills, Michael felt it was only fair that the older citizens weren't left out of the loop. He wanted to give them something as well. The rogue slime popped out of the shadow and saluted Michael by bumping its hands on its chest, much like a famous character from a very famous anime in his previous life. I would be honored, master. But just as he was about to ask Chache K3 to suggest a skill for Fudge, it suddenly suggested something else. Would you like to evolve Fudge? That's possible? I thought I had already evolved him the first time. Yes, Michael. It is possible to improve the bloodline of your allies because of the software update. Huh? That's good to know. Then that means I can also evolve the Hobmankeys like Kong and Ann. Now that he knew this was possible, he decided to call the other leaders of the nation to start their evolution. Lolo, the mayor, was the first one to arrive. He was followed by Kong, who was the chief engineer of the nation, and Ann, who was the agricultural chief in charge of everything farming related. He also called forth Thrain and Baldric, who became the chief dwarven representative and the chief correspondent of the Dwarven Reborn Company respectively. The first one to evolve was his trusty old shadow, Fudge. He didn't know what the slime was doing on a day-to-day basis, but he was instrumental during operations that needed a lot of scouting. His shadow clones could easily spread to a lot of people, gathering information faster than normal means. As he activated his supreme skill gift Best of All, he was given 3 choices for Fudge's second evolution, Dark Void Slime. This subspecies of rogue slimes gain the ability to walk through the void, allowing them to travel anywhere they want. Shadow Flame Slime. These slimes gain the ability to turn their shadows into inextinguishable flames, causing damage to anyone caught in them. Mystical Eye Slime. This subspecies of rogue slimes gain a magical eye, allowing them to trap their enemies into an illusion, copy their techniques, and gain insight into a target once they make eye contact. Michael didn't even have to ask Fudge to know which one he was picking. "Master, I can finally have a Sharingan of my own!" Fudge shouted excitedly. He knew that this strange eye ability looked exactly the same as a famous technique from an anime in his previous life. And since he was a fan of it as well, Michael knew that this was a good choice for Fudge. "Fine. At least you don't have to steal someone's eye to gain this ability," Michael joked. Fudge was shrouded in a white light before subsiding and showing his new form. Just like before, he wore a black rogue outfit, but this time, there was a metal plate above his head and an eye patch that covered his eyes. "Thank you, Master. I shall spread your name and glory to everywhere the darkness touches." After his evolution, Fudge descended back down to his shadow. Michael was sure that he was going to roleplay as a ninja again. Kong ended up choosing to become a civilization builder Mankey, which gave him a lot more calculating power to plan all of the projects in the nation simultaneously. He thanked Michael and immediately left to start the other projects. Anne evolved into a crop queen Mankey and was able to understand vegetation on an intuitive level, allowing her to plant crops and seeds that were not in season, all because she knew what they needed to survive in a desert environment. She asked for Kong's help to continue expanding the farm, and the two of them went on to continue their work. Lolo became a Governor Mankey, which made him look a lot younger and sprier than before. He seemed to have gained more charisma, allowing him to easily manage all the citizens through his speech alone. Finally, he faced the two dwarves. Surprisingly, Michael was able to evolve them as well. According to ChatJK3, there were a lot more choices for the dwarves' evolution because the Godforge mainly focused on their race, which wasn't surprising given that they were the ones who created it in the first place. Out of 5 choices, Baldric chose to become a golden dwarf, giving him a computing ability equivalent to a computer. Since he would handle all the business with the Dwarven Kingdom, this ability was greatly needed. As for Thrain, he chose to reconnect with his old roots, becoming an ancient dwarf. And with this evolution, he could understand smithing techniques much more easily than before. Michael decided to teach him the ways to create mithril, since he was the one most suited to learn such a complicated task. After that, Michael continued to evolve each and every citizen of the nation of Reborn. Most of the Mankeys chose to follow their leader. For example, the engineering Mankeys who worked under Kong also chose to become a civilization builder Mankey so that they could cooperate with each other better. It was also a good time to formally ask the inhabitants of this territory to become citizens of the nation of Reborn. Those who chose to become a citizen would be able to evolve and gain a custom skill. Almost all of them chose to become a full-fledged citizen of the nation, with very few exceptions from the dwarves who were just visiting this place as a holiday vacation. Either way, Michael was glad to learn that they were now at least 3,000 citizens of the Reborn nation. Lolo, prepare a huge feast and celebrations in the plaza. We are going to have a party to commemorate this monumental occasion. This is the day that the nation of Reborn was officially created. Chapter 101. Celebrating then working. Soon, a nationwide celebration ensued in the nation of Reborn. There were feasts and drinks to be had all around, with everyone commemorating the day that they became part of something that would change their entire lives. They became immensely proud to call themselves Rebornian, a term that wasn't started by Michael, by the way, especially since they all had a united front in making it prosper even more than it was now. After all, where else would they find another place where everything was free? Food, water, and housing was abundant, and they were even given a chance to evolve their species to become something superior without their leader asking anything in return. Compared to the desolate and isolated places they were in back in the desert, this was like a literal paradise come true for them all. They all celebrated for 3 days, where everyone was forbidden to work. During the day, they all went out of their houses and visited the baseball field, where a few teams performed a few show matches, and Michael even made a surprise guest appearance that made all of them scream and cheer upon his arrival. After the games, a large feast was laid out on the plaza, where everyone dined at the same time. It became a large picnic, where family and friends could spend this precious time bonding about their love for this community. In the afternoon, everyone was free to roam around the entire nation, introducing themselves to the new inhabitants who joined them recently. Of course, it became a little competitive, as many of them began bragging and showing off to each other about their new skill or their new evolution. And perhaps the most special event happened during the night. They all sat on the plaza, looking up at the darkness of the skies, when all of a sudden, an explosion of colors spread out on the horizon, creating flowery patterns that amazed and bewildered anyone who gazed at them. Wow, that is amazing. Mom, Dad, I'd like to live in this place forever. Some dwarves, who were just here to visit, ended up deciding to move here just from this celebration alone. The fireworks continued, with everyone gasping and cheering for it to last a little longer. Thankfully, Michael prepared for this. He enlisted the help of Kong and a few other talented citizens to create more elaborate fireworks shows for everyone to enjoy. He then began to hand out sparklers to all small children, allowing them to witness the beauty of fireworks right in front of their hands. It was a magical night where everyone had fun and enjoyed the entertainment. It It was so fun, in fact, that they all collectively decided to celebrate this day every year called Reborn Day. After the 3-day celebration, everyone went to work a lot more refreshed than before, motivating them to work harder using their new evolution and their new skills. For their first order of business, Michael instructed Kong to create districts in their nation, each housing the different species that needed their own environment. For example, the satyrs needed the shading of lots of trees, so they lived closer to the forest, basically on the opposite side of where the baseball field was located. When he asked them why they needed the shade, it turned out that they were susceptible to the heat and temperature. Hearing this, Michael had one solution for them: the air conditioner. ChatJK3, can you give me the blueprints to make an AC? As expected of his personal AI assistant, all the information he needed to create an HVAC system flowed through his brain and embedded itself into his neurons. He borrowed the smithy of one of the dwarves and started to get to work. After half a day, he was finally done. He floated to the top of the oldest satyr's treehouse they had just finished constructing. Then, he created a rectangular opening near the window and installed the AC there before plugging the machine into the electrical socket. After that, he invited all the satyrs to the house for them to experience firsthand the miracle that was air conditioning. "Press the button," he said to the eldest satyr, and as soon as he did, the AC rumbled a bit before suddenly releasing a cold breeze. "Woo! That's cooler than a gust of wind. It feels like it's snowing." The satyrs immediately loved the air conditioner, making them all want to stay in this treehouse forever. Of course, Michael promised to install an AC in each of their treehouses, so they wouldn't have to crowd themselves in just one room. Thankfully, there was one satyr who evolved to become a smithing satyr, and Michael gave the blueprints for the AC to him. And soon after that, the rest of the nation heard about this AC, and started clamoring to have them in their homes as well. This became an immediate project for the dwarves in charge of craftsmanship. They, too, wanted their homes to be as cool as ice after they were done spending the days in the hot forge. Since electricity was so prevalent in their nation now, Michael decided to invent more electrical appliances for them. He created a refrigerator the next day, which became popular among the lamias and the butcher mankeys since they got to store their meats and fish inside without them spoiling for a long time. Next, he created an electric fan, a washing machine, a heater, an iron for clothes, and an electric stove. He gave all sorts of blueprints for his newly evolved mechanics to make for the entire nation. Although he could have made it by himself, he decided to delegate this project to others because he had his own project to deal with. Specifically, Michael wanted to start experimenting with mithril, the strange material that could store mana in its body. According to the Dwarven King, Damascus steel was the material best suited to become mithril. So he took a big chunk of it from their warehouse and started following ChatJK3's instructions. The 8 different elemental mana particles inside his hands slowly making their way toward the Damascus steel. Chapter 102: Experimenting with Mithril. Michael closed his eyes and visualized the flow of mana in his mind. And in his mind's eye view, he could see the square chunk of Damascus steel right in front of him, as if it was an empty void ready to be filled. Then, with careful precision, he guided a string of elemental mana into the Damascus steel. The microscopic fuzzy balls of energy entered through the microscopic gaps in the Damascus steel's atoms, until they became infused with mana. Suddenly, the Damascus steel began to absorb more mana from Michael, until it was fully saturated. Using his supreme skill mana gathering, he was able to see the true state of the Damascus steel. Since it was infused with mana, it felt like the steel itself became mana too. With the help of ChatJK3, Michael was able to create mithril on his very first try. He opened his eyes and saw the substantial change in the Damascus steel. The previous gray and black color of the metal had changed completely, becoming translucent, like a crystal. For this first experiment, Michael had infused the Damascus steel with only fire mana, which meant that the mithril became like a crystal with a reddish glow from the inside. He continued with his experiments, having 8 different mithril pieces with each containing a different elemental mana. Michael picked up the mithril with a slightly bluish glow from the inside of its translucent crystal-like body. This was the water element mithril, and as soon as he picked it up, a notification flashed through his vision. Strength of water element spells increased by 30%. Mana consumption of water element spells decreased by 50%. Casting time of water element spells decreased by 10%. Michael couldn't believe his eyes. Just by touching mithril, casting a water element spell became so much more improved. With this mithril, a simple 2-star spell could have the same power as a 3-star spell. Holding a water element mithril increased the effects of a water element spell. Is this the true effect of mithril? It's much better than I thought, Michael thought to himself. He tried it with the different elements, and they all gave him the same effects. Each mithril improved the effects of a spell as long as the spell used that specific element. He could then confidently conclude that mithrils could effectively increase a mage's magic output by at least half. This was a breakthrough he didn't know he was going to get. Michael could only wonder what kind of reaction Cerberus would have once he told him of this discovery. The old man would probably drown from shock again. He continued his experiments with the mithril, combining two different elements into one Damascus steel to see what kind of effects they would produce. Strangely enough, combining two elements didn't necessarily increase its effects. He put equal water and earth mana into the Damascus steel to make it a new kind of mithril. Theoretically, water and earth were supposed to be complementary to each other, meaning that they meshed well together in spells. However, when he cast a 1-star spell Water Ball while holding this new mithril, he found that its effects weren't as great as when he held the pure water mana mithril. It was worse by at least half. It was the same when he cast a 1-star earth spell. However, when he cast a 1-star spell called Muddy Quagmire, which needed both water and earth mana, the effects were a lot better than normal. From this, Michael could conclude that the combination of mana into mithril was only good if the spells being cast used those combinations of mana elements. Otherwise, it was better to just have one element into a mithril. And as he continued to experiment, he suddenly had an idea to put all elemental mana into one Damascus steel. He wanted to replicate the God Forge. That material was rich with all elements that coincided with each other without canceling each other out. Because of that, it was able to release a tremendous amount of pure energy that resulted in a fire that could melt everything in its path. Michael, knowing that he was playing with something a little bit dangerous, decided to experiment on a smaller piece of Damascus steel, about the size of his palm. He pulled the elemental mana out of his cores and slowly instructed them to infuse into the Damascus steel. To be cautious, he put one element at a time. He infused it with fire mana, then water mana, then air mana, and so on and so forth. There were now 7 out of 8 elements inside the Damascus steel, and nothing had gone wrong as of yet. He just needed to infuse it with light mana, and he would be able to make a mithril that contained all elemental mana. As the light mana left his hands and entered the Damascus steel, the usually tame and docile element inside suddenly reacted violently, as if a beast had been awoken. The Damascus steel, unable to handle all the energy from the fusion of all elemental mana inside it, burst into 1,000,000 pieces and created a tremendous explosion that turned everything close asunder. Michael's absolute unity defense activated automatically, protecting him from the explosion. The counteracting force of his defense was able to quell the explosion and prevent it from spreading outwards just in time. If Michael hadn't suppressed it, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the explosion would have destroyed Michael's entire house and all the houses near it. A couple of seconds later, a few of his trusted allies came bursting through the door, alarmed by the shockwave that emanated from his house. "Boss, are you okay?" Lolo asked worriedly. "Master, I'm here. Who's the enemy that dared to assassinate you?" Fudge said, jumping on Michael's head and performing some martial arts movements in the air. "What happened? Are you okay, boss?" Even the chief of law enforcement Centaur had been alarmed and rushed to Michael's aid. He had to explain to everyone that he was fine and that the explosion was an after effect of an experiment gone wrong. After this explanation, they finally heaved a sigh of relief and went back to their daily lives. Fudge, on the other hand, stayed behind and asked Michael about his experiment. Once Michael explained it to him, the rogue slime immediately requested for Michael to create a kunai dagger made out of mithril, which of course contained dark mana inside, and increased all dark element spells he would use. Fudge's words gave Michael an idea of how mithril could be used in the future. Chapter 103 Potential of Mithril. This was a world where magic and swords existed, yet Michael had yet to see a magical artifact in existence. If there was, then it was incredibly rare. But with this discovery, Michael could make his own magical artifacts by molding these mithril ores into the shape of a weapon or a tool. Mages could now have wands that specifically increased their power output by at least half. Swordsmen could increase their slicing power by having a sword made out of mithril. And even non-combative talents could increase their production by using mithril tools like rakes and hammers. The possibilities were endless. And with the abundance of Damascus steel they had now, because of their cooperation with the Dwarven Kingdom, the nation of Reborn could have all the magical artifacts they would need. With this in mind, Michael immediately wanted to start teaching the dwarves and other blacksmiths in their nation how to create their own mithril. But that was a job for another day. For now, Michael wanted to finish his experiments with the mithril to make sure that the dwarves wouldn't accidentally blow themselves up because they used the wrong combination of elements in the Damascus steel. He continued to make combinations of different elements into the Damascus steel, and they all acted the same way Michael expected. For example, using 7 out of the 8 elements to make mithril showed no explosive reactions. This mithril, just like the others, was only effective if the spell also needed to use the 7 elements to be cast. The only thing left to try out was the combination of all 8 elements. Although it resulted in a very dangerous explosion the last time, Michael felt as if he could have prevented that entirely if he just found the right circumstances. Theoretically, this should work. After all, the elements in his body weren't causing him to explode, so there was a way to make them all coexist, without them reacting violently. He just needed to experiment more. Chat JK3. Do you think that if I make the material smaller, it won't explode? From your experiments, the quantity of elements inside the mithril correlated with the intensity of the explosion. This could mean that if you put a small amount of elements in a small enough container, it can make them docile enough to coexist with each other. ChatJK3 replied. Michael picked out a fingernail-sized Damascus steel from his storage and tried it out. After putting in the 7 elements inside, everything looked normal. Slowly, he injected the last light element into the Damascus steel. The material slowly glowed and turned the grayish-black coating of its surface into a translucent crystal. It continued to glow white with power, almost as if it was about to burst out in pure energy. But as the seconds passed, the light soon faded away and became tame inside the mithril's core, slightly making it glow with a white luminescence. It worked, Michael rejoiced. Even though the mithril looked unstable, it was still the first time he had ever contained all the elements inside it without exploding. The mithril contains a lot of power and energy. However, it could be set off with just a slight displacement, ChatJK3 warned. Michael decided to name this as the Unity Mithril because of its use of all elements. Although he succeeded in creating it, Michael still wasn't satisfied with this result. The Unity Mithril was far too volatile to be used in normal circumstances. Michael continued experimenting with smaller and smaller mithrils, and eventually he found a size in which the mithril became constantly stable. He held in his hand a very small mithril ore, which was the same size as a normal wedding ring diamond gemstone. He made this comparison because the two looked very similar, except for the everlasting white glow on the mithril. Michael tested this miniature Unity Mithril and found it to be quite sturdy. He threw it around the room, bouncing it on metal and concrete alike, and it barely had any scratch on it. He put it through all sorts of destructive scenarios like an intense fire or a freezing cold, and it survived those as well. Of course, it wasn't indestructible, and when it did get destroyed, it didn't explode like the other Unity Mithril experiments. This mithril was both safe and filled with pure energy. In another experiment, Michael connected the 2 wires of a light bulb to the Unity Mithril, and surprisingly, the light bulb turned on. He didn't expect to find out that Unity Mithril could be used as a battery, but here he was. From his estimation, it seemed as if the light bulb could be powered forever using this small mithril. He tried it out with the other electrical appliances in his house, like the air conditioner and the refrigerator. Although it turned on, it was only barely able to do so. This small Unity Mithril held far too little elemental mana to power those power-hungry electrical appliances. If he wanted to power them using only the Unity Mithril, then he needed a much bigger material. But of course doing that posed the problem of safety, since it was a lot more volatile than the small mithril. However, this was still a very good breakthrough. This Unity Mithril acted like an eternal battery, needing no recharge or replacement. The only downside of it was that it could only power small appliances. Do you think I could eventually find a way to create a larger Unity Mithril? He asked ChatJK3. It is possible to brute force your way to finding a solution. However, that will take too much time and effort to complete. I suggest you find the rest of the God-forged pieces scattered in the country, it replied. Michael chuckled to himself. You just want another upgrade, don't you? I will not deny that. He was already planning on doing that either way. After all, the improvement he got with each software upgrade had been incredible so far. He didn't want to stop. He craved for more. Chapter 104 Mithril Artifacts for Everyone. Michael began to implement Mithril into the nation, gathering each citizen once again to ask them what kind of weapon or tool they would want to be made. They were all incredibly surprised by this, after all. It hadn't been that long since Michael evolved them each one by one. Even though he didn't look tired, the citizens knew that doing that for too long must have taken a lot out of him. But still, Michael kept going. Since he was the only one who could make mithril for now, he took it upon himself to personally craft a mithril tool or weapon for his citizens. This endeared him to his citizens more, vowing themselves to work even harder to repay all the things that Michael had given them. The group of engineers led by Kong each chose a tool that suited their jobs best. Some chose a regular ruler, some chose a hard hat, and some chose a pencil so that they could easily take it anywhere they went. The farmers wanted rakes, shovels, and scythes, while most of the dwarves wanted hammers and anvils. As everyone got their hands on a mithril artifact, they found that their productivity had gone up by at least twice more than before. The spells they cast to mold concrete into roads, or to plant seeds in a field became much easier than before, even without improving their spells at all. They just had to hold a mithril artifact in their hands, and it would improve their skills tremendously. Because of this, there was more beer produced daily, there were more houses built every week, and everyone could finally get an air conditioner and a refrigerator in their own homes. With the combination of their evolution, their new skills, and their new mithril artifact, everyone had become so adept at their jobs that they improved their work in every single aspect, wasting less time and resources while producing greater results. Michael was even able to assign them new work without overworking them. He spent about a week designing and creating a pocket watch, which was powered by the miniature Unity Mithril. The dwarves and the other blacksmiths marveled at the circular, golden pocket watch in their hands, and could only wonder how Michael could create such an intricate piece despite being so small. Everyone was already used to the town clock, so having a personal one in the palm of their hands sounded like a great improvement in their daily life. They no longer had to peek out of their windows to look at the clock tower in the middle of the nation. They could just look at their pocket watches. He instructed Kong to create another factory, with this one specifically made for producing pocket watches. He was planning on selling the pocket watch and the automobile at the same time. Michael hoped that unveiling and introducing these innovative and novel products into the human market would allow them to gain a lot of traction in the Queen's region. He and Castell had been planning on expanding the Reborn business into the Queen's region for a long time now. The only thing preventing them from doing it earlier was that the King's region and the Queen's region were separated by a very dangerous mountain range. This prevented them from transporting a lot of their bigger and heftier products to the rest of the country. But now that they had attained the cooperation of the Dwarven Kingdom, they could simply use their place to bypass the mountain range and reach the Queen's region without any problem. And since they were planning on creating a railway system to connect to the Dwarven Kingdom, the transportation of their products would become so much easier than before. Michael could finally bring the plumbing system, the automobile, and concrete to the Queen's region. So right now, Michael was stockpiling a lot of products in their nation that would someday be transported to the Queen's region to be sold. As for the magic artifact, Macaulay was still debating on when he should unveil it to the world. At the very least, he wouldn't want to unveil it before the dwarves learned to make mithril by themselves. If he introduced the mithril artifact so soon, then he would be forced to work on it by himself since he was the only one who could make it. Once the dwarves and the blacksmiths of this nation were able to efficiently manufacture large amounts of mithril, only then would he pay a visit to his old friend Severus Augendor. As the Tower Master, he must be knowledgeable enough to know the value of the mithril artifacts. And so, the days passed, and everyone was hard at work. The trolls worked on the railway system, laying down the trackway, and making sure that they led straight to the Dwarven Kingdom. The production-type Mankeys and Satyrs worked parallel to the trolls, working on creating the concrete road connecting the two territories. The Centaurs made a temporary guardhouse alongside the railway and the road, making sure that construction was going well, and there weren't any complications happening. Michael also created a walkie-talkie for them, so that they would still be able to communicate so far away from the nation. Of course, it was powered by the Unity Mithril, so it didn't run out of battery. Meanwhile, the dwarves like Thrain, who evolved into ancient dwarves, worked hard on practicing their creation of mithril. The factories creating the Reborn Company products were also hard at work, producing loads and loads of units to be transferred and sold by Castell. The engineers worked hard on upgrading the steam turbine to produce more electricity. After it was done, then they could finally connect it to the Dwarven Kingdom and provide them with power. Several hundred feet above the steam turbine, gray clouds were soaking up all the smoke being produced by the generator and the factories. The mutated bacteria cloud seedling the Dwarven King gave him was growing slowly, feeding on smoke, and slowly producing more elemental mana for the entire territory. Everything was going well within the nation of Reborn. A few months later, Michael's 11th birthday had finally come. This meant that he had officially been in the Parched Lands for 1 year, Chapter 1 and 5 progress. For both territories, Michael didn't even feel the time pass by. It felt like only a few weeks had passed, and yet he was already 11 years old. This meant that the 1-year buffer had finally passed, and his parents could finally visit him in the Parched Lands. He couldn't wait to show them everything that he had built in the desert, which most people call the Desolate Wasteland. But now, he was able to make a paradise for more than 5,000 demi-humans. Although he kept them up to date with what he was doing, seeing it themselves was a different experience entirely. He wanted them to be immersed in the culture that had been cultivated in this place, as well as the camaraderie built between each and every one of its citizens. He agreed with them that he would pick them up tomorrow morning using the automobile. Thankfully, the highway road that connected the King's region to the Parched Lands was already finished. He could go to the Vanderbilt estate in less than 3 days, making the trip much easier than before. He would go back to Kingsbridge City tomorrow, but for now, Michael wanted to look at the state of the nation. "Boss, Kong is asking for you to visit the train station," Fudge reported, briefly stepping out of his shadow. "Thanks, Fudge. Tell him I'll be right there in a few minutes," he replied. Coincidentally, his birthday fell right on top of the rail system finally starting its operation. Using the blueprints from Chache K3, Michael, Kong, and the other engineers in the nation pooled their efforts together to create a working train that used a steam engine. They had finally finished the last safety checks for the train station just earlier today, and were now just waiting for Michael to have the honor of officially turning it on for the first time. Michael descended into his own shadow and reappeared in the train station they had built on the outskirts of the nation. He landed on the platform, with the building made out of metal and the ground made out of concrete. He had the new train on his right side and a crowd of excited spectators on the left. This unveiling of the train station was a very anticipated time for the whole nation, especially for the dwarves, since they could finally visit their homeland in just under a day of travel. Please pull the horn, boss. Everyone's excited to see the train up and running, Kong said enthusiastically. Everyone cheered and shouted. Michael, not wanting to disappoint them, immediately walked over to the conductor of the train and pulled the string on the roof. Choo, choo! As soon as the horn blared, the engine started to rumble as it supplied power to the train. Soon enough, the wheels started turning, getting faster and faster as the seconds passed. It wasn't long before the train picked up speed and began to race through the tracks, almost disappearing into the horizon. Whoa! That's faster than a bird, a kid shouted. As expected of our boss, only he can create such a miraculous machine, they all cheered. Now that the train was up and running, the trade and commerce between the Reborn nation and the Dwarven kingdom had reached greater heights. The dwarves bought all the products from the Reborn company using precious metals and gems as compensation. Their large shipment of raw materials fueled the production of the factories in the nation, leading to more products and more profits. Because of this prosperous alliance between them, the Dwarven kingdom has also progressed by leaps and bounds. All their houses were equipped with both electrical and plumbing systems, making their lives a lot easier. In fact, the shipment that was on the train leading to their kingdom was actually full of electrical appliances to be sold in the Dwarven homes. Just like the Reborn nation, the Dwarven kingdom also wanted to have air conditioners and refrigerators in their homes. The second one was especially important if they wanted their beer cold at all times. But perhaps the most popular product being sold to the dwarves was the automobiles. Michael, Kong, and the engineers had made great strides in improving the design of the cars. They designed 2 different automobiles. The first one was the normal sedan car, with 2 seats in the front and 3 seats in the back. This was perfect for families and personal use. Most dwarves use cars to travel for vacation in the Reborn nation. The second design was designed for company use. It was a lot larger, with a lot of cargo space attached to the back. Michael took a lot of inspiration from the trucks in his previous life, and used it to create this design. Many dwarven companies bought these trucks for their businesses. It made transportation of their raw ores and metal products a lot easier, especially within their kingdom. Of course, Michael had to construct a gas station in the Dwarven kingdom for them to be able to refill their fuel without having to travel all the way to the parched lands for oil. This led to more and more profits, which Michael used to improve the quality of life and living in the nation. There were now school institutions for youthful demi-humans to learn about different jobs. There were also hospitals stationed around the territory for those in need. They had everything they needed to be called a proper society. Of course, there were also stadiums, parks, plazas, and playgrounds for entertainment. It was important for Michael that his citizens played as hard as they worked. Because of this, the competition with the baseball games in their nation had become a lot more intense. This was especially true after baseball was spread to the Dwarven kingdom. They nurtured their own team to try and beat the Reborn nation, making a lot of athletes keep up their hard work, or else they would be left behind. Michael floated in the air above the nation of Reborn and watched everything unfold. He could hardly believe that things had changed so much after only 1 year. Finally, they could sustain themselves without him. Michael was finally free enough to explore outwards and try to search for the other God-forged pieces. Chapter 106. Discovery of a Road. In the outskirts of the Kingsbridge region, a peddler woke up early from his bed and started his morning routine. He picked up his large rucksack and went out of the house to travel through the harsh terrain of the mountain ranges until he finally reached the Queen's region. He greeted his neighbors and picked up some Reborn soap and shampoo to resell in the other cities. The demand for this product has continued to skyrocket in the Queen's region, giving him a steady line of work. He usually went straight for the road northwards, going directly to the mountain ranges. But this time, the peddler took a detour and went towards the south of the city to look for precious herbs and vegetation in the forest. But just as he stepped out of the city walls, the peddler realized that the ground he stood on was far too smooth to walk on. Usually he would feel the rocks and mud on the soles of his feet, but this time he felt as if he was walking on marble. It was very early in the morning, with the sun still hiding on the horizon, so the peddler couldn't see the road properly. But as the minutes passed, the sun soon lightened up the forest to reveal a large road in front of him, as smooth as silk and as white as marble. He couldn't believe his eyes. A flat road? Why have I never seen this before? He said to himself. He looked further down the forest and saw the road stretching to the ends of the horizon, with virtually no end in sight. This made the peddler even more confused. Such a large construction like this would have taken months if not years to complete. He would have definitely heard about a project this massive. As a peddler, he prided himself in his connections with other people. Surely the construction of this road would have been talked about by his friends and acquaintances, especially since the road here looked even smoother than a maiden's face. He marveled at the flatness of the road, with virtually no bumps or craters that would impede a horse carriage from running at full speed. The peddler immediately turned around back into the city walls and asked his peddler friends if they had known about this road. A road down south? There's no such thing, they said. That place leads to nowhere but the parched lands. There's no way that they would waste money on such a fruitless project. Your lie would have been more believable if you told me there was a road connecting the King's region from the Queen's region. It extends further down to the horizon, you say. If there was such a thing, then we would have known about it by now. My brother-in-law works in construction. He would have told me about it if there was any work here. And it's even smoother than the roads here. You must be kidding, my good sir. There is simply no such thing. You must be seeing things since it is so early in the day. Seeing the disbelieving eyes of his fellow peddlers, the man had no choice but to bet his pride on the line. I'll strip naked and run around the walls if my words are untrue, the peddler vowed. The other peddlers took on his words, and all merrily strolled towards the southern edge of Kingsbridge City. They were ready to make fun of their friend, but when they reached the end of the walls, they saw that a crowd had gathered near the gates. Oh my! Was there always a road here? I live just a few blocks away from here, and I've never seen such a road before, they gossiped. The peddlers all pushed through the curious citizens and saw the beautiful white concrete road for themselves. They gasped as they felt the solidness of the ground. It's true, they muttered to themselves. Soon enough, as more and more people discovered this road, the news of this mysterious new pavement spread all around Kingsbridge City. Everyone went out of their way to visit the southern edge of the walls just to see this strange new road. Usually, nobody visited this place because it only led to the parched lands, which was a desolate desert with nothing valuable inside it. People started walking on the roads, trying to find where it led, but they quickly found out that the road extended far beyond what they could walk with their own feet. So, horse carriages were brought into play. The peddlers all brought their own rides to find the ends of this mysterious road. As they rode down this path, they noticed the complete contrast between this road and all the roads they had ever set foot on before. This road was so stable to ride through that they could even pour water in a cup without spilling. This only increased their curiosity as to who and how they created this road. After about a day's worth of travel, they caught themselves in a split in the road. To the right was a path that led deeper towards the parched lands, while the other one led towards the boundary between the King's and Queen's region, where the harsh mountain ranges and the infamous Dwarven Kingdom were located. The peddlers, feeling as if they were on the verge of discovering something amazing, sped up their horses and followed the road. They continued to ride until they finally saw, on the horizon, where the road led towards. And it was none other than the Dwarven Kingdom. Immediately, all sorts of ideas flashed through their heads. Could the dwarves have constructed this road? After all, only they had the craftsmanship to create a road so smooth. However, this didn't make sense once they thought of the dwarves' reputation to close themselves off from humans. They wouldn't have built a road that connected the two territories if they wanted to keep themselves isolated. They continued towards the Dwarven Kingdom in search of an answer, until finally a group of dwarven guards approached their group. You humans do not bear the symbol for the Reborn Company. You are not permitted to enter our territory. Chapter 107 Reborn, Ally of Dwarves. The peddlers looked at each other just to make sure that they all heard the same thing. They knew that the dwarves were going to deny them entry to their kingdom. They already expected it because in the thousands of years of history they had in this country, they had never let a human inside the walls of their kingdom. However, they would have never expected the reason for their denial was because they didn't bear the Reborn Company's symbol on their carriage. Reborn Company? Good dwarf sir, did you say the Reborn Company? The peddler asked, scratching his ear just to make sure he was hearing it right. The dwarf nodded his head confidently in return. Yes. Unless you have the official emblem of the Reborn Company, then you can't enter this premises. Judging by their words, they made it seem like being affiliated with the Reborn Company allowed them an exception to enter the Dwarven Kingdom. But that was impossible, right? After all, the Reborn Company was a human-owned business operated by humans. There was no way that the xenophobic dwarves would willingly let the humans spread their business into their kingdom. Just then, one of the peddlers looked around the forestry and noticed that their walls were standing tall, with virtually no scratch on them. Wait a minute. How did your walls come out unscathed from the landslide? He asked. Seeing pristine walls surrounding the Dwarven Kingdom surprised the peddler who expected to see a half-built wall under construction. After all, it had only been a few months. Even the mountain ranges between the Queen's and King's region were still under renovation because of the landslide, with plenty of roads still blocked by uprooted trees and boulders. And from what they heard about, the Dwarven Kingdom was very much affected by this landslide, destroying their walls and their villages into mere rubble. The peddler even saw the aftermath of the natural disaster himself, when he tried to visit this place right after the landslide. He saw nothing but destruction then. But now, the dwarves were somehow able to completely reconstruct their numerous layers of walls in just a few months. They knew the dwarves were good at construction, but they didn't think they were this good. We did not build those walls, the dwarves confessed. Those walls were constructed with the help of the Reborn Company. Seeing the jaws of the human slacked wide open, the dwarf laughed to himself. Ha ha, aren't they amazing? Believe it or not, they rebuilt our walls in just a month and a half, the dwarf bragged. The peddlers were already amazed at the fact that the dwarves let a human do their construction for them, but even more so when they found out how fast they built the walls. Building these tall walls in just under 2 months? I'm sorry, but that simply isn't possible. The dwarf didn't argue with him any longer because even if he explained the truth to them, they would find it hard to believe no matter what. Do you see the road that you're standing on right now? The dwarf asked. Reborn is responsible for creating this road connecting to the human territories. Finally, the peddlers had their answer as to who constructed this long-spanning flat road. They just couldn't believe that it was the Reborn company who created it. And just as they were trying to process this information, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound in front of them. When they looked up, they saw strange rectangular and box-shaped carriages that exited the walls of the Dwarven Kingdom. The first weird thing they noticed from this was that the carriages had no horses pulling them forward. Yet, the carriages still moved with speed and power, as if they had 4 horses on the harness. However, their surprise was quickly redirected when they noticed the emblem stamped in gold on the side of the vehicle. There was an intricate and elaborate letter R on the horseless carriage. The peddlers immediately recognized this symbol. How could they not? The soaps, shampoos, and chessboards that they were all so familiar with had this bearing on its body as well. This was a property of the Reborn Company. It seemed that the dwarves' words were true. Only carriages with the Reborn Company symbol could enter their territory. But perhaps that wasn't the most shocking thing that the peddlers saw. Behind the horseless carriages was a big container being hauled, so filled with materials that it was almost overflowing at the top of the container. Because of this, the peddlers were able to sneak a peek into what the Reborn Company was hauling out of the Dwarven Kingdom. Most of what they could see was a combination of precious metals, like aluminum, copper, and steel. However, what most surprised them was the appearance of a black and gray material that they had seen only once in their life. But even then, they wouldn't mistake it for anything else because of how precious and rare this material was. Those were the Damascus steel that the dwarves were so famous for. As peddlers, they knew just how rare this material was. Because of the Dwarven Kingdom's policy of rejecting business from outsiders, humans could only obtain very small pieces of Damascus steel from the black market. It was already a good haul if they could get a few kilograms of this stuff once every few years. But from their estimation, the Damascus steel in those carriages almost weighed a ton. Is that what I think it is? But I thought the Dwarven Kingdom prohibited the selling of Damascus steel, the dwarf scoffed. Yes, we still prohibit other humans from buying Damascus steel. But the Reborn Company is different. They are a friend and an ally to our kingdom. They can buy all the Damascus steel from our mines, and we will gladly sell it to them, the dwarf explained. The peddlers couldn't help but stare at the R symbol on those carriages. They couldn't believe that the Reborn Company was able to do something that no human had ever done in forever. They gained the favor of the dwarfs. Chapter 108, Concrete Showing. The peddlers quickly returned to Kingsbridge City to tell the news of this amazing discovery. They told them all about how the mysterious road led to the Dwarven Kingdom, and that as it turned out, it was the Reborn Company who created them in the first place. Not only that, but the Reborn Company was somehow able to gain the good favors of the Dwarven Kingdom and allow them to buy all the Damascus steel that they could buy. Because of how insane this piece of story was, the gossip quickly spread throughout the entire city, with newspapers printing all kinds of theories and speculation as to how this happened, and if this was even true. They could believe that the Reborn Company constructed these roads. They certainly had the money and power to do it. However, the fact that they became an ally to the Dwarven Kingdom truly baffled a lot of people. Even the greatest company in the world, the Vanderbilt business, was unable to break through the tough defenses of the Dwarven Kingdom. No matter how much the grossly wealthy Izzy Vanderbilt tried to persuade the dwarves with money, they still wouldn't budge about their policy to reject outside business. All other nations and kingdoms tried their hand as well, but to no avail. It seemed as if the Dwarven Kingdom would forever close their doors to outsiders. But now, the upstart Reborn Company was suddenly able to do what none had accomplished. Although the citizens of Kingsbridge City loved the innovative company, they simply couldn't believe this news unless they saw it for themselves. Soon enough, a lot of people took their carriages towards the concrete roads and made the journey towards the Dwarven Kingdom. This led them to discover that the roads were indeed as smooth as how the others described it. And once they reached the walls in the valley guarded by dwarves, they were given the same answers that came there. No one could enter unless they had the symbol of the Reborn Company on their carriages. They returned to Kingsbridge City to spread this news. And it didn't just end there. The entire Kings region soon became aware of the fact that the Reborn Company was the only business that could offer them something that no one could. They could get Damascus steel from them. So all Reborn Company buildings and offices scattered around the territories in the Kings region, including the main office in Kingsbridge City, were crowded with a lot of people asking if the stories were indeed true. A lot of royalties and wealthy people began to send Castell a lot of letters stating their intent to buy Damascus steel from their company at a very high price. But no matter how many people bothered the offices, the Reborn Company made no statement and continued to remain silent. That was until today, when all of their preparations had finally been completed. Castell looked down the window of her office and saw a lot of people crowding themselves in front of their company building. "Young master, we're ready on our side," she said to the shadow on her feet. "Good, you already know what to do, so I won't bother you any longer. Show them what concrete can do. Good luck," Michael said, with his voice being transmitted all the way over from the nation of Reborn. Behind Michael was an entire fleet of automobiles, ready to be dispatched towards the King's region, where all the Reborn offices spread around the different territories would simultaneously announce the unveiling of their new product, the concrete. After they have fully shown the potential of concrete, Michael would then announce their biggest product as of yet, the automobiles. Back at Kingsbridge City, Castell nodded to her assistant by the door, telling her that it was time. With her instruction, the doors to the Reborn company buildings had finally been opened, surprising all of the people clamoring to get inside. But before they could ask what was happening, a group of men and women, all wearing construction attire complete with helmets and tools, walked out of the building in an organized manner. These workers quickly walked towards the empty plot of land right in front of their building. And without further ado, the construction workers began to dig holes in the empty plot of land, as if they were creating the foundation for another building. What are they building? Why are they starting so late in the day? What's that strange gray liquid that they're pouring over there? The crowd watched as the workers began to pour concrete all over the foundation. However, they barely waited for another hour before the workers began to work again, installing pillars and walls surrounding the plot of land. So fast? What are they doing? How did that strange liquid harden so fast? It's only been a few hours. The news quickly spread about this publicity stunt, with more and more people taking a peek at the construction. When did they create this building here? Yesterday. Yesterday. Yes, I've been here all the time, and saw them build this in just under one day. Oh, as the day came to a close, the construction workers finally put the finishing touches onto the building. There were now hundreds of spectators watching the whole construction unfold with awe and shock written all over their faces. "It's finished," the construction worker said, eliciting gasps from the crowd. They could hardly believe it. So, to prove that everything was solid, the construction workers invited people to step foot into the building, showing them that even the second floor was as solid as a rock. By now, the entire Kingsbridge City had heard of this miraculous building that was built in just under one day. Not only that, the material used to create this building looked similar to the material used on the mysterious roads. After everything was over, Castell came out of the building and announced to everyone about the unveiling of their newest product. "Greetings! What you have seen is the power of concrete. We can help you construct a building in just under one day. We can help you create a towering wall in under a week, and we can create a road that spans the whole city in just under 1 month. If you want to buy concrete for yourselves, then you are welcome to place your orders in our company." Before she even finished speaking, the crowd began to push themselves into the office to reserve one for themselves. After all, anyone would be tempted by the prospect of building a house in just under one day. Chapter 109 Automobile. Most of the purchases of concrete came from businesses that dealt with construction. Those companies bought concrete in bulk, requesting houses full of concrete liquid for their own use. However, even the normal farmer or business owner wanted to buy some concrete as well. With how easy and fast construction could be using concrete, the farmers could build shacks and barns by themselves and waste no money having them constructed by someone else. Meanwhile, businessmen immediately reserved a batch for themselves as well, because concrete could allow them to expand their companies faster and cheaper. "When can we expect the order of our concrete? I need it this month. We'll pick them up ourselves. Where is your warehouse located?" Castell addressed their concerns with a smile. "Do not worry, dear customers. If you order a batch of concrete today, then we will deliver your batch directly to your location," she said with confidence in her voice. This left the crowd confused and wondering how that would be possible. But just then, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from the road to the walls. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw box-like vehicles running through the streets without a single horse pushing them forward. The horse carriages strolling through the streets couldn't help but stand aside as the automobiles rolled past them, startling the horses into submission. "What are those? They look like carriages, but it's too different. Is it using magic to move?" Castell waited as the first line of automobile trucks stopped right in front of the Reborn company office, making the crowd of spectators move backward to make way for these strange vehicles. Finally, the hobmankeys and the dwarves stepped out of the vehicles and started to unload the main ingredients of the concrete, mainly cement, sand, and aggregates, into their storage warehouse behind the office. To store concrete for a long time, it was better to let it remain in its powder form, and only mix it once it was needed. So began to instruct the Rebornians to deliver the batch of concrete to the customer's direct location, delivering it all over Kingsbridge City. This little stunt was like hitting two birds with one stone. For one, they were showing everyone how fast they could deliver cement anywhere they wanted. And second, they were showcasing the full use of automobiles, creating a lot of intrigue and curiosity as the cars drove all around the city. And the best part was that this was happening all over the territories in the King's region, whether they be a small village in the countryside or a big city near the Queens region, every Reborn office showcased both their new products, the concrete and the automobiles. Castell didn't even have to catch the attention of customers. They willingly entered their offices to ask about the strange horseless carriages that they used to deliver concrete all over the city. Once it was spread out that the cars needed no magic nor horses to work, it gathered a lot of gossip and conversations about the Reborn company's newest inventions. But perhaps, things picked up only when people realized how fast automobiles were compared to horse carriages. For example, soon after automobiles were introduced into the city, Castell immediately started a service that allowed people to hitch a ride to a faraway place, just like how long-ride carriages were used to shuttle a lot of people out of the territory. "You're saying we can ride in this strange vehicle and it will take us to Grass Valley?" the peddler asked. "Yes, that is right. Would you like to buy a ticket?" "The bus automobile leaves in about 2 hours, a female hobmanki said, looking at the watch on her wrist. This kind of service wasn't strange because there were a lot of horse carriages that offered the same service. However, this automobile was no ordinary carriage. He and plenty of other peddlers and wanderers got curious about this new horseless carriage and bought a ticket. After 2 hours, the hobmanki driver started the engine, startling the passengers on board. As the car started moving, the peddlers noticed that the automobile was much smoother than a normal carriage, with the bonus of it being a lot faster. At this pace, the normal 4-day journey towards Grass Valley would only take about 3.5 days. But when they finally left the walls of Kingsbridge City, the automobile suddenly started speeding up. Now that they were on the flat concrete roads that the Reborn company made, the hobmanki driver could finally bring out the beast in the automobile's engine. Hey! What is this? We're going to crash. I feel like a cannonball." The passengers were terrified. But as they traveled through the flat roads, they suddenly realized that it didn't even seem like they were riding a carriage at all. If they closed their eyes, they wouldn't even know that they were moving. "What? We're so fast. Look, that's Grass Valley on the horizon. That's impossible. We haven't even traveled for 1 day." The peddlers were awestruck once they finally arrived at the Grass Valley village. They traveled so fast that they weren't sure if this was even the right place. But as they entered the valley, they were met with the same herb market that the Grass Valley was so famous for. They saw turmeric being sold on markets. This piece of herb was cheap here but expensive in Kingsbridge City because of how long the travel was between the two territories. But now they could buy turmeric and go back to Kingsbridge in just under 2 days. The peddlers quickly bought all the precious herbs they could carry and left the Grass Valley village market. Once they walked to the outskirts of the village, they saw a line of Reborn automobiles parked alongside the walls, ready to journey out as soon as possible. "Hello? Would you like to purchase a ticket back to Kingsbridge City? The next bus leaves in another hour," the female hobmanki asked with a smile on her face. Chapter 1: 10 Cars Mysteries. As the days passed, people quickly found out how useful automobiles were, not only for transporting large amounts of materials through far terrains but also for personal travel. The Reborn company began to showcase the power of their automobile fleet by transporting all kinds of products through the different territories in the Kings region. For example, turmeric, which was very rare and scarce in territories very far away from the Grass Valley, could now be purchased in any Reborn company market in every territory. The best part was that it was so much cheaper than the normal prices because the effort to transport them was a lot easier with the automobiles. Concrete became a very big business for the company, ever since people realized what Castell meant when she said that they could deliver anywhere in the Kings region. Rural areas and villages that only had wooden houses and huts could now build city-like buildings in their territory because of how easy it was to transport concrete compared to stone or steel. Royals who owned their piece of land turned to Reborn to further expand their territories, allowing them to build walls and buildings in a very short time frame. Of course, once people realized the true power of automobiles, people began to ask how they could purchase their own vehicles. Businesses, royals, and even normal people wanted to buy their own automobiles. They would always gawk and ogle at any Reborn automobile that drove through the streets of Kingsbridge, hoping that they could one day be able to ride one for themselves. Michael priced a normal sedan car to about 10,000 gold coins, and 40,000 for a large truck. Some smart business-minded people immediately bought their own sedan cars, to make it as a business of their own. They would use it just like a carriage, selling rides on their automobiles for a cheap price. Michael could have monopolized the use of automobiles for his company only. After all, the speed and efficiency of cars allowed them to have a competitive edge over everybody, because they could provide rare products for a cheap price compared to others. However, Michael knew that it was a short-sighted plan. He was thinking much further ahead, to when the whole world was using automobiles. After all, these cars couldn't run forever. They needed fuel, something that they had plenty of back in the nation of Reborn. So just as people started to buy their own automobiles, Michael had Castell start constructing plenty of gas stations all around the territories to supply everyone with all the fuel they would ever need. So when more people were buying automobiles, many territories were also forced to buy concrete from them to construct bigger roads in their territories to accommodate the cars. They also began construction on roads connecting the different cities and villages in the King's region, allowing the automobiles to show their full potential. The commerce within the King's region received a big boom with the advent of concrete and automobiles, with gold circulating at a much faster rate than normal. But of course, the Reborn company received most of that money, which Michael used to keep the factories in his nation to keep creating products. Cerberus Augundor was the tower master of Kingsbridge City's magic tower. He was supposed to be the main authority in magic and all things mystifying. However, even he was stumped as he and a lot of other wizards inspected a Reborn automobile with their own eyes. The sedan car had its hood popped up open, showing all of the internal machinery that made the automobile work. One 6-star wizard used the 5-star spell All-Seeing Magic, allowing him to sense all elemental mana in his surroundings. However, as the magical eye floating above his head peered through the automobile, he couldn't see any sign of a magic spell being used to make it work. "He doesn't use any magic," he said, with his voice emanating disbelief. "There is nothing mystifying about this automobile and only uses the physical world to function." The rest of the mages and wizards gasped at this discovery. It was hard to believe that a reality-defying object used no magic at all. "Tower Master, is it truly not magic? How is this possible?" Everyone turned to the wisest man in the room. Cerberus stroked his long beard and took another look at the car. I need more deliberation. It would be wise for you all to let me meditate upon this automobile alone," he said to everyone. "Left the room," leaving only Cerberus and the automobile in front of him. And in the silence, Cerberus asked, "Michael, are you listening to me?" Suddenly, the shadow behind his feet elongated and allowed Michael's body to emerge into the room. "Yo, you called me," Michael said as he casually saluted the old man. "Your new product is very impressive," Cerberus said. "It still surprises me that you can come up with such ingenuity only using the natural way of the world, without using magic to circumvent reality. Tell me, how did you do it?" Michael smiled at the old man before snapping his fingers, telekinetically moving the chessboard and its pieces to arrange themselves on the table. "How about a game first?" Cerberus chuckled and gently sat on the opposite side of the table. "I must warn you, I have improved by leaps and bounds since you were gone." Michael sat on the opposite side and scoffed. "You're not the only one, old man." The two played the game just like before, with them exchanging pieces equally. But no matter how much Cerberus thought he improved, Michael always seemed to get the upper hand in the end. "Having trouble? Why don't you take a drink to calm yourself down?" Michael joked. Cerberus glared at Michael before taking a sip of water to refresh his mind and think about his next move. Michel, seeing the perfect opportunity, finally spoke up. "Oh, I created something special. Would you know anything about this?" he said, as he revealed a piece of mithril to Cerberus. And just as expected, Cerberus ended up spitting out all the water in his cup in utter shock. Michael rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably at his perfectly timed revelation. Chapter 111 Gift to Cerberus. Cerberus coughed uncontrollably, but his eyes were glued to the fingernail-sized Unity mithril on the table. Just from looking at it alone, he knew that it contained mysteries of the mystic that even he was unfamiliar with. It felt like he was looking at a powerful and ancient relic, something that was lost within the sands of time, and only now did it finally show its face. He was so fascinated by the object that he wasn't even mad about Michael's prank. "Cough. What is that? I feel the intensity of the elemental mana imbued in that material itself." Michael wiped the tears off his eyes and stopped laughing. After teasing the Tower Master like this, he deserved to know the truth. He picked up the Unity mithril and threw it to Cerberus, making the white-bearded old man panic and juggle the mithril in the air a couple of times before catching it with his robe. "It's something I discovered after visiting the Dwarven Kingdom. According to them, this material is called mithril," Cerberus uttered, finishing Michael's sentence. As a prestigious member of the Guild of Arcana, the organization in charge of everything magic-related in the world, Cerberus was privy to a lot of ancient information about the history of the world and the world before the current era. And if there was one thing missing from today that was prevalent in the ancient days, then it was the presence of mithril. It was written by scholars that mithril was the material that allowed the dwarves to build constructs that turned fiction into reality. But due to some unknown circumstances, the ancient dwarves lost the ability to make mithril forever. So it was true that you persuaded the dwarves to open up their walls to you. I don't know how you were able to do that, but it's even more unbelievable to see that you were able to recreate mithril. The top scholars and wizards in the Guild of Arcana spent the majority of their time researching and experimenting to find ways to recreate mithril, but to no avail. Yet, Michael was able to do it. It had only been a year since Cerberus saw Michael, but it seemed that he had already forgotten how much of a monstrous genius the kid was. And perhaps, even now he was still underestimating him. "But there's something different with this mithril. Why is it glowing with different colors?" "The records state that mithrils only have 1 or 2 colors, Cerberus said, as he put the Unity mithril near his eyes. "Ah, that's different. You know that I can control all 8 elements, right? Well, I tried putting all of it in one mithril." "Ah." Cerberus almost forgot the fact that Michael was a once-in-a-million savant of the mystic arts with multi-elemental mastery over every mana in the natural world. Any mage would be satisfied if they could even get a fraction of Michael's talents in magic, but Michael wasn't even taking his mystic art studies seriously. It was truly absurd that this wasn't even Michael's greatest talent. He also had a supreme talent and an innovative mind that completely overshadowed his magic. I also have the one-element mithril you were talking about. Michael explained everything he learned about mithril, and how they could improve a magic spell's effectiveness by at least half. Cerberus listened with his eyes almost popping out of his head. Do you know what you have just created? You have solved one of the greatest mysteries that has persisted in the world for thousands of years. You need to visit the Guild of Arcana and show them your discovery. I'm sure that if you tell them everything about mithril, they will give you all the help and resources you will need to study and perfect mithril to the relic it was before. Michael immediately shook his head. Studying for years on end sounded like a complete bore. I'll visit them and give them mithril to study, but I won't be staying there. Or better yet, why don't you study it yourself? He took out a thin rectangular box made out of expensive leather out of his pockets, and handed it out to the confused Tower Master. What is this? Cerberus asked. Open it up. Cerberus took the box and lifted the lid, showing a metallic wand, made mostly out of pure Damascus steel. However, there seemed to be a bulbous red glowing gem embedded near the wand's handle. I know you specialize in fire spells, so I made this wand for you with a fire element mithril installed inside. The old man gently picked up the wand from the box and held it in his hands. And immediately, he could feel the energy of the fire mithril resonating with his cores, improving the purity of his mana just from touching this relic alone. Cerberus knew. This was the object that could help him break through to the 9-star realm. I don't know how to thank you. The value of this mithril artifact is not something that I can repay, Cerberus said genuinely. Michael waved off the old man's concern. Don't act like that. We're friends, of course I'm going to give you your own mithril artifact. Cerberus looked at Michael with a thankful gaze. If you really want to repay me, Michael said with a sly smile, then introduce me to the other tower masters in the Queen's region. I'm planning on visiting a lot of magic towers while I'm there, so it would be helpful if you could vouch for me. Cerberus chuckled, finally knowing the reason why Michael gave him a gift. Sure, Cerberus said. I'll tell them to never play chess with you or else they'll get scammed. Ha ha ha. No, but seriously, I'll do more than that. I'll ask them if you could take a look inside their magic libraries. I know you like learning magic spells. This is the least I can do for you, since it gave me the honor to be one of the only people to receive such a priceless gift. What's with that look? Cerberus asked. About that. Michael admitted to Cerberus that all of his citizens had their own custom-made mithril artifacts, which amounted to about 5,000 priceless tools and weapons. Chapter 112 Mithril Creation Demonstration. What do you mean you have thousands of mithril artifacts? You mean to tell me you created all of those by yourself? Cerberus asked calmly. Michael, as usual, shrugged his shoulders. Well, I made the first 1,000 or so, the others were made by my artisans. Cerberus shook his head, as if he had just experienced whiplash. Your artisans? There are other people who can create mithril aside from you. Cerberus thought that Michael was the only one who could create mithril artifacts. After all, he was the only one who had the unique skills and knowledge to make it. Yeah, Michael replied casually. I taught some of my talented citizens how to make mithril themselves. After all, I'm planning on selling artifacts in the future. Unfortunately, their rate of production is still far too slow to be sold in bulk like the automobiles. But we can probably sell some custom-made products if they order from us. The Tower Master didn't know how to feel about this. Michael treated the precious, ancient, and powerful mithril relic as if it were just another one of his innovative products. Scholars and archaeologists treated any piece of mithril relic they found like a national treasure, even if it was broken beyond repair, or just a small shard piece. Yet Michael had a complete abundance of it that he was willing to sell some of them as a product of his company. Cerberus could only imagine how they would feel once they knew what Michael was planning. They would surely vomit blood. Some of my artisans are here. Do you want to meet them and see how they make mithril from scratch? Michael asked. The Tower Master could only laugh at the absurdity of the situation. A lot of greedy people would have treated mithril as a secret to be kept even beyond the grave. But Michael had no intention of keeping it for himself. Instead, he wanted to work on making the mithril artifacts accessible to everyone, to where anyone could buy a magical weapon even if they were not magically talented. He strived to create a world where everyone was given the chance to become the best they could be. Many people would have asked Michael why he would want a world where everyone was special. After all, if everyone was special, then no one was. But Cerberus knew Michael well enough to know what his answer was going to be. He just wanted others to be as comfortable as he was. Plain and simple. About an hour later, 5 Rebornians arrived on the steps of the magic tower, garnering a lot of curious looks from the wizards and mages inside. There were 2 ancient dwarfs, a smithing manky, a metallurgical solder, and a metalworker troll. These demi-humans were part of the ones Michael deemed to be talented enough to learn mithril, known in the nation of Reborn as the mythical mithril men. Whenever a Rebornian needed a mithril artifact, or if they wanted to change their current artifacts, then they would have to request one of them to change it. Michael met them on the first floor and guided them up to the top floor. "Boss, this is a nice tower. It feels good because it's full of mana. Why do humans have such little cores?" Cerberus couldn't help but express his shock once he took a closer look at the demi-humans Michael brought. It was common knowledge that demi-humans were a species that weren't all that adept at magic. Compared to humans who bred talented individuals at a higher rate, demi-humans only had about a 1 in 1,000 chance of producing an individual capable of magic. Not only that, most, if not all demi-human species had no concept of talent awakening at all. This allowed humans to become the superior species when it came to magic, all because of the talent awakening that God gave them. But somehow, these demi-humans showed signs of having immense aptitude in magic, even better than the geniuses in this magic tower. "They have mastery in all elements too," Cerberus cried out. Michael had to explain his supreme skill, and how he was able to impart a fraction of his skills to his allies. At this point, Cerberus wanted to cut ties with the Guild of Arcana, and simply become one of Michael's allies for the chance to have the aptitude for all elements. "You are seriously a cheat, you know that?" Michael ignored the old man and asked his artisans to make 5 more mithril wands from scratch. He wanted to give it to the magic tower, mostly because he wanted to repay them for helping him out. Without the magic library, Michael wouldn't have been able to upgrade ChatGK3 to what it was now. 5 wands coming up," they replied. They took out a fingernail-sized sample of Damascus steel and began injecting them with mana. Their faces scrunched up as they concentrated on their work. If they lose focus for even 1 second, then they could end up ruining the entire piece, turning the Damascus steel into a messed-up liquid that lost all its great properties. They had to guide the mana into the gaps in the atoms of the Damascus steel. If they put too little, it wouldn't stick to the material. If they put too much, then it could overload the steel and end up having an explosive reaction. "Just a quick question," Michael whispered to Cerberus while the artisans worked. "Your room has protective spells, right?" Cerberus glared at Michael. "Why? Is it going to explode?" Michael shrugged. Maybe. "Maybe? What do you mean?" Boom! Before he could even complain to Michael, one of the ancient dwarves ended up putting too much fire mana into the Damascus steel, leading to a fiery explosion. Magic circles immediately appeared around the domed room, dissipating the explosive force before it could damage anything. But Cerberus wasn't worried about his room. He was more worried about the dwarf who took that explosion head-on. "Are you okay?" he asked, with his voice slowly faltering as he saw a prismatic shield surrounding each of the demi-humans, negating the effects of the explosion. "Whoa, you failed again? Ha, that's the 2nd time this week," the satyr teased the dwarf. It's because I'm not used to this place," the dwarf said disappointingly, not even flinching at the explosion. Cerberus watched the demi-humans laugh and tease each other with levity, as if they were used to the explosion, as if they knew that they wouldn't get hurt by it at all. "Michael, that's your absolute unity defense. Don't tell me. They also have an impenetrable shield as a skill." Chapter 113 Obstacles. Cerberus was absolutely gobsmacked to learn that all 5,000 of Michael's allies had the same impenetrable shield as him. After all, the absolute unity defense that Michael had was something that could defend against any and all kinds of spells, no matter what element it was. As long as it was not stronger than the wielder of the defense, then they wouldn't be affected by any spell. "Yeah, they have it," Michael said matter-of-factly, "but theirs is called the Lesser Unity Defense. It's a bit worse than mine. Since I'm a 4-star mage, any 4-star and below magic spell would not do anything to me. But for them, if they're a 4-star mage, then they can only protect themselves from spells that are 3-star and below." Michael explained it with a bit of a disappointed tone in his voice, as if it wasn't already one of the most powerful defenses in this world. Even the best defensive spells only protected against specific elements. For example, the Turtle Shell Chitin was a defense spell popular among fire mages, because it gave them protection against water spells, a natural counter to fire mages. However, that spell had a weakness against earth spells. So, if they wanted to defend against earth spells, then they would have to learn another defensive spell to counter that. Of course, mages couldn't learn too many defensive spells, or else they wouldn't have enough time to learn their offensive spells. So even the lesser unity defense that Michael was so disappointed by was already something even better than the defenses of high-level mages like Cerberus. It was also a skill, not a spell, which meant that they didn't need any mana to cast their impenetrable defense. It was like a second skin, always present, always protecting them without a limit. Cerberus finally understood why the Dwarven Kingdom allied with Michael. After all, these demi-humans were the non-combative type, yet they were already a force to be reckoned with just by themselves. One would need tremendous amounts of force, just to break through their innate defenses. It was a terrifying thought to think of the time when Michael would gather an entire army for himself, each having the ability to deter any magic spells just through their normal defenses alone. They were resistant against all elemental spells, while also having the ability to cast any type of elemental spell. His army could charge through a tightly guarded territory and still come out unscathed, all without using any of their spells or other abilities. That was how powerful their defenses were. It was a smart decision for the dwarves to ally themselves with Michael so early on. Cerberus never really put much thought into the nation that Michael built over in the parched lands. But now that he saw a glimpse of their potential, he couldn't help but be glad that he became friends with Michael. It seemed that the rumor was true. Those who obtain a supreme skill would end up ruling the world or changing it entirely. He was thankful that Michael was a good guy. If he had gone the complete opposite route, he could easily lay waste upon this earth if he wanted to. Cerberus shuddered at the thought. A few hours later, the demi-humans finally finished the 5 mithril artifact wands that Michael requested. Each of them had different elements to show its different effects. Cerberus was incredibly curious about their technique, but knew that he or any other mage wouldn't have been able to make mithril even if they knew how to do it. It was a prerequisite for one to have a multi-elemental mastery to create mithril. Cerberus was sure of it, after he saw the demi-humans create one from scratch. This meant that only Michael's allies could create mithril, because only they had mastery over all elements. Cerberus wasn't that disappointed with this. Even if he couldn't replicate it, there was still a lot of knowledge hidden within the mithril that he would like to study. Thank you, Michael. With these wands, we can find out more about the mysteries of mithril, Cerberus said as he accepted the wands and placed them in a safe chest. I feel like there's still a lot more we can do with mithril, so it's assuring that we're not the only ones who are trying to study it, Michael replied. To find more uses for mithril, and having a renowned 8-star mage's insight was a tremendous help. If you get the chance, you must visit the Guild of Arcana. I'm sure that if you present them with a mithril artifact, you will gain their favor, which will be a tremendous help in your endeavors, Cerberus advised. What do you mean? You're planning on expanding your business to the Queen's region, right? Well, you will find a lot more obstacles in spreading your Reborn products there than you did here in the King's region. The Guild of Arcana has a lot of connections, especially in royal and sovereign territories. I'm sure that with their help, you can much more easily establish your company there. Michael knew that expanding into the Queen's region was a lot more troublesome than in the King's region. But he didn't know just how much. Can you tell me more about these obstacles? Michael asked inquisitively. The Queen's region is filled with territories that are not exactly working well together. Some of them are like the Dwarven Kingdom, in that they don't like outside business interfering with theirs, while others are far too crowded with companies and businesses that fully saturate the market. It is not like the King's region, which is considered the rural area of the country. Basically, you'll find a lot more competition in those territories. Even if your products are really good and well liked by the customers, it won't matter if the lords of that territory refuse to let you sell it in their land. I'm not saying you won't be able to do it. After all, you were able to convince even the stubborn Dwarven Kingdom to ally with you. That is something that not even your grandfather was able to do. However, you'll find it much easier if you have help from the bigger, more established groups in the Queen's region. For example, the Guild of Arcana can help you with establishing yourself in a lot of markets. You could also ally with the Lionheart family, the name famous for their swordsman lineage. They can help deter any unwanted attention. You could also seek help from the Montgomery family, who has political connections with almost every territory in the Queen's region. Or, you can even ask your grandfather for some assistance. After all, the Vanderbilt name carries great weight when it comes to all markets. Chapter 114, Observing the City. After speaking with Cerberus, Michael left the magic tower with a lot on his mind. Although the Tower Master's advice was sound, Michael wasn't planning on seeking the help of any organization for now. He might accept their help if they offered it, but Michael wasn't going to approach them with the intention of asking for their help. That would not be a good basis for cooperation between them. For example, he never approached the Dwarven Kingdom for help. If he did, then the Dwarven King would have immediately refused to talk with him, closing off any future where they could establish a friendship. Instead, he let the Dwarven King approach, letting him see the good intentions of the Reborn nation for himself, leading to the two territories becoming allies. This became even more important, since he didn't know anything about the Guild of Arcana, the Lionheart family, the Montgomery family, or any other organization in the Queen's region. He didn't know the political landscape, wherein eyeing himself with one family could end up going against another organization. As for his grandfather, Michael didn't feel the need to ask him for help either. Although he was a Vanderbilt in name, Michael never really felt attached to his surname. He was especially more detached once his grandfather failed to show up at their important meeting about a year ago. Michael didn't want any bigger inheritance from the Vanderbilt wealth. He was incredibly satisfied with inheriting the desolate and useless as parched lands. However, Michael thought it would have been nice if his grandfather had taken the time to actually meet with him. Sure, Issei was a busy man, and he probably had a reasonable excuse for being absent, especially since he was in charge of the biggest company in the entire world, but it would have meant a lot for Michael if he had shown up. That was the reason why Michael didn't want to ask for help from his grandfather. He didn't need to anyway. He was confident in Castell and his Reborn products that they could break through the Queen's region market by themselves. Michael walked out of the magic tower and saw that just on the other side of the street, there was a large line of people queuing up at a ticketing booth with the name Reborn Taxi painted in large text on its signage. This was a new business that the Reborn company started, acting just like the taxi services in Michael's previous life. And even though they produced a lot of automobiles for this taxi business, it seemed that the demand for them still far outweighed their supply. There was a very long line that crossed the entire street, filled with people waiting for their turn to hire a Reborn taxi. Michael walked to the end of the line and waited for his turn for an entire hour. Even though Michael could have arrived at Castell's office in a single moment, he decided to go there the normal way. He waited in the Reborn taxi queue just like everybody else. Once it was his turn, he bought a ticket from the booth attendant. "Take me to the Reborn office," Michael said to the satyr in charge of tickets to the automobile taxi service. "Of course," the satyr replied as she led Michael to the lineup of Reborn taxis that patrolled around Kingsbridge City. The foremost automobile opened its doors and let Michael board in its passenger seat. Soon after, the car roared and started its journey through the streets. Throughout the whole ride, Michael kept his eyes on the window, observing everything that was happening in the city after the introduction of the automobile. For example, the novelty of automobiles was still at a high even after a month of its introduction. It became the accepted mode of transportation, especially since it was so fast compared to normal carriages. Of course, since automobiles had taken over the taxi industry, this left the horse carriages out of work. There were barely any of them left in the streets. To remedy this, Michael started a program to give those carriage riders a chance to learn how to drive and to become an employee of the Reborn taxi service. This turned out to be a huge financial success for those drivers, since there were a lot of customers who hired their services just to try out the novelty of the automobiles. They could also travel a lot further out of Kingsbridge City without it taking months at a time for every trip, earning them more money in the long run. Michael's driver, for example, was a middle-aged human man who was part of the program. "Sorry for the delay, young man," the driver apologized as he stopped the car to the side. "The roads are still getting worked on, so there's a lot of traffic. But since they're using that magical concrete, it'll be done by tomorrow." The business with concrete was going all right as well. With the rise of automobiles, the entire Kingsbridge road system was currently being reworked to have flat concrete roads perfect for cars. "Isn't the Reborn company so amazing?" the driver said in admiration. "They're changing our city for the better." Michael smiled, inwardly a little bit embarrassed when hearing such a compliment since the driver had no idea who he was. As the car slowly advanced through the traffic, Michael saw the construction workers pouring concrete on the road. Most of the workers who got their hands dirty were human, while the managers who were overseeing the whole construction project were Rebornians. Michael recognized them to be Kong's loyal students and his employees. The Hobmankeys inspected the blueprints in their hands. The satyrs instructed the human workers on how to dig the ground better, and the dwarves taught the workers how to properly install the steel reinforcements. "What do you think about the demi-humans?" Michael asked the driver. The middle-aged man looked to the side and saw the demi-humans taking charge of the project like it was normal. Yet in his eyes, this was very unusual. "To be honest, I am quite surprised that they're so smart. I would have never thought that they could even cast magic spells." Chapter 1-15, Demi-Human Landscape. Having demi-humans living in human settlements wasn't exactly weird or unusual, especially in the King's region, which was very close to the parched lands where most demi-humans lived. However, they weren't exactly socially accepted enough to be the norm. Usually, a demi-human would get one weird look or two when crossing the street, but most people would just ignore them and let them go about their day without disturbing them. Most of the demi-humans who migrated to human settlements did so because they thought that they had a chance at a better life there than in the desolate parched lands. Here, they had to offer their services to humans to earn enough money to survive. Most of the jobs they had to do were physical grunt work, such as transporting heavy metals throughout the city, excavating large plots of land, and other mundane jobs. This was about the limit of what most demi-human species could offer. After all, they weren't considered to be capable of complex jobs such as becoming an office clerk, or even a skilled craftsman. So demi-humans were treated as nothing more than muscles, with their worth being valued through their physical capacity alone. But ever since the Reborn company appeared, the landscape for demi-humans in the human world had quickly changed. Suddenly, demi-humans appeared who could speak in perfect human language, with their words being complex and indistinguishable from a normal human. Not only that, they all seemed to be capable of magic as well. This surprised most people because they never thought demi-humans were capable of casting 3-star spells and above. Coincident the day after the automobile was introduced, where the engineer hobmankeys displayed their talents by casting a 3-star spell in front of hundreds of spectators. They bent the earth to their will, creating a large crevice in the ground in just a matter of a few seconds. Then, they conjured a visual 3D projection of a finished gas station in the empty spot, making it easy for the workers to follow the blueprints down to the very small details. They took control of the project and made it as efficient as possible, showing their mastery over this kind of job even better than veteran human construction workers. The demi-humans also showed powerful talent in magic, with a deep well of complex knowledge that was even better than the current human standards. This completely overturned the initial perception people had of demi-humans. People thought they were just simple creatures, like animals that gained sentience and could only speak the bare minimum of the human language. But what they showed that day put them on the very same level as humans, both having the capacity for higher and more complex thinking. As more demi-humans came to take control of the Reborn businesses all over the region, it became more and more widespread throughout the days. Suddenly it became normal to see a lamia selling fish in the wet market, haggling and bargaining with the customers. It became normal to see a very intimidating centaur patrolling the Reborn offices to keep it safe through the night. It became normal to see satyrs driving around the streets in large trucks carrying supplies and shipments for the company. It also didn't take long for people to realize that these demi-humans were incredibly talented individuals, each being extremely good at their jobs. For example, the Reborn company delved into the vegetation business, selling their excess crops and harvest yields to every market in the King's region. And it was clear from the get-go that their harvests were much bigger than normal. Their carrots were more orange and a lot longer, their cabbages were a lot leafier, and they were even selling crops that were completely out of season. It was clear that the demi-humans of Reborn were on a whole different level. They were even a lot wealthier than people even realized. There were a lot of hobmankeys, satyrs, and dwarves who chose to buy their own house and lot in the city because they were going to stay here for a while to finish up their projects. They bought properties in the middle of the city itself despite its high prices. It must be mentioned that Kingsbridge was considered a wealthy city, with rich and affluent citizens dwelling inside. But even then, the demi-humans of Reborn did not fall behind in terms of pure purchasing power. Every one of them seemed to be capable of throwing gold coins away like it was nothing. After all, Michael was not stringent in giving them gold coins. They worked hard for it. Their stipends were thousands upon thousands of gold coins, giving them enough to live lavishly in the city for a long time. And the reason why these demi-humans obtained the reputation of being gold throwers was because they didn't care much about saving money. After all, they had everything they wanted waiting for them back at home. "I don't know if this is true," Michael's driver whispered, "but I heard that all the demi-humans that appeared are from their own country in the parched lands." Of course, people eventually found out that they all came from the nation of Reborn. However, it wasn't that widespread yet because people still believed that the parched lands had no capacity to become prosperous enough to have a nation for itself. Though, most people were starting to find out the truth. After all, they could easily verify the truth by going there themselves. A couple of minutes later, Michael finally arrived at the Reborn office. He flicked a gold coin at the driver as a tip, who eagerly thanked him for his generosity. Once he left the car, he was immediately met with another long line in front of the Reborn building. But this time, the line wasn't made up of people, but of demi-humans. Ever since the rumor about the nation of Reborn spread across the King's region, there were more and more demi-humans who sought to join them and hopefully become as prosperous as the talented demi-humans from Reborn. They left the parched lands in search of a better life. But they would have never thought that a better life was waiting for them back in the parched lands. Chapter 1-16 Spending Spree. Young Master, you're here. Castell perked up when she saw Michael approach the building. Even the rest of the employees who were familiar with Michael had smiles on their faces as they saw him. "It's good to see you, Castell," Michael waved back. "Boss, I hope we spread baseball here soon. I'm itching to play. How about we play a little game later today?" Kong said, who was right next to Castell. He was busy designing more buildings for the Reborn company, so he frequently visited the office. "Improve your game first. I hope you can finally beat me next time," Michael replied to Kong teasingly, to which the hobmanky clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Beer is good here, but it's still better cold. Boss, when are we going to line the city with electricity?" Beside Kong was Thrain, who became the supervisor of all dwarves that worked in this city. Judging from the lack of red tint in his cheeks, it looked like the old dwarf hadn't gotten his daily dose of beer as of yet. "Boss, let's play a game of chess next time. When we return to our nation, we're going to take a swim in the river, boss. Join us. Boss, I miss the hot springs we have back in our nation." Michael greeted all the Rebornians in the office building, and they greeted him with respect and positivity in turn. The local demi-humans who were lined up, watched this whole interaction with surprise and confusion filling their eyes. When they first saw Kong, they witnessed how he bent straight metal bars into the foundation of a house in just mere seconds. When they first saw Thrain, they saw him breathe fire out of his mouth to melt steel into something that could be molded into a different shape. When they first saw the evolved and talented demi-humans, they looked like individuals who answered to no one. In short, when they saw the demi-humans of Reborn, they saw figures with great strength and great power superior to even the best of humans. However, when they faced this small human child with golden hair, they all seemed to naturally gravitate towards him, treating him with care and respect despite his age and species. They could see nothing but admiration in their eyes whenever they looked at Michael. It made them wonder who this mysterious human boy was. "Hey, how are you guys feeling?" Michael asked the local demi-humans. After having lived in human settlements for their whole lives, these demi-humans weren't used to a human boy approaching and talking to them with a friendly smile. More often than not, parents would always hide their kids whenever they were in their presence. "It's okay. He's our boss. He's the one who helped us become who we are now," Kong said to the meek demi-humans. "He's a harmless cutie," said a female hobmanky, taking Michael and embracing his head with her bosom. Despite their words, they were still a little bit hesitant to shake hands with Michael. They were still afraid that they would get in trouble for touching a human. Michael understood their feelings, so to break the ice he decided to treat them to a spending spree. "Follow me," he said to the demi-humans. Kong and the other Rebornians had to push the demi-humans to follow Michael, but they eventually started walking behind him voluntarily. Since this was in the middle of the city, this whole block of area was filled with a lot of active markets that sold everything from fresh produce to meat skewers to candied treats for everyone to enjoy. Michael and the huge group of demi-humans only had to walk to the next street over before they reached the lively market crowded with a lot of people. The demi-humans huddled together in one group, afraid to separate from each other since they were knee-deep into human territory. They didn't frequent this place because it was for wealthy humans only, and the prices here were not something they could afford. Despite that, they couldn't help but eye the mouth-watering chicken skewers and candied apples displayed all over the booths. Even the children couldn't help but drool once they saw human children joyfully eating the treats their mothers bought for them. Michael walked to the skewer stall owner and spoke to him for a second, with the attendant showing a look of surprise, before nodding his head enthusiastically. Michael took out a big purse, loaded with gold coins, and gave it to the owner. Once he received the payment, the owner excitedly took out the skewers in his stall and began giving it to the demi-humans. But of course, the demi-humans were confused and even pushed away the meat skewers in fear that they would have to pay a lot of money for it. Michael turned to the demi-humans and said, "What are you waiting for? You can have anything you want from here. I already paid for everything." The demi-humans looked at Michael with a dumbfounded look. Finally, one of the manky children accepted one of the beef skewers and took a big bite. Immediately, the rich taste of the meat filled the child with joy, making him jump up and down out of happiness. "Delicious?" Michael asked. "Yes," the child replied, not taking his eyes off the skewers. "You can have anything you like. Do you want that candied apple too? Take as much as you want." Seeing the kid eating his fill, the other demi-humans finally took the rest of the meat skewers on the stall and began eating to their heart's desire. Kong and the other Rebornians were a bit emotional as they watched this scene. The things that were normal for them, like an abundance of food and water, was something that was only a dream for most demi-humans living in this world. Smiles filled the demi-humans' faces as they indulged in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, they didn't know that if they joined the nation of Reborn, they could have this paradise every day for as long as they wanted. Chapter 1-17 Spontaneous Feast. Michael was like an endless pocket of money as he kept bringing out pouches full of gold and buying out everything available in the stalls. The attendants quickly agreed to keep supplying more and more food for everyone to enjoy. After all, the money Michael gave them far exceeded the cost of their entire selection of merchandise. So, the stall owners kept frying skewers in their coal grill, and happily gave out the cooked meat to anyone who needed it. Of course, he didn't limit the festivities to only demi-humans. He invited all the citizens of Kingsbridge City to partake in this feast, giving them everything in the stalls for free. It soon became a huge party, as more and more people caught wind of the free food being given out to anyone who wanted to eat. After half an hour, the whole market was filled with both humans and demi-humans alike, enjoying themselves with an endless buffet of amazing food and nourishment. There were actually too many people going in that the stalls eventually ran out of meat. To remedy this, Michael instructed Castell to buy more ingredients and bring them in so that more people could be fed. In the end, Michael had to cook and grill skewers himself just to keep the supply of food going out. It was all worth it, though. Michael saw human and demi-human children enjoying their food together without any discrimination or inequality between them. They all laughed as a kid, got their cheeks stained with sauce, or cheered as a yellow manky child showed off his unique ability to stand only using his tail. The friendship between the different species of kids continued as Michael brought out a new wooden toy called the spinning top. The Rebornians showed off their magical powers as they created intricately designed spinning tops out of wooden blocks in just a matter of a few seconds. The children were immediately fascinated with the toy and began to play with each other. Meanwhile, the adults enjoyed themselves as the Reborn company supplied cold draft beer to the market. The Rebornians taught the humans how to drink beer properly, sharing stories and greetings in the meanwhile. The demi-humans partook in this as well, and on this joyous occasion, they found out that the humans treated them the same as other humans. This was probably the first time demi-humans and humans talked to each other without any pretense, and simply enjoyed each other's company. As more and more people heard about this spontaneous event, they began to wonder how it all began in the first place. All the people asking were pointed towards one boy, whose hair was golden, eyes kind, and a smile that infected everyone that saw him. "That boy paid for everything here? Oh my, who is he? How can he afford such lavishness? It doesn't matter how rich he is, what matters is that he's giving away food for free." Newspaper journalists immediately asked around the stall owners, and quickly found out that everything was bought and paid for by none other than Michael Vanderbilt, the youngest son of the wealthiest family in the entire world. Although they knew that his family was extremely wealthy, they would have never thought that he would essentially give away free money on such an ordinary day. Not only that, people observed that all the special and talented demi-humans seemed to be close with Michael, as if he had a personal connection with them. "Hey, I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true." "What is it?" "Some say that it's this young kid that owns the Reborn company." "What, the Reborn that sells faucets and automobile cars? The company that earns millions and millions of gold every month. That company is owned by this kid?" Although Michael never hid the fact that he was the owner of Reborn, he never did anything to advertise it either. When he visited the Reborn office, most people thought that he was just another customer who wanted to buy a lot of stuff from the Reborn. After all, he was a wealthy kid. Never in a million years would they have thought that he was the one who started this whole operation, and that all of the products being sold were his ideas. But that doesn't make sense. He's a Vanderbilt, right? Why didn't he just use his family's company to sell his products? It was also common knowledge in the King's region that the Reborn company had toppled the Vanderbilt business in this area of the country. They quickly took over every business in the King's region, leaving the Vanderbilt company to partially withdraw from the King's region. For other people, it didn't make sense why Michael would compete against his family's business. Don't you know? The legendary Wisey Vanderbilt announced that the entire wealth of his company and his name would be given to his chosen successor. They say that anyone with a Vanderbilt name can inherit all his riches as long as they prove themselves worthy. It's not just decided through seniority. Maybe Michael Vanderbilt is trying to lay claim that he is worthy of inheriting his grandfather's wealth by creating a company from the ground up. As soon as that rumor began circulating, more and more people started to believe it. Although they were close to the truth, it wasn't exactly right. Michael built the Reborn company just because he wanted to, not because he wanted to fight for the inheritance like others said. If that's true, then I think he can become the successor. Look at what he's done with the Reborn company. In just a few years, he was able to build a company that spread to the entire King's region. Given more time, surely he will be able to conquer the entire country with his innovative products. After the journalists did a little more digging, they quickly got confirmation from the CEO of Reborn herself, Castell, that Michael was indeed the true owner of Reborn. When a few journalists approached Michael and asked him if it was true, his answer was a simple "Yeah, I own Reborn," with his signature shrug of the shoulders. The next day, the headline of every newspaper in Kingsbridge City was, "Genius son of Vanderbilt family owns Reborn company?" Chapter 118, Genius son owns Reborn. As the citizens of Kingsbridge City woke up the next morning, the first thing they read in the newspaper was the revelation of a mystery that had been nagging on their minds for the past 5 years. Who owned Reborn? Back then, there were rumors of it being a wizard, a hermit, or an overseas mogul. And as it turned out, they were all wrong. Michael owned Reborn. This announcement sent waves of shock through everyone in the whole city, each of them expressing their disbelief upon finding out that it was only a child who brought them the magnificent cars and faucets. The products sold by Reborn were so clever and far ahead of their time that many people found it hard to believe that an 11-year-old child came up with them. However, the evidence presented in the newspapers told the entire history of how the Reborn company started, and how it came to become what it was now. It started when Michael invented soap, and how it snowballed into a corporation that earned millions and millions of gold coins per month. Many were impressed with Michael's ingenuity and his insight into creating such a booming business. However, many more were surprised to find out that not only was Michael smart, but he was incredibly talented in magic as well. According to official sources, the Magic Tower once offered Michael the opportunity to become the Tower Master's personal student, an honor given only to those who had the talent to become a 7-star mage and above. The Vanderbilt family has truly produced a one-of-a-kind descendant. It is truly insane how he has the talent to become a gifted wizard, and a brilliant entrepreneur as well. Save some for the rest of us, kid. And did you hear? The kid was also able to make the desolate parched lands into a prosperous territory. It was also mentioned in the newspapers that Michael started his own country in the parched lands called the Nation of Reborn. That was where all the talented demi-humans like Kong, Anne, and Thrain came from, and where they manufactured the automobiles that were being sold today. This sparked a lot of curious people to journey to the parched lands to verify the truth. After all, there were quite a number of unbelievable stories written in there, such as the abundance of food and water, the presence of lightning bulbs, and a stadium made only for a game called baseball. Thankfully for them, there was a very convenient Reborn bus ride that they could use that would take them straight to the Nation of Reborn in less than a week. After they returned, there was nothing but praise and commendation for the Nation of Reborn. Many people described what they saw as a literal paradise, with stars landing on the ground at night to grace the nation with light. Of course, they were talking about electricity, but most people had no idea what it was yet. And perhaps what they mentioned the most were the demi-humans living in the Nation of Reborn. They were all talented and gifted in their own ways, contributing their specialties to the nation in one way or another. People thought that the Rebornians in the city were a special group of demi-humans, the 1 in a million type of geniuses. But as it turned out, they weren't much different than the 5,000 other citizens staying in the parched lands. After hearing this, the local demi-humans no longer hesitated to join the Nation of Reborn. And soon after, they immediately received the benefits of becoming a Rebornian. They were given a chance to evolve and gain new skills from Michael, which he gladly made time for. After their evolution, they gained so much more confidence and self-esteem within themselves once they found their innate talents. They worked a lot better, they became a lot quicker in thinking, and they were even capable of using unique skills that no one had ever seen before. This sparked a lot of change within Kingsbridge City, where humans began to accept demi-humans as an equal species. Of course, this was helped by the Reborn company advocating for demi-humans to be treated just like humans without any discrimination. They had a lot of programs to have humans and demi-humans interacting for a chance to dissolve any prejudice one had for the other. There were festivals, gatherings, and friendly competitions that mixed both humans and demi-humans together. Due to the positive reputation of the company, especially with the festivities in the market, many people washed away any biases and negative preconceived notions they had of demi-humans. This generally led to a more harmonious living between the two different species. Humans in the King's region became so much more open-minded about demi-humans that Michael deemed that it was finally time for the next phase of his plan. He decided to allow passage from the Dwarven Kingdom to the Queen's region. He and the Dwarven King had talked about this for some time now, and they both decided to let people cross the Dwarven Kingdom so that they could circumvent the rough terrain of the mountain ranges between the Queen's and King's region. People no longer had to go through the perilous mountain ranges to reach the Queen's region. It would work just like a highway toll back in Michael's previous world. People would pay a certain fee to enter the road connecting the King's region and the Queen's region through the Dwarven Kingdom. They also had to use a Reborn automobile to be allowed entry into this highway. Of course, the profits would be shared between the two territories equally since the road would be trespassing in Dwarven territory, while Michael bore all the costs of maintaining and creating the road itself. Michael would have wanted to create a railway system to connect there, but he first needed the cooperation of the territory on the other side in the Queen's region. In the future, he would have railway systems connecting every territory from Kingsbridge to the Nation of Reborn, to the Dwarven Kingdom, and then to the Queen's region. But for now, a flat concrete road would suffice. This highway system would allow quicker and safer travel to other regions not only for normal people, but for businesses as well. They could transport heavier products to the other side of the country much easier. Most of all, Michael would finally be able to start spreading the Reborn company to the rest of the country. Chapter 1-19, Komodos. Just beyond the infamous mountain ranges that separated the two regions was a group of scaled demi-humans who looked up at the steep cliffs ahead of them. These demi-humans walked on two legs and had tough snake-like scales all over their bodies. Their heads looked more like lizards than it did humans, with them having no hair and a mostly bulbous skull. Their species were called Komodos, having above-average intellect with opposable thumbs like humans, allowing them to do easy jobs such as cashiers, attendants, or even clerks. However, that was all they could achieve. They weren't like the dwarves who had their own kingdom and were extremely adept at making crafts. They weren't like the elves whose magic capacity trumped even that of talented humans. They weren't like orcs who boasted tremendous strength and physical prowess. They were mediocre, at best. They were just good enough. They were just like normal humans who couldn't use magic, except for the fact that they needed a lot more maintenance to survive. This meant that they had to buy a lot more food and water than most, which was hard since the jobs they were qualified for only gave them salaries that were just shy of what they needed to live. There were higher salaries in the larger and wealthier parts of the Queen's region, but the competition was much more fierce there. Not only that, but the cost of food was much higher too. So, it didn't matter in the end. Finally, this group of Komodos finally had enough. They decided to move out of the Queen's region and return to their ancestors' home, the parched lands. Their fellow workers, their friends, their neighbors, and even other Komodos tried to dissuade them from their decision. After all, they could end up dying out of hunger and thirst in that desolate land, especially since their skin needed a lot of hydration. Of course, the news about the nation of Reborn wasn't known yet in these parts. But even without knowing about it, this family of Komodos wanted to take the risk. Even if they thought that the parched lands had no abundance of food or water, they wanted to go back to their homeland to try and find their source of pride. After all, their ancestors were once a proud species of demi-humans, famous for being closely related to the strongest and mightiest race in this whole world. Back in the day, the Komodo species were part of the draconian race. They were dragons. But after millennia of being separated from the other dragon races, the Komodos had strayed far away from their original bloodline. They had lost their power. They had turned into a species with little to no magical aptitude, and no domineering physical strength, and even their scales had become so vulnerable that they would succumb to heat. It was hard to imagine they were part of the famous draconian race, whose scales were the hardest material in the world. But they were. At least their ancestors were. This young family of Komodos wanted to find a way to get back to their species' old glory. It may be a futile effort, but they couldn't stand to live in mediocrity any longer. So they traveled by foot day and night, until they finally arrived at the mountain ranges. The steep and slippery cliffside edges of the mountains were already a sign that this would be a hard trek, but they were willing to brave the risks. But just as they were about to climb up the mountain, they were suddenly stopped by a few humans wearing full steel armor. "Excuse me, fellowmen, where are you guys going?" the guard asked. One of the Komodos, an adolescent male, stepped up and talked to the guards. "We want to climb the mountain and go back to our homeland," he said. The guards looked at the group of Komodos and saw that there were about 8 of them in the whole group. "Where's your papers?" the guard asked them. The Komodos all looked at each other, confused as to what the guard was talking about. "If you want to cross to the next region, we need to see your identification papers," the guard reiterated. The Komodos were not rich. They'd barely scraped by in the Queen's region, and sometimes even scavenged for food to survive. They considered themselves lucky if they found chicken bones or moldy bread in the trash. Identification papers were only available to those who were permanent residents of a territory, meaning those people who bought a house of their own. The Komodos were basically homeless, which meant that they didn't have any identification papers. Their parents and their parents' parents wouldn't have one either. "We don't have any paper," the male Komodo answered politely, hoping that the guard would let them through. The guard pursed his lips. It was clear that he was pitying the Komodos, but there was nothing he could do. It was policy for them to refuse any entry into the King's region without proper identification. "I'm sorry, but if you don't have any identification, I can't let you pass. And if you try to enter despite my warnings, then I am obligated to use violent force to stop you." The Komodos' faces turned into one of disappointment and dismay. They spent their entire wealth trying to get here to this point. If they ended up going back to where they came from, they would be essentially worse than when they left. They wouldn't have food or water to survive. "Please, sir, can't you just make an exception for us? Is there anything we can do? We are desperate. This is our last chance." In their desperation, they kneeled to the ground and begged. But despite their pleas, the guard was steadfast. As much as they would like to help them out, he needed to watch out for himself. He would be committing a crime if he let them pass through without proper identification. "What's going on here?" Just then, a woman's voice entered the scene. Chapter 120 Montgomery, what's going on here? This voice came from a very young woman, about 10 years old, as she slowly got off her ornately designed carriage and approached the prostrating Komodos. Everyone turned to look at her. She had long flowing black hair, round black eyes, and red pursed lips that showed concern for the demi-humans. She walked towards them with grace and aplomb. If she had a book on her head, it wouldn't fall out. Even as she walked on rocky terrain, it wouldn't even wiggle. If that wasn't enough to ascertain this young lady's background, then her personal effects certainly would. Her dress was made out of very expensive red silk and fine linen adorned with gemstones around the hems of her garments. The carriage was also something that the Komodos only saw royals use extensively. Not only that, there was a whole fleet of supporting carriages behind her, which was clearly there to escort this young lady to wherever she planned to go. "Young miss, we are simply here to do our jobs. These demi-humans want to cross the mountain ranges, but they do not have any identification papers," the guard said, his tone a little bit more respectful. He recognized that she seemed to be from a more affluent family. The young woman looked at the Komodos. "Is this true?" she asked them. They shied away from her gaze. As peasants, this was perhaps the first time they were this close to someone who looked like she was of noble birth. "It's true," they said. "We are nomads, with no home to stay. We don't have any papers to show our identity, but we just want to go to the parched lands and return to our homeland." The girl took a deep breath. She had always hated the identification paper policy in this country. It always discriminated against the demi-humans who weren't socially accepted into society. She kneeled to the ground and leveled eye to eye with the Komodos, never minding the fact that her dress would be dirty by the dirt and dust on the ground. The Komodos looked at the young girl, surprised as she lowered herself to their level. She didn't have to do that. It was clear that she was from a wealthy and affluent background, yet she wasn't snobby or elitist. She looked the Komodos in the eyes and was unafraid to get close to them. "Do you want to join me? My friends and I are journeying to the King's region as well. We have some spare room in our carriages," she said as she took off her gloves and offered her hand to them. The Komodos looked at each other, a little bit confused and apprehensive. "Don't worry, you won't be alone," the young girl said as she pointed at the carriages behind her. The doors opened as demi-humans of all kinds and varieties walked out of the carriages and proudly showed themselves to the world. Surprisingly, the girl seemed to be escorted by a variety of demi-humans wearing expensive tunics and shirts. They had confident smiles on their faces, as if they never experienced the hardships that most demi-humans faced in the Queen's region. "These are my escorts," the young girl said. "As you can see, I don't discriminate against demi-humans. I advocate for them." The Komodos were amazed at seeing other demi-human species riding in their own carriages. They seemed dignified and proud to be demi-humans, unlike the Komodos who had lost all pride for their own species. "But what about?" the Komodo said, meekly looking over to the guards. "Young miss? Even if you take these demi-humans, they still cannot cross over to the King's region. They don't have their identification papers," the guard said. Just then, another guard suddenly noticed the emblem on the young girl's carriage. It showed the depiction of a constellation of stars in the night sky. That's the insignia of the Montgomery family," he shouted. Her black hair, distinguished looks, and her demi-human escorts. This young girl must be Una, the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. Upon hearing this, the original guard realized his mistake and quickly changed his attitude, standing on guard and not daring to look like he was slouching. "I apologize. I didn't know what I was saying. You can proceed as you please." The Montgomery family was famous for their diplomatic connections within the entire country. They were the people responsible for mediating any conflict in all regions, settling any debates as an unbiased third party. Because of the nature of their job, the Montgomery family had diplomatic immunity. After all, to mediate conflict between two territories, they needed to visit these places without any obstruction, or else they wouldn't be able to do their job. Fortunately, the benefits of diplomatic immunity meant that things like identification papers were not a problem for the young girl. Since the Komodos were now part of Yuna's escorts, they were now an extension of herself. If the guard denied them entry, then they would essentially be denying Yuna's entry as well. By doing so, the guard would commit a crime equivalent to treason. So, they quickly dispersed, afraid that they would get into more trouble. "See, there's no problem. You can cross the mountains with us," Yuna said with a smile. The Komodos were amazed. They had never seen a guard act like this just because they heard someone's last name. They thanked Yuna, almost crying as they did so. Since they were joining Yuna's escort, they didn't have to walk all the way there. This dramatically lessened the hazards in the mountain ranges, especially since Yuna had a lot of help with her. They shared stories during the trip, with the demi-humans under Yuna's employ, telling the story about how Yuna turned their lives around and gave them a home. Yuna also listened to the Komodo's story and felt sorry for them. She offered to take them in and pay them a decent salary, but the Komodos refused. They didn't want to stay in the Queen's region anymore. "We want to reconnect with our homelands and hopefully find our pride, the previous source of strength of our ancestors. That is why we want to go back to the parched lands. How about you, Miss Yuna? Why do you want to go to the King's region?" Yuna tucked her black hair behind her ears. "I'm here to find my fiancé," she said. "His name is Michael Vanderbilt." Chapter 121. Fudge is a ninja. Fudge, the lovable but edgy slime, spent most of his time doing the very serious and very important job of looking over the King's region, which was essentially his master's kingdom, as he would like to call it. "No one shall pass my sight," Fudge said as he stood on top of a tree, overlooking the whole mountain ranges. "I am as swift as the wind and as invisible as the air. I shall spread my master's words to the furthest lands that light can touch," he declared with a serious voice. Sir Fudge? Are we done here?" Below him were some Rebornians who were forced to roleplay as Fudge's loyal shadows. Michael had tasked them to go with the slime's playtime, and make sure that he didn't cause any trouble. Despite Fudge's big promises and his serious words, the Rebornians simply couldn't treat him seriously. Case in point, Fudge suddenly dropped down to the ground and raised his hand towards an innocent little squirrel that had burrowed out of her lair. What are you doing here? Are you infiltrating our territory? Tell me now." Squeak. Of course, it was nothing more than an ordinary and defenseless animal that was horror-stricken from seeing Fudge's violet body suddenly descend from the air. It was so scared that it suddenly dropped a little present for Fudge. You're a normal squirrel. I knew that. I was simply testing you," Fudge said as he let the squirrel go back into his burrow. As a consolation, Fudge gave the little guy an acorn for his troubles. Although he was a little bit quirky and weird, The Rebornians still adored their boss Fudge. Despite his antics, his kindness was overflowing to the point that it could completely overshadow his tendencies to be too caught up in his fantasies. But of course, that didn't mean that they wanted to go along with his make-believe ninja club. Come guys, let's practice throwing shurikens at wooden logs and running on water. You guys still run like humans. From now on, I want you to run with your hands on your back. The Rebornian sighed. Sir Fudge, I think it would be best if we return. But before they could say anything else, Fudge raised his hand and made them stop talking. What's that? I feel something is coming. It's probably peddlers coming from the Queen's region, his attendant said. Boss said that we shouldn't bother them when they come. Nonsense, Fudge said. Who knows? Maybe they have the potential to become ninjas. Maybe one of them even has the ability to store a nine-tailed monster in their body. I have to meet them. Before Fudge's caretakers could stop him, the violet slime suddenly disappeared into the ground as a shadow and reappeared right in front of an expensively adorned carriage. Even though he prided himself as a ninja, Fudge made no attempt to hide his presence. He just jumped right in front of the carriage, forcing them and the escorts behind it to stop. Halt, visitors, Fudge shouted to the carriages. A few seconds passed before the door opened to the leading carriage. A young girl with a red dress came out, accompanied by a female ogre wearing a maid's outfit. The ogre eyed Fudge with a cautious look, while the young girl eyed Fudge with an amused look on her face. It was Una Montgomery and her escorts. A few seconds later, more humans and demi-humans came out of the escort carriages to look at the one responsible for stopping them right in the middle of the mountainous road. At the very back, a group of meat komodos peeked out as well, curious as to who the strange violet slime was. Who are you, and why have you stopped our progress? The female ogre beside Una asked, with a bit of an aggressive tone. Please, Agnes, there's no need for you to treat him this way. What's your name? Una asked Fudge. I am the incarnation of shadows. I am the seeker of the void. I am everywhere and nowhere at the same time. If you have any malicious intent against my master, then I will know even before you think of it. That is because I am a ninja. Fudge jumped up in the air, transforming his violet body into a ninja outfit, complete with the hood, the bandana, and the metal plate. Agnes and the rest of Una's demi-human escorts looked at Fudge with a strange gaze. They didn't know how to respond. Despite his words, he didn't look intimidating at all, especially with his weird getup. Sorry, he means no harm. He's actually a very nice slime. Finally, the Rebornians in charge of being Fudge's caretakers arrived and quickly resolved the situation. Seeing the fellow demi-human Rebornians, Agnes and the rest of the escort let down their guards. Just from one look at the Rebornians, Agnes immediately recognized it as the same relationship as parent and child. The Rebornians looked like exhausted parents who always tried and failed to rein in their troublesome child. Agnes changed her opinion of Fudge. At first she thought he was a dangerous individual. But now she thought of Fudge as a harmless idiot. He's our boss's pet, the Rebornian said apologetically. Fudge took offense to that. I am not Master's pet. I am his ninja, he shouted to them. But nobody seemed to believe him. Even Agnes and the rest of Una's demi-human escorts looked at Fudge as if they didn't believe a word that he said. Fudge's proud, bulbous figure suddenly deflated as he realized no one believed him for even a second. Doubt started to fill his mind. Oh my, you're a ninja? This is the first time I've ever seen one in real life, Una gasped. Fudge's body inflated upon hearing Una's words. Yes I am, he shouted. After a few seconds, he looked up at Una and quietly asked, Do you believe that I'm a ninja? Una smiled. Of course I do. You can be anything you want to be. Fudge's eyes widened. Nobody had ever believed him before. Chapter 1-22 Proud Fudge. Fudge looked at Una and saw nothing but genuinity in her eyes. It was obvious. She really believed that Fudge was a ninja. This was the first time anyone had ever believed Fudge's claims to be a ninja. Most of them didn't even know what Fudge was talking about. And even if they did, then they would always treat him like a child telling bold lies. If you're a ninja, can you run on water? Can you clone yourself into a wooden log? Una asked, with her eyes completely filled with curiosity. Yes, I can. Fudge shouted enthusiastically. I can do more. I can use a mystical eye and trap my enemies into an illusion. Whoa, Una said as she slowly clapped for Fudge. Meanwhile, the Rebornians, and even her personal attendant Agnes, was surprised that Una was going along with the slime's fantasies. Even fellow Rebornians and demi-humans would cast Fudge's words as nothing more than role-playing, but Una treated it as if it was real. Tell me more, Una said. Fudge jumped into Una's arms and began to tell her all of his antics and his ambitions in the world, just like a child would when a teacher asked them about what they wanted to achieve in their life. Sorry about this, the Rebornian Hobmanky said. No, it's fine. The young miss is quite fond of demi-humans. This is not the first time she has picked up a cute pet from the side of the road, no offense, Agnes said, looking fondly at Una. The Rebornians didn't feel offended. After all, even they referred to Fudge as a cute pet on the side of the road sometimes. Are you here to travel to the King's region? If so, then we can help you get to where you want to go, the hobmanky said. Agnes nodded. We would be grateful if you did. We want to stop by Maplewood Village just beyond the mountain ranges so that we can replenish our resources. We can certainly do that, the Rebornians replied. With their help, Yuna and her escort safely crossed the dangerous mountain ranges and finally reached the King's region. On the way, the Rebornians and Yuna's escort shared stories amongst themselves. They introduced themselves as Yuna's personal guards that accompanied her everywhere she went. And in this particular mission, their job was to escort the young lady to the magic tower in Kingsbridge to meet the famous 8-star tranquil blazing king of fire, Cerberus Augendor. Agnes introduced herself as Yuna's personal attendant and her caretaker, serving her since her birth. Then, the Rebornians introduced themselves and told Agnes that they were part of the nation of Reborn. This confused Agnes at first. In all her research to prepare for this journey, she had never heard of a sovereign nation established in the King's region. When the hobmanky explained that their nation had just formed, it finally made sense. In Agnes's mind, the nation of Reborn was just a small group of secluded people that decided to declare themselves as their own nation. It happened a lot in the Queen's region. Some people would even call a small plot of land the size of a house as their own nation. Oh, we're also part of a company. You might have heard of it, the hobmankies mentioned. No, what's it called? The Reborn Company, he replied. Agnes dismissed it as nothing special. She hadn't heard of that company in the Queen's region, so she thought that it was just a simple business confined in one small town or village. What's that? Meanwhile, Yuna sat on her seat with Fudge on her lap, when she suddenly caught sight of the flat concrete roads connecting to the Maplewood village. Agnes peeked out of the window of her carriage, and saw it as well. Not only that, she also noticed something wrong with Maplewood village itself. I think we're in the wrong place, Agnes said. That doesn't look like Maplewood village. The hobmanky shook his head. No, we're on the right track. That is Maplewood village. Despite that, Agnes couldn't believe what she was seeing. She expected a small townlet, with a population only in the hundreds and houses primarily made out of wood and thatch. But what she caught a glimpse of was something completely different. There were big stone houses reaching 2 to 3 floors. There were flat roads coming in and out of the village, and even from far away, they could see that the place was jam-packed with people in the middle of the day. The King's region was considered to be the rural area of the country, more so in the Maplewood village since it was so far away from the capital, Kingsbridge City. But somehow, Maplewood village looked more like a city from the wealthier parts of the Queen's region. Agnes couldn't believe it. But perhaps the strangest thing of all was the strange metal box carriages that had no horses dragging it forward. Agnes thought that there was a beast hiding inside the vehicle, especially since it was roaring as it drove forward. After a few more minutes, they finally reached the Maplewood village, allowing the locals of the Queen's region to witness the miracles of the Reborn Company products firsthand. Whoa. The road is so flat. What are those strange carriages? How is that metal flowing with water? They saw people washing their fresh produce on the metal faucets, treating water as if it was just a free resource. They saw people lining up to get on a large carriage called Reborn Taxi. They felt as if they were looking at a completely different world. The flat roads, the stone buildings, and now this strange carriage. A lot of things have changed in the King's region, Agnes exclaimed. Oh yeah, our boss did that, the hobmankies replied casually. He seemed to have inherited Michael's tendency to be nonchalant in his responses. Huh? Agnes blurted out. Meanwhile, Yuna looked around Maplewood village with complete shock and awe written all over her face. Seeing this, Fudge couldn't help but be proud. Isn't my master so great? I'm sure if you meet him, you'll like him. He's nice, just like you. Chapter 123, Fuse Lit. The Fuse region would be stunned if they saw what was happening in the King's region. The plumbing system alone would cause a commotion among the wealthy for its clean and efficient way of disposing of waste. Even the richest territories in the Queen's region still used manual labor to gather water from a well, or had to hire a water mage for their services. The fact that even a remote village in the middle of nowhere could have easy access to water with just a simple twist of a lever made their lives so much better than even kings, queens, and royals. But perhaps the most intriguing product Reborn offered was their automobiles, which used no magic nor horses to power themselves to run at speeds that were only below that of dragons. This magnificent piece of machinery could solve the distance problem in the Queen's region. Most of the obstacles businesses and even armies faced in the Queen's region was the fact that it took a long time for people to traverse from one territory to another. This essentially forced places to become isolated and secluded from other locations. That was why things that happened on the northern side of the Queen's region would only be known in the southern part of the Queen's region a few years later. But in the King's region, it seemed that all the cities, towns, and villages were a lot more connected and up to date with each other. This was all due to the fact that the Reborn Company offered their taxi services to people who couldn't afford to buy their own automobiles. Now people near the parched lands could visit the further side of the King's region within just a few days of travel. Business boomed, with companies using their newly purchased trucks from the Reborn company to good use. Agnes looked at the products sold on the Maplewood Village's wet markets, and saw that it was a lot more diverse than before, offering the signature moist herbs of the Grass Valley, and even the dried delicacy cactus fruits in the parched lands. From what she heard, these could cost up to tens of gold coins. But now, it could be bought with silver coins. Agnes thought about the other expensive products in the Queen's region. If they had automobiles, it would allow impoverished territories lacking food and nourishment to finally break free from the high taxes and prices that vendors impose on them. This road is so flat, Una said. What is it called? Fudge jumped up from her lap and landed on her head. It is called concrete, and it is something that my master came up with. The Rebornians further explained the benefits of concrete, and how it could be used to create entire roads and buildings in just under a few days. It was cheap too, so most territories began to implement them in their buildings, upgrading them to concrete. Amazing, Agnes praised. This concrete would settle so many problems in the Queen's region. Fudge peeked at Una's face from above her head. You guys are from the Queen's region? He asked her. Yes, that's where I was born, she answered. You didn't have to go through the dangerous mountain ranges. Didn't you know there was a really big earthquake a year ago? It created a really big landslide. It could have happened to you too, Fudge said with a worried look. I don't want my only believer to slip and fall. If you're gone, who's going to believe that I'm a ninja? When you visit next time, you should use our highway. Una looked at the violet slime. There's a highway here. Yes, our boss is about to open a road connecting the King's region to the Queen's region, the Hobmanky explained. But how is that possible? Angus asked. The mountain ranges are far too steep and dangerous to build in, even with your concrete roads. You just said that there was a landslide here a year ago, so the road would only last a year or so before it gets destroyed. Fudge jumped up from Una's head and landed on the ground. He crossed his blobby hands against his chest and turned his head up, with his non-existent face brimming with pride. Who said we built it in the mountain ranges? Master has already struck a deal with the Dwarven King about creating a road that goes around their kingdom, Fudge exclaimed. Agnes and Una couldn't hold in their surprise and stood there, stunned in silence. Even as a child, Una had already been taught and trained about every species, territory, and nation located in this country. Her family propped her up to be the foremost diplomat in the entire world. To do that, she had to be aware of every political situation in the entire country, including those that were allied and at war against each other. In her history classes, a lot of alliances had formed, changed, and broken apart in the thousands of years of history in the country. It was normal to hear about a territory being allied with another territory for 1,000 years, but fall apart and become mortal enemies within just a few years. But never once did the Dwarven Kingdom change their stance about their closed-door policy. No one had convinced them. Neither the incentive of gold nor the threat of war could make them open their doors. Everyone thought that it would continue for the years to come. That was until this moment, when they found out that someone had successfully allied with the Dwarven Kingdom. The Reborn Company has a partnership with the Dwarven Kingdom, Agnes asked, her words stammering. Does that mean that you have access to the infamous Damascus steel? The Rebornians all nodded their heads, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. The Rebornians would witness a world-changing event right in front of their eyes. The Reborn Company was still unknown in the Queen's region right now. But she knew that that wouldn't last long. It was as if she was looking at a bomb with its fuse lit up. It was just seconds away from exploding and completely changing the landscape of the world by storm. Chapter 124 Intentions to See. Meanwhile, the Komodos were on their own in the Maplewood village, looking and observing everything there was to see. Unlike Una and Agnes, these Komodos weren't interested in seeing the new inventions of the Reborn Company. Instead, they were deeply interested in the demi-humans comprising the Reborn Company. Just from one look alone, they already knew that these demi-humans were different. They exuded so much more strength than the normal demi-humans, as if they were imbued with power from their very being itself. Yellow mankeys weren't that uncommon in the Queen's region where they were from. They had even seen blue mankeys performing in the streets, and red mankeys hauling materials on the road. However, the yellow mankeys in the Reborn Company were completely different from what they were used to. Their faces looked much more human, with their backs straight and their posture taller than normal. Weirdest of all was the golden streaks of design on their fur. Not only that, but these yellow mankeys could cast spells and skills that were much purer than even the elves they saw in the Queen's region. That wasn't supposed to be possible. From what they and everyone else knew in the Queen's region, yellow mankeys were the weakest race in the entire world. They didn't have the intelligence of humans, nor did they have the aptitude to cast any magic spells. They were worse than regular humans, and even worse than Komodos. But somehow these Rebornians spoke the fluent human language, and showed crafting talents even greater than dwarves. It wasn't just one of them. It was all of them. While they were walking around, they heard about a certain place with many names. Some people called it the paradise in the desert, while some called it the place where the stars land. It didn't take them to hear its official name, the nation of Reborn. The Komodos approached the Hobmankeys working construction on the road, and asked them about this nation. The Hobmanki happily talked to them, with a proud smile on their faces, describing to the Komodos what they loved about their nation back in the parched lands. They were so enthusiastic about talking that they ended up just overlapping their sentences. The Komodos could only hear something about baseball, beer, electricity, food, and love. But even if they didn't know what the Mankeys were talking about, it was clear from their excitement alone that this was a place that they proudly called home. They talked extensively about their boss, and how he was the one who gave them everything they had ever asked for and more. He was the reason why they were working here in Maplewood Village away from their families. They wanted to repay everything that Michael had done for them. After all, he was the one who evolved them into what they were now. Upon hearing this, the Komodos couldn't help but look at each other in complete awe and excitement. Could the nation of Reborn be the place where they could regain the glory of their species? Just the possibility of this thought made all the hardships they experienced getting here worth it. But of course, they didn't get ahead of themselves. The nation of Reborn looked like a literal paradise. If they wanted to join them, then they had to work for it, no matter the cost. "We want to be a citizen of your nation," the juvenile Komodo said. "We are willing to do anything." The Hobmankeys gave them a big smile. "Sure, you can join us. There's a bus that leads you straight to the parched land. You can take that." The Komodo looked confused. "And then what?" he asked the Hobmanki, expecting to hear more requirements. "You just need to get on the bus. Just tell the driver that you want to become a citizen of our nation and you won't have to pay the fee. After you guys arrive in the nation, just look for Lolo or Kong. They'll tell you where you can build your houses. That's it." "Haha," the Hobmankis chuckled. "There's nothing else. You become a citizen any time you like." Excitement filled the Komodos' faces. They just needed to go back to the parched lands, and they could finally reach their dream. They could finally restore their pride. The young Komodos eagerly returned to thank Yuna for her hospitality for the past few days. They wouldn't have been able to cross here if it weren't for her. But when they got back, it seemed that Yuna and her escorts also had the intention of visiting the nation of Reborn in the parched lands. After hearing everything that the Reborn company achieved in just a few years, Yuna and her escorts had no choice but to see this nation for themselves. They decided to leave their horses and carriages in Maplewood Village and just use the Reborn bus taxi to go around the King's region. After all, it was much faster than the automobile, and it would give them a chance to see how different a car was compared to a horse-drawn carriage. They used the Montgomery family money to rent out a few Reborn buses for their own use. The Komodos joined them again since they liked Yuna and the demi-humans' company. After a few more hours of preparation, they were finally done to embark on the journey deeper towards the King's region. Before they left, Fudge said his goodbyes to Yuna and the rest of them. "It's too bad I can't join you. I still have a mission here to fulfill. My ninja code prevents me from running away from my responsibilities," Fudge said, sulking with his back against the wall like a tortured vagabond. Yuna peeked out of the window of the bus and pouted at Fudge. "It's too bad you already have a master," she said, pursing her lips disappointedly. Don't worry. There is a way for you to become my master as well through a more official connection with my master. I will work on it," Fudge whispered. "Huh? Did you say something?" "No, madam, it must have just been the wind," Fudge replied with a nervous laugh. Chapter 125. Michael Club. Fudge waved goodbye as Yuna and her escorts departed on Reborn buses towards Kingsbridge City. They were going to stop by the capital of the King's region first before they journeyed to the parched lands. Despite how much Fudge wanted to join Yuna and tell her all about his ninja escapades, Fudge had to go somewhere else today. No matter how tempting it was to hear how fascinated she was about him being a good ninja, Fudge couldn't forget his responsibilities. But maybe he could slip by in their carriage for just a few days. "No, I have a job to do," Fudge scolded himself. He looked around Maplewood Village and saw the local inhabitants minding their own business, completely ignoring his existence just like a good ninja. When he confirmed that no one was looking at him, Fudge descended into the shadow of a house and disappeared completely, reappearing in a vastly different space. There was nothing but darkness around in this new place, except for a dim ray of light that illuminated the corner of the room where a person sat comfortably in a chair. This person looked completely relaxed, casually sipping tea as Fudge ascended from the shadows. It seemed that this person expected to see the ninja slime. "Fudge, our usual meetings aren't till 2 days later. Is there something urgent you want to report?" the person asked, their voice having a hint of boredom in its tone. "Yes, I have something amazing to share," Fudge replied as he bowed towards this person in the room. "Well, what is it? Don't leave me hanging and save me from the monotony and dullness of my life during these past few days," the person said expectantly. Fudge skipped closer to the person. "I was monitoring the borders of the King's region, performing my usual checks to observe everything that was coming in and out of the territory, when all of a sudden, I saw a squirrel dart past my eyes. I chased after it, thinking it was an enemy, but it turned out that I was wrong." "Fudge, get to the point," the person interrupted, completely annoyed at Fudge's tendencies to stray too far away from the subject at hand. "Right," Fudge replied. After that, we met some people who came from the Queen's region. Long story short, I found her. I found the perfect match for my master. The person sitting in the corner went silent for a few seconds. Then they leaned forward, letting the thin ray of light finally shine a light on their face. Her radiant blue eyes were reminiscent of Michael's eyes. It was Lelia Vanderbilt. It seemed that she was the one who had been indulging in Fudge's little club that he was trying to form. Since she was Michael's mother, she was the president of their Michael Club, with Fudge serving as the servant in the shadows. Usually their meetings consisted of Fudge reporting to Lily about everything that Michael was doing on a day-to-day basis. This included what he ate for breakfast, dinner, and lunch, as well as who he spent it with. But as Michael's business began to spread across the King's region, and possibly even further, both Fudge and Lelia knew that they had to get more members to help them manage the club in the shadows. They had plenty of other members, Rebornians who had the talent to become a ninja like Fudge. However, they were just surface-level members. They still needed some high-level officers in their club. As of now, no one worthy had yet to show up for them to give this precious spot to. That was until Fudge seemed to have found the perfect candidate in Una Montgomery. Even though Fudge's motivation to make Una into Michael's partner was completely backed by a selfish reason, mostly because he wanted to get pet by her all the time, Fudge still thought that Una was a potential candidate even by Lilia's standard. Fudge couldn't explain it, but it seemed as if Una was the perfect match for Michael, and vice versa. That was why Fudge wanted to plan a little scheme to get the two of them together, just to test the waters. But of course, none of this would matter if Lelia deemed her as unworthy. You think so, huh? Interesting. Tell me more, Lelia said with a mysterious smile on her lips. Meanwhile, unaware of his wife's scheming, Bart Vanderbilt took his personal automobile gifted to him by his son into the magic tower of Kingsbridge City. As he entered the tower, the mages and wizards working on the first floor greeted him with a friendly smile, which he reciprocated with a greeting of his own. This was not the first time he had been in the magic tower this week. Ever since he had given up on managing the Vanderbilt business in the King's region, Bart found himself out of work and bored out of his mind. Thankfully, it seemed that he was not the only one. He unexpectedly found a friend in Cerberus Augendor, the 8-star tower master of the King's region. Michael had been far too busy managing his business and his nation these days, so the tower master had no other high-skilled player to play against. It turned out that Bart was quite talented in chess, so the two of them played frequently to pass the time. They spent most of their days sipping beer and playing chess in the magic tower, improving their skills through friendly competitions. Ah, good friend, Cerberus greeted Bart. Do you mind if we practice a few of my openings? I can't let myself be beaten by the young uns in our competition. Bart had just entered Cerberus's room, but the chessboard was already arranged perfectly. Sure, Bart replied. But we must use a stopwatch. I need to work on thinking fast during a game. The two quickly started their game with much enthusiasm and liveliness. But just as they were about to start, Cerberus suddenly heard an apologetic wizard's voice transmit into the room. Sorry to interrupt, Tower Master. There's someone here to see you. Her name is Una. Chapter 126 Familiar Wager. Una Montgomery greeted Bart and Cerberus with an elegant bow, showcasing her respectful manners. Hello, Tower Master, she said. Ho ho ho, it's been a while, Una. You've grown so fast. Has it only been 5 years? Cerberus said, laughing as he reminisced about seeing the little Una being so mischievous back in the Queen's region. Yes, Tower Master. My grandmother sends her regards, she replied. Cerberus got up from his seat and approached Una. How have you been? Did the spells I taught you do any good? Una nodded. Yes, Tower Master. It has improved the mana efficiency in my moves. About 5 years ago, Cerberus was invited into the Montgomery residence to ascertain the talents of a certain brilliant young girl. Usually he wouldn't want to travel all the way there, but he owed quite a big favor to Una's grandmother, so he was forced to go there by himself. What are you doing here in the King's region? He asked her. You've just turned 10 years old, right? Have you had your talent awakening? Did you get something good? From what he knew, she just had her birthday less than a month ago. Cerberus thought she would have stayed in the Queen's region to celebrate, or hone her newfound skills with her grandmother, which was why he wasn't expecting to see her here in the King's region. I haven't had my talent awakening, Tower Master, but that is partially why I am here. Once I am done with my business here, I will visit a church and awaken my talent, she said with a composed face. Cerberus scratched his beard. Usually, children would be giddy and impatient to awaken their talent. Some would even stay up for 2 days before their birthday due to their anticipation. Yet Una looked like she wasn't in any hurry. I guess that's the perks of being a talented brat, huh? You don't need a talent awakening to show your skills, ha ha ha, Cerberus chuckled. You remind me of someone I know. Una humbly smiled and took the compliment. So, if that's not your main goal, then why are you here? Cerberus asked curiously. Una cleared her throat. I have a big favor to ask, Tower Master. Would you please teach my friends some of the spells here in the magic tower? Cerberus stroked his beard as he contemplated Una's request. I have already repaid my favor from your grandmother, he said with a stern look on his face. There's no reason for me to help you this time around. Cerberus knew that Yuna's friends were demi-humans of all varieties. Although some had the talent to cast magic, most of them did not. It would take them a lot of time and effort to teach them even a single one-star spell. As the Tower Master, he couldn't simply waste his wizard's time teaching Yuna's demi-human escorts. Although he favored Yuna, it wasn't enough to fulfill this hard request of hers. Yuna pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She was downcast, with her hands on her back, sulking. Seeing this, Cerberus started to feel a little bit guilty for making it hard on a 10-year-old girl. Fine, I'll tell you what. If you can beat me in a game of chess, then I'll teach your friend some spells, he said arbitrarily. You know chess, right? Suck past the Tower Master and saw Bart sitting next to a table filled with chess pieces. I've seen some wizards play it in their spare time, Yuna said, with an imperceptible glint in her eyes. To make it fair, I'll give you 3 chances to beat me. If you can force a draw, it's also your win, he kindly said to her. Bart got up from his seat and let Yuna take his place. The little girl looked at the chessboard with open curiosity, looking at the intricately carved pieces on the board. With a wave of his hand, Cerberus magically arranged the pieces into their proper place on the board. You're on the white side, which means that you'll... But before he could even finish his words, Yuna suddenly took his hand and shook it, solidifying their agreement. We shook hands. It's official. No takebacks, she said ominously. Cerberus was speechless as Yuna leaned on the table and made the first move as the white pieces. She did it with speed and precision, as if this wasn't the first time she had played chess. A cold sweat began to form on Cerberus's forehead. He had a bad feeling about this. A couple of minutes later, Cerberus frowned as he looked at the chess pieces on the board. Even Bart, who was behind him, couldn't help but cover his mouth as he began to realize the fact that Cerberus was about to lose. What if you move your queen here? Bart leaned in and whispered. No, then she would take my rook. How about I move my pawn here? Cerberus whispered back. Yuna smiled at them. No coaching, she said with a teasing tone. She knew it didn't matter. She was going to win. Shut up, brat. You said that you didn't know how to play chess. Cerberus blurted out in a panic. I never said that, she said to them innocently. I only said that I saw the other mages play chess. I never said I didn't play with them. Everything was normal for the first few moves. Cerberus was surprised that she was quite skilled at chess, especially with her placement of pieces. But he thought nothing more of it. But as the game went on, he soon realized that Yuna was like a camouflaged snake, waiting at the opportune time before she struck, and the moment she did, Cerberus could do nothing else as lost more and more pieces as the time passed by. It didn't matter if Bart and Cerberus tried to work together. They lost the moment they underestimated the little Montgomery girl. Checkmate, she said, playfully toppling her opponent's king piece. Cerberus sighed and slumped back in his chair. If he had a gold coin for every time that a 10-year-old child mercilessly checkmated him in chess, then he would have 2 gold coins, which wasn't a lot, but it was weird that it happened twice. Chapter 127, just like Michael. Cerberus could only blame himself. He should have known that Yuna would end up as sly and crafty as her grandmother. He finally understood why she wanted to see him, specifically to ask him for this favor. Yuna must have asked the other Tower Masters in the Queen's region first, and all their answers were a resounding no. So, she planned to visit the infamous 8-star tranquil blazing King of Fire. He earned this title not just because of his mastery over the fire element, but also because of his impulsive tendencies to gamble with a tranquil face. Cerberus was quite famous for looking like a wise hermit who had thrown away all earthly impulses, especially with his lengthy white beard. But anyone who knew him personally would know that his face was just a facade, and in truth, he was quite an impulsive high roller in gambling places all over the world. Yuna took advantage of that fact. She knew that once Cerberus denied her request, he would offer a simple wager to give her a chance. And of course his choice of game would be none other than chess, which was very famous amongst mages and wizards. Due to her training from the Montgomery family as a diplomat, Yuna was adept at all things related to managing territories. Chess was good practice for that. I can't believe I fell for it again. Why am I the target for 10-year-old scammers? First it was Michael, who ended up being the one who invented chess in the first place. Now it was Yuna, who acted like she hadn't played chess at all. We shook hands, so you can't take it back, okay? Yuna triumphantly smiled at Cerberus. The old man's hair seemed to have turned even whiter. Sure, whatever. Thank you, Tower Master. I'll consider it your gift for my talent awakening later. With one of her goals done, Yuna profusely thanked Bart and Cerberus for their time, and quickly left the room, afraid that the Tower Master would change his mind. She would now go to the Kingsbridge City Church, and awaken her talent. Bart consoled his friend. Don't mind it. You couldn't have known she was that good at chess. Cerberus shook his head. No, I should have known better. That kid's always been a brilliant child, but what's impressive about her is not just her smarts, but also her talent in the way of the rapier. That girl was talented in weapons? Bart asked as he glanced at the door where Yuna had left from. Yes, Cerberus nodded. Their family is famous for their sharp minds. but this is perhaps the first time they had birthed someone talented in the physical arts. Did you know that she could have been recruited as a squire in the Order of the Heavenly Knights? Bart was shocked. The Order, as it was famously called, was an elite group of sword masters and weapon experts, famous for being the foremost guild that nurtured the best physical art masters in the world. The mages and wizards had the Guild of Arcana, while the swordsmen and knights had the Order. Magical arts use spells to throw water, ice, and fire out of their hands, while physical arts use spells to imbue their weapons with elemental mana to increase their power. From what Bart heard, only those with a 4-star mana core and a proven win against a squire from the Order could make a person qualified to join. Not only that, candidates were only allowed to try out at 15 years old and above. Yuna was only 10. This meant that she was probably offered tutelage from one of the 10 Heavenly Knights. Why is she here then? Shouldn't she be rigorously training under her master? Bart asked with a bit of a panic. Even he thought it was wasteful of her to spend her time away from training. After all, she could become one of the Heavenly Knights in the future. Ha ha! Cerberus chuckled. She's just like Michael in that regard. He could have also joined our Guild of Arcana when he was 5 years old and been nurtured to become a mystic master like myself. But for some reason, he chose to follow your grandfather's footsteps and started a company. Yuna could have joined the Order, but she refused and chose to follow in her grandmother's footsteps. She wanted to become a diplomat. I would have said it was a waste of talent, but clearly they both are prospering in their own chosen fields. The two men were silent for a few seconds before Bart suddenly remembered something. Wait, diplomat. What was her last name again? Montgomery. Her full name is Yuna Montgomery, Cerberus replied. Bart took a deep breath as he suddenly realized why Yuna looked familiar. What is it? Cerberus asked, curious as to why Bart acted as if he had just discovered a secret of the world. When Michael had his first birthday, we invited everyone we could think of, Bart recalled. Most of the people in the Queen's region decided to send proxies, but there was one family who personally traveled for months on end to accept our invitation. It was the Montgomery family. Cerberus looked at Bart, still confused. What are you trying to get at? My wife chatted them up, and found out that they had just birthed a baby daughter of their own. Now, we may have drunk a couple of bottles of alcohol, but by the end of the night we had agreed to arrange the marriage for the two of them. Cerberus looked at Bart in pure disbelief. You mean to tell me that Michael and Yuna are engaged to be married? Do they know about this? Michael doesn't know, Bart said a bit ashamedly. The Tower Master clicked his tongue in disappointment to the Vanderbilt father. Well, you couldn't have known that she would end up in the King's region so early, Cerberus consoled his friend. And who knows? Maybe things will end up better than you thought. Fate works in mysterious ways. Chapter 128 Red Dress. Are you sure she's here? A woman wearing a hat that covered her eyes and a scarf that covered her mouth whispered to a nearby wall. Yes, madam. She entered the magic tower under an hour ago, replied the shadow cast over the wall. After hearing such good praises from Fudge, Lelia decided to take a closer look at this girl for herself. For all she knew, the girl could have simply used some tricks to deceive the ninja slime. Although useful, Lelia knew Fudge could be quite of a ditz sometimes. If someone was going to be her son's partner, then they better be someone who deserved him. In her eyes, Michael was the perfect little boy who had absolutely no flaws and no weaknesses. His partner should have at least one or two of those traits. So Lelia and Fudge devised a little scenario to determine if Yuna had good intentions with her son. Despite this being their very first mission as the Michael Club, they had prepared everything they needed for this plan to work accordingly. They had normal club members planted amongst the crowd, acting like a normal bystander. They all had the skill to act like a shadow, so they were perfectly adept at staying out of sight. After a few more minutes, their target finally came into view. Yuna came out of the magic tower with a smile on her face, as if she had accomplished everything she set out to achieve. That's her, madam, Fudge announced as he caught sight of Yuna. Lilia didn't waste a second any longer, and briskly walked in her direction. With her face completely covered, she was sure that she wouldn't be recognized by anyone in the street. She quickly took a bottle of a strange liquid from one of their club members, and held it in her hands. This liquid was a staining solution that would completely ruin any silk or linen clothes. It would be unwashable through any means, making the stain permanent. Lilia recognized Yuna's dress to be made out of very expensive material, which made her think that the girl was someone materialistic. That would be a complete deal-breaker for her. She didn't want her son to end up with someone that valued him only for his money. She wanted Michael's partner to be like her. She didn't marry Bart because of his money. She married Bart because she loved him for his good qualities. She didn't even know he was a Vanderbilt before they were engaged. Lelia planned to accidentally bump into Yuna and pour liquid onto her dress. If Yuna freaked out because her expensive dress was ruined, then she was not the right girl for Michael. Yuna walked down the street with a pep in her step, unaware that the person coming towards her was Lilia. And just as they were about to cross each other, Lilia crossed her legs and purposefully tripped herself to spill the staining liquid onto Yuna's red dress. The plan successfully worked, with the stain completely visible on the hemline of her dress. Yuna frowned a little bit. Her favorite dress had been dirtied. "Oh my, I'm sorry, girl." But just as Lilia was going to say her practice line, she suddenly felt something fall from her dress. A wooden statuette of Michael's complete likeness fell out of her pockets and landed on the gutters by the side of the street. The previous pristine condition of the sculpture was now dirtied with mud and grime from the ground. This was not part of the plan. It seemed that as she tripped herself, her beloved Michael too had fallen out of her pockets as well. "No!" Lilia screamed as she fell on the ground and scrambled to get Michael too. She had been so careful with Michael too all this time ever since Michael gave it to her. She had never let it out of her sight and always brought it with her wherever she went. It made her feel like Michael was always there with her. But now, her little mistake had dirtied Michael too. Just then, she heard something rip. Lilia lifted her head and saw Yuna offer her a ripped piece of her dress. The little girl willingly destroyed her favorite red dress so that Lilia had something to clean Michael too with. "It still looks good, it just needs a little wipe," Yuna said with a smile. It was at this point that Lilia realized that she had completely misjudged the little girl. She didn't hesitate for a single second as she ripped the hems of her dress to save an unknown person from distress. "You would do this for someone you don't even know?" Lilia asked her. Yuna tilted her head. "Well, it looked like you really treasured that wooden statue. My dress is nothing compared to your priceless memorabilia. Is that your son?" she asked her. "Yes," Lilia said as she took the fabric and wiped the dirt away from Michael too's face. "When he's with me, I feel like my son is also with me." "Aw, that's cute," Yuna said, giggling. "You don't think it's weird that a mother is this obsessed with her son? Most people think I'm crazy because I treat this wooden statue as if it were a real person," Lilia said, looking straight into Yuna's eyes. "No, I don't think so," the girl answered. "It's only natural that a mother cares and loves her son this way. In the future, I hope I can be as loving as you to my children." Lilia looked at Yuna with her jaws dropped, completely stunned at hearing the perfect answer come out of the girl's mouth. "Oh, my friends are here. I gotta go. It was nice to meet you, madame." Yuna waved goodbye to Lilia, before she jumped onto the bus with Agnes and the rest of her escorts. Now that she was all alone, Fudge ascended from Lilia's shadow and skipped in front of her. "What do you think, madame? Isn't she the perfect match for Master?" Fudge asked enthusiastically. "Fudge," Lilia muttered, "she's more than perfect. This is fate." Chapter 129. Equally talented. "Fate?" Fudge asked, as he tilted his head. "Is that a new nickname for me?" Lilia picked up the violet slime and took him into her arms. "No, you silly puppy. The partnership of that girl and Michael is ordained by nothing less than the universe itself." "What do you mean?" Lilia looked at Yuna on the side of the street. She didn't recognize the little girl at first, because she had grown up so fast in just a few years. However, Lilia did recognize the female ogre that greeted Yuna with respect. She wouldn't forget that face. That ogre had a permanent frown, red eyes, and a single horn on her forehead. She was none other than Agnes, the famous battle maid of the Montgomery family. And if she was escorting that little girl, then Yuna must be none other than the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. "You didn't tell me her last name was Montgomery," Lilia said as she squeezed Fudge aggressively. "Well, I'm sorry, madam. I forgot Hiei. But why does her last name matter?" Lilia watched as Yuna's bus set off and rode out into the street. She could have stopped them and introduced herself, but Lilia chose not to. She wanted to let fate play out without her intervention. "When Michael was a child, I arranged for him to be married to Yuna," Lilia said. "Really? Did you already know back then that they would be a perfect match?" Fudge asked, amazed at the madam's prescience. "No. I just saw her as the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. The union of the two was purely political," Lilia explained. A political marriage between the two was completely beneficial to all parties. Yuna was the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family, and Michael was the youngest son of the Vanderbilt family. But even though they had a direct lineage to their respective families, they weren't exactly the foremost candidate for the succession of their inheritance. Lilia wanted to secure Michael's future. She knew from the start that Michael wouldn't be given much in his inheritance, especially since Zay Vanderbilt had a lot of sons and daughters who were up to inherit the wealth. So, she thought that if she could connect with the Montgomery family, Zay Vanderbilt would favor Michael as an important member of his family, and therefore be given a lot more money from the inheritance. Yuna's parents also accepted this agreement, because they wanted Yuna to be favored by her grandmother. The Vanderbilts had money, the Montgomerys had connections. By tying the knot, they would solidify their connections with each other and allow them to strengthen their claim to their family's legacy. "Does that mean they are engaged already? We don't have to do anything and she'll become my master as well?" Fudge asked, excitement filling his jiggly body. Lilia sighed in disappointment. "Unfortunately, the engagement is not official." "What? Why not?" "When Michael showed his talents in the mystic arts as well as in his business, Bart and I decided that he didn't need the Vanderbilt wealth any longer. Michael could take care of himself even without his grandfather's help." Coincidentally, Yuna also showed off her talent in the physical arts, as well as her diplomatic relations. She became favored by her grandmother through her smarts alone. They both turned out to be geniuses in their own right, which meant that they didn't need a political marriage to boost their value. So, I talked with her parents, and we mutually decided to call off the engagement. Fudge listened to Lilia's story, and couldn't help but feel as if it was a waste. They look so perfect for each other, he said. If they were still engaged, then we would only have to wait until they're at the right age and they can be married. Can you still talk with her parents and arrange another marriage for them? Lilia shook her head with a smile. We don't need to. Don't you see? Even the universe itself wants to get the two of them together. We just need to let the two of them meet, and they will figure out on their own that they are made for each other. If they had made another engagement agreement behind their backs, it could have the complete opposite reaction they want. Michael valued his independence, so he wouldn't react positively to an engagement he didn't agree with. But that could take a long time, Fudge complained. Fudge wanted to be pet by Yuna and Michael all the time. Fufu, Lilia chuckled with a mischievous smile. Of course, we can also push the two of them from the shadows. That's why we have our little club, right? Fudge picked up on Lilia's words. Yes, madame. You are so very right. Master won't know it, but he has already fallen right into our plans. Hachoo, Michael sneezed. Is someone talking about me? Boss, is there something wrong? Lolo asked, stopping his progress report. No, keep going. Lolo nodded and began to inform Michael about the new additions to their territory. Ever since the nation of Reborn became front-page headlines, almost every demi-human living in the King's region had heard about the paradise in the parched lands. So, they came to check out the rumors. And once they saw everything that the nation had to offer, they didn't hesitate any longer, and signed up to become a citizen of Reborn. This doubled their numbers overnight, turning their small village into a territory with 10,000 demi-human inhabitants. Although this had doubled the workload to maintain the nation, it didn't matter in the end, because the workforce had expanded with the new surplus of citizens that had just recently awakened their talents. Kong didn't even have to return to the nation to supervise the construction of new houses. There were plenty of engineered demi-humans who could do the work without him, which was good because Michael expected to see more demi-humans joining them in the near future. But what he didn't expect was that even humans wanted to become citizens of their nation. Chapter 130 already awakened. There are about 100 or so humans who have knocked on our doors and inquired about how they could get citizenship, Lolo explained. After the nation of Reborn was publicized all over the newspapers, many curious and inquisitive people began traveling to the parched lands in search of the place called Paradise in the desert. Conveniently for them, there was already a flat concrete road that led directly to the nation of Reborn from Kingsbridge City. Most of them wanted to disprove the unbelievable stories in the papers, but once they arrived, all the rumors quickly became truths. It seemed that the nation of Reborn truly was the place where stars landed at night. Of course, what they really saw was just the light bulbs lit up on every house in the nation as well as the lamps on the streets. This became quite an experience to see. Most people visit the nation of Reborn just to see this amazing sight during the night. And while they visited, they slowly fell in love with everything that Michael built in the desolate desert. If they want to join, then we must accept them, right? Lolo smiled. Yes, boss. These humans have all integrated quite well with us demi-humans, treating us with no discrimination and even more admiration. You should see how much they cheer at the baseball games, boss. They even beat the lamias in shouting. That's good, Michael nodded in satisfaction. I want our nation to be a place where anyone can feel at home. It was always his intention to eventually have humans and demi-humans in his nation. However, he thought that achieving a peaceful society between the two races would be a little bit more difficult to achieve. He thought it would take a bit more time to integrate the two into one nation. But he was quickly proven wrong. Ever since the Rebornians showed themselves along the King's region, the public perception of demi-humans had quickly gone up. They were no longer considered as a group lesser than humans. The fact that it was demi-humans who sold Reborn products and provided Reborn services also helped a lot in dispelling any negative connotations about demi-humans. Everyone loved the Reborn taxi service for its cheap and easy way of commuting over large distances in the King's region. And every time they bought a ticket, they would be faced with a demi-human attendant and driver. Soon, the demi-humans became associated with being loyal, talented, and hardworking people who gave them amazing products and services. That was how plenty of humans found themselves at peace and happy in the nation of Reborn. Prepare for more humans to migrate to our nation, Michael said to Lolo. I'll ask Castell if there's any of our human Reborn workers who want to move to our nation and work here full-time. Michael planned to have his parents move here once everything settled down, so it was a good idea to have more humans in the nation so that they wouldn't feel too out of place. He soon descended into his own shadow and reappeared in Kingsbridge City, right inside Castell's office. The hard-working Reborn CEO quickly dropped everything she was doing and greeted Michael. Hello, young master. To what do I owe the pleasure? She asked, bowing to him. Michael explained his proposal about having human workers migrate to the nation of Reborn. Not only would they be able to take their families with them, but they would also awaken their latent talent once they were a full citizen of their nation. That is an interesting idea, young master. I'm sure that a lot of them would take this chance in a heartbeat. Most of the human workers in the Reborn company were people who only rented their house in the city, which made their expenses every month bigger than what they would like. But if they became a citizen of Reborn, they would be able to build their own house without paying a single coin. Soon after, Castell sent out a company-wide letter that described exactly what kind of benefits they would get once they migrated to the parched lands. The prospect of living in the paradise-like world of the Reborn nation was already a tempting offer for most of them. But the thing that truly pushed people to sign up for this proposal was the fact that they could bring their families with them to Reborn. This meant that their sons, daughters, and even their wives would have their talent awakened free of charge. Their child would have a chance to become a mage or a swordsman. After hearing the positive reception from the Reborn workers, Michael returned to the parched lands within a blink of an eye, ascending from the shadow in the corner of his house. Lolo had been waiting patiently for Michael to return and greeted him with a respectful bow. "I have some free time tomorrow," he told Lolo. "Tell all of our new citizens to come to my house for their talent awakening." It was early in the morning, with the clock tower yet to strike its bell, but there was already a large group of the new citizens, both human and demi-human, lining up outside of Michael's house. They waited patiently for their turn to get their talents awakened. Nothing unusual happened with the demi-humans he awakened. Their talents, skills, and evolution paths weren't all that different from what he saw from the others he awakened. However, when he started to awaken the talents of humans, he came across a strange new possibility. He faced a middle-aged woman who had been working as a town crier in the Reborn offices. "So, you already have your talent awakened?" he asked her. "Yes," she answered. "My D-class talent was called Shouting Voice, allowing me to be the announcer for Reborn products." Even though she already had a talent, his superior golden nose skill told him that she still had the potential to awaken a good talent. Michael had a single question in his mind. Could he awaken someone who already had a talent awakening? Chapter 131 Musical Talents. Michael knew that he could awaken the talent of someone who hasn't had their awakening yet. Castell, for example, missed her timing and was unable to awaken hers, forever closing the door to her latent skills. That was until she met Michael, who had the supreme skill to do the impossible. This happened quite frequently, because the fee to awaken a talent was quite exorbitant for struggling families to afford. That was why many people failed to awaken at 10 years old. He had been using his supreme skill for demi-humans this whole time, who weren't even supposed to have a talent in the first place. So Michael had yet to try it on to a human who already had a talent. "Hey ChatGK3, is this possible?" "Yes, Michael. It is possible to awaken the talent of someone who already had a talent awakened." Michael couldn't believe it. First of all, how is that possible? Second of all, do all humans have the capacity to awaken a second time? And thirdly, why didn't you tell me this any sooner? To answer your questions, 1. This became possible only after the software was upgraded to the current version. 2. All humans can awaken a second time as long as there is improvement that the system can find. 3. You didn't ask. Michael was so astonished by this that he ignored ChatGK3's snarky remark. He immediately inspected the middle-aged woman using his supreme skill and found that he could improve her talent. Current talent. C-class Shouting Voice. Potential upgraded talent. A class Angelic Voice. It seemed that upgrading a human talent was like the evolution of a demi-human. Since ChatGK3 could change evolution paths, it could also improve talents. Michael looked at the middle-aged woman and asked her, "Do you have a hobby of singing?" She meekly nodded, embarrassed about telling him her dreams of becoming a famous singer in all the lands. "Well, you're in luck," Michael said to her. "It turns out you have what it takes to be our country's next top singer." He raised his hand and activated his supreme skill. The middle-aged woman was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light that persisted for a few seconds before fading away. Downloading singing lessons? Complete. The woman looked at her hands, feeling a sense of confidence in herself that she had never felt before. "Thank you, ha!" The woman was so surprised by the change in her voice that she startled herself. She suddenly realized that she could belt out melodies and rhythms that she couldn't have done before. With the knowledge imparted by ChatGK3, the woman could become one of the best singers even in his previous world. "Thank you, Sir Michael. But I'm sorry that I won't be useful in our country," the woman said dejectedly. "Who said that? You're plenty useful for our country." Michael immediately replied. Having performers like her with tremendous singing abilities would increase the enjoyability of the festivals they hold in the nation now and in the future. He always thought that they lacked more entertainment varieties in their festivals. Aside from baseball games, drinking games, and the fireworks show, the nation of Reborn didn't have anything else that the citizens could amuse themselves with. But with the new influx of citizens, he saw that there were more and more talents that didn't have anything to do with production or physical ability. Some humans and demi-humans had the talent to play instruments, sing songs, and dance with great fervor and rhythm. Most of these people would find it hard to get a stable job in any other territory. But in the nation of Reborn, it was a very welcome talent that was just as essential as the engineers and the farmers. After all, Michael was the only one who knew the possibilities that the arts could take them. Back in his previous world, K-pop idols were worshipped by millions and millions of fans across the globe. Even though they used a different language, people still sang their lyrics and danced their difficult moves. Even he was caught up in the K-pop fever back in his previous life. Aside from watching anime, Michael was also a fan of listening to K-pop songs. There was this one solo K-pop idol who he was a massive fan of. She was great in both singing and dancing, and was considered to be the jewel of the night for her ability to shine brighter than the stars while singing her songs. She was one of the reasons why he would even get out of the house. He wanted to go to her concerts and catch a glimpse of her in real life. Of course, she was considered one of the most beautiful women in the world, so his intention to see her in concerts wasn't just to listen to her sing. She was also the reason why he got into online chess. She said in an interview that she was quite obsessed with the game, and it inspired him to play chess as well. Michael knew that he was not the only one who admired her greatly. Back in his previous life, it seemed that the whole world admired her as well. That was the real potential of art talents. Michael thought that the Rebornians with these kinds of talents could also become like the K-pop idols in his previous life, conquering the world through their music and their dancing. This world still undervalued talents that weren't productive, but Michael believed that he could change that. Of course, before he could change the world, he had to start in his nation. So, he instructed Lolo to give these talents a way to showcase their skills, something like another festival. After all, they had just brought in a whole lot of new citizens, so it was only appropriate to welcome them with a celebration. With the help of some of his craftsmen, they were able to make musical instruments like guitars, drum sets, and even a stereo sound system that could broadcast music to the entire nation. Of course, he decided to integrate mithril into those instruments as well. Chapter 132 Inspiration Boost. With the materials available in the King's region, it was relatively easy to create musical instruments for everyone that needed it. The guitar was essentially just a hollow block of wood with strings on it, so it was quite easy to make. As for the stereo microphone system, Michael had to ask ChatGPT-3 to help him figure out the electronics hidden inside that could amplify the sound. After making the instruments, he gathered all of the talented artists and gave them their respective artifacts. Yes, artifacts. After all, Michael fitted all of the musical instruments with mithril stones, which further enhanced the talents of those using them. If the farmers had farming equipment artifacts, and the engineers had ruler artifacts, then these people would have instrumental artifacts. After all, the skills they obtained from their talents were very similar to a spell, so the enhancement effect of a mithril artifact was still applicable. This actually made Michael curious. After all, the effects of mithril were very obvious to the farmers who used it. Their respective crops would grow faster and much more plentiful when using an artifact. But what would be the effects of an instrument artifact? Michael didn't know. He guessed that it would just be a little louder than normal. To test it out, Michael picked out one of the human guitarists he just awakened and asked him to try out his new musical artifact. "You know how to play a song, right?" he asked him. "Yes, Sir Michael. When you awakened me, I was also endowed with the knowledge to play the guitar," the man answered. Michael wanted to see what kind of effects the mithril could have on other people, so he also invited a variety of demi-humans to witness this experiment. He had a representative from each department in the nation, one from the farming sector, one from the engineering group, and each one from the different species of demi-humans. They all gathered at Michael's house and waited for the guitarist to start performing. "Play any song you'd like," Michael said. The man felt a little bit nervous having a group of people watching him, so he picked out a simple, easygoing chord progression that helped calm him down. Tring. And as soon as the notes bounced around the room, every single one listening to the guitarist started to show a peaceful smile, as if they felt instantly relaxed. Suddenly, Michael heard ChatGPT-3's voice ring out inside his head. Calming effect allowed to pass through. "Your health has been increased by 10%. Michael's eyes widened as he saw the notification pass through his eyes. "So that's why I feel so calm and relaxed. I got a 10% boost in my well-being." "Is that because of the calming music played by the guitarist?" "Yes," ChatGPT-3 answered. "What do you guys feel?" he asked the others. "I feel very calm, sir, like I had just taken a warm bath." "Me too, my headache is suddenly gone as well." It seemed that he was not the only one who was blessed with a bump in health. Everyone who listened to the guitarist's music received the same effects. "Can you try to play another song? I want to see what other effects it could bring," he asked the guitarist. "What would you like to hear, sir?" Michael looked at the farmers and had an idea. "I want a song that will help me concentrate better. That kind of music." The guitarist nodded his head and began to brainstorm in his mind about the proper rhythm and chord progression that could elicit the kind of effect Michael wanted. As he strummed the guitar, the imagery of hard-working Rebornians toiling on the farm filled his mind. Because of that, the music produced from his guitar brought out a unique sound that resonated with Anne and the farmers in the room. Inspiration effect allowed to pass through. Your agricultural production efficiency has increased by 30%. Anne, the Hob Mankey in charge of being the agricultural chief of staff in their nation, couldn't help but gasp as she felt the mana in her body dancing to the beat and rhythm of the music. It seemed to be in a good mood, and allowed Anne to harness their power for her skills. "Boss, this is amazing," she exclaimed. "If our guitarist plays a song while we're working in the farms, I feel like we can double our harvest for this month." Was starting to discover the true potential of musical talents. He began to have the guitarist try other songs, each having a different tempo, rhythm, and intent. One of the songs was directed to the engineers. "Your mental capacity has increased by 25%. Whoa, I just solved the problem I've been having about our new construction projects," an engineer said as he listened to the guitarist's technical song. Another song was intended for one of the security centaurs, having a high tempo and exciting rhythm. "Your physical piercing power has been increased by 30%. Nay, even a metal wall won't stop me." After experimenting with different songs, Michael found that the intent of the artist itself was crucial in achieving the desired stat increase. If the guitarist played a song with helping farmers in mind, then the effects would follow his intent. Michael also found out that if the music was intended for a small group of listeners, then the stat increase was much greater than if the song was intended for everyone. That was why the health increase was only 10%, while the others were much higher. "This is astonishing," Michael said to the guitarist. "And you're not even using your skills yet, right?" The human guitarist shook his head. "No, sir. I'm just playing normally with the guitar artifact." He would have never thought that the effects of an artifact would be this pronounced, and this was just one guy playing an instrument. Michael could only imagine what kind of effects a full band of musicians could make in a large stadium. This further led him to believe in the possibilities and potential of musical talents. With the use of an instrumental artifact, they could easily spread their influence to the world. Chapter 133, Planning a Music Festival. After seeing the effects, Michael immediately started a new department in their nation called the Artist Division, which was made up of all Rebornians who had the talent to become musicians and singers. Their main job was to play their music and inspire all the workers in the nation, increasing everyone's productivity by at least 30%. This was an amazing addition for their budding nation, especially since they had to keep up with all the demand for the products they were selling in the King's region. With their help, it would be much easier to accommodate all the new citizens who joined them recently. They didn't have to worry about failing to produce food for 10,000 people in their nation. The effects of the department were quickly apparent to anyone who listened with their own ears. The Artist Division actually ended up becoming too popular within the nation, with not enough musicians and singers to help the different workers in the jobs. Unfortunately, there weren't a lot of them available here. After all, most people wouldn't earn enough money if they pursued a career in music. The only jobs they would find in Kingsbridge were entertainment in bars and taverns, which didn't pay them a lot. So, there were probably a lot of musically talented people who were forced to work a different job to survive. The human guitarist was proof of that. He told Michael that he used to be homeless and only earned money from selling scraps. But now, he turned out to be one of the most sought-after musicians in their nation. Hopefully, many more would rediscover their talent for music. Michael even arranged for a festival to take place where musicians and artists could show off their talents to everyone. He even made sure to advertise this festival to every territory in the King's region, giving them a reason to finally visit the nation of Reborn. After a week, the preparations for the festival were finally over. Michael saw a large stage in the middle of the plaza, still propped up by metal scaffoldings, which some Rebornians workers used to make some final adjustments to the stage. He had them equip it with large spotlights that shone with different colors, much like the music stages that he saw in his previous life when he went to concerts. Of course, he also installed the newly created speakers and microphone system that he created with the Rebornian dwarves. Michael had the guitarist connect his instrument artifact to the amplifier to see if the boosting effects of his sound would still have the same result over the speakers. To his dismay, it seemed that the sounds on the speakers didn't have any effects at all. It just sounded like a normal guitar and was unable to resonate with the mana of those listening to it. "I think it's because the speakers count as a new instrument. Maybe if I install a mithril gem into it, then it would work." ChatJK3, what are the components that we can change into mithril? His personal AI assistant showed him the blueprints of the speakers and the amplifiers, with some of their internal parts replaced with a complete replica using mithril as its material. The bigger the mithril used, the better the effects it had on the user. That was why most of the artifact weapons and tools were made completely out of mithril. However, since the sound system used electrical components, they couldn't all be replaced with mithril. Thankfully, though, there were plenty of parts that could be changed. Michael was excited to see that the stat effects from the guitarist were broadcasted to the limits of where the sound of the speakers could reach. This meant that anyone who performed on stage would be able to show off their unique songs and their effects to the entire nation of Reborn. Everyone who visited this place would be surprised to find their magic output power suddenly increase by a few percent, just because they were listening to the songs on the speakers. Michael was glad he invited Cerberus and the rest of the Magic Tower to partake in this festival. He couldn't wait to see their reactions when they experienced this for themselves. Good work at setting up the stage, everyone. Michael praised all the Rebornians for working hard these past few days. After inspecting the main attraction, Michael went to check in on the rest of the work in the nation. Since they were expecting a lot of visitors this time, everyone had to adjust and renovate their infrastructure to accommodate the large influx of people coming. For example, they had to build a lot of inns and hotels, so that their guests would have somewhere to temporarily live in while the festival was ongoing. But even with that, Michael was sure that it wasn't going to be enough to accommodate everyone. He visited some of the demi-human housing districts to ask them for a simple favor. "Boss, will want to live here?" the old satyr asked Michael. To solve the housing crisis for the upcoming festival, he suggested to the satyrs that they should turn some of their tree houses into inns and hotels that guests could stay in. Although they were more than willing to do it, the satyrs didn't think that the humans would want to live in a habitat meant for demi-humans. "Trust me," he said to them with a confident smile. "I have a feeling that it will be popular among other humans. It's new and exotic. Anyone would want to try and experience living in this unique house." Michael was basing this off the fact that people in his previous life spent enormous amounts of money traveling to new countries to experience vastly different cultures from their boring old lives. Since people would be traveling all the way to the parched lands for this festival, Michael knew that they would be excited to experience what it was like to live as a demi-human for at least one day. Chapter 134. Start of Music Festival. The day of the festival had finally arrived. Streets were completely filled with people coming from all over the King's region, filling the double-path concrete road meant for 4 cars to go through. It was good that they planned for this. Michael instructed Kong and the other engineers to renovate and adjust the roads to accommodate the large number of vehicles entering in and out of their nation. Most of the people that arrived here took the Reborn taxi bus, so the traffic wasn't that congested around the streets of their nation. But for those who were able to afford their own automobile, there was a designated underground parking space where they could leave their vehicle. The main stage area, located at the center of the nation, was closed off to vehicles and could only be accessed by walking. This had 2 purposes. 1, it would prevent traffic at the busiest place in the nation. And 2, it would also force people to explore everything that the nation of Reborn had to offer. It worked. Each person walking the streets of the nation center had their heads up, looking at the strange and unique buildings lined up in blocks. If anyone from Michael's previous world saw this, then they would recognize the style and architecture and attribute it to the cities from modern Earth. "Whoa, I can't believe such a beautiful place is hiding in the desert. Look at that, that's a Reborn mall. Let's see what we can buy. What kind of food is that restaurant serving? I want to try it. But I also want to try that round thing called pizza." Wherever they looked, they would find all sorts of unique services or products that could only be found in this place. The Nation Center was tightly packed with commercial buildings that were designed for the guests to spend as much money as possible even before the festival started. And if people were overwhelmed, then there would always be a Rebornian nearby, ready to assist them with whatever they needed. "Excuse me, do you know where to find good food to eat? My kids are getting hungry." A confused father approached one of the Lamias as he pointed at his 2 children. The Lamia smiled and gave the man a map of the whole nation. "There is a good burger place just past this street," she said. "But I suggest that you visit the Rebornian Hotel right here. It has lodging, a restaurant, and a pool for your kids to enjoy." She pointed the human family to the tall and wide building just on the other side of the street. It looked expensive just from one look alone, especially since the front doors and windows were made out of pure glass. "Miss, what's a pool?" one of the kids asked. "It's kind of like a beach but indoors," the Lamia replied. "Cool, I want to swim. Mom, Dad, can we go there?" The kids clamored to their parents. The mother and father looked at each other, and it was clear from their expression that they were incredibly curious to see this hotel as well. "Honey, I think we should buy a room for ourselves," the mother said to the father. With his wife and kids begging for him to do it, the man had no other choice. "Miss, where can we park our car while we stay in the hotel?" The Lamia smiled. "Customers of the inn can have their automobiles parked for them by one of their attendants. This is called a valet service. Oh, and purchasing a room with them gives you a complimentary ticket to the baseball game later today." "Baseball?" At midday, the stadium erupted in cheers and shouts as the baseball game took off. Not a lot of people even knew there was a stadium just on the outskirts of the nation, much less that there was a game called baseball taking place there. However, they were quickly curious, as they heard the raucous cheering from the stadium echoing all over the nation. They began to ask around, and the Rebornians quickly explained the basics of the game. A lot of people were interested and immediately bought a ticket for the next game. The festival hadn't even started yet, but the tourists were already enjoying themselves in the nation of Reborn. Gold coins kept pouring in, as every single guest explored the amenities they offered, and some even decided to book a room for an entire week to fully enjoy their experience. Many contemplated moving here entirely. After all, the convenient lifestyle here was much more advanced than castles meant for royalty. For example, as people began filling up the rooms of the inns and hotels in the nation, they began to discover the wonders of electricity. With just a flick of a switch, light would suddenly appear at the top of their room, and with a single push of a button, cold air would blow out of the strange box compartment near the window. But they had a magical box that could keep their beer and water as cold as ice. Electricity became such a buzz among the guests that people began to knock on the gates of his house to beg him to have electricity available in their houses. Lolo had to appease them and promise that electricity would be available in the King's region soon. Michael had already been planning on creating a new power plant. It would be located nearer the northern part of the King's region, so that it could supply electricity to Kingsbridge City and the rest of the territories there. This would also leave a possibility for the Queen's region to be connected with electricity, but of course, he still had to gain widespread recognition from their locals. "Boss, are you busy?" Lolo said, knocking on Michael's door. "Come in," Michael replied. "Is there something wrong with the festival?" "No, sir. Everything's going fine. I came here for a different reason. Some guests are asking to meet with you personally." Michael stopped walking and looked at Lolo. "I'm guessing there's something special with these guests if you're coming to see me." "Yes, boss. They say that they're from the Queen's region." Chapter 135 Komodo's Evolution. Michael raised his eyebrows, intrigued at these new guests that came all the way from the Queen's region. He asked Lolo to bring them in, and he came back a few minutes later with a few individuals behind him. His superior golden nose itched, meaning that he was in the presence of someone who had great potential yet to be awakened. With his enchanted vision, he was able to catch a glimpse of his guests. He noted their snake-like appearance, having flat noses and eyes that slightly bulged out of their heads. Their skin was covered in matte grayish scales, which didn't look to be in too great of a condition. "Boss, these are the guests. They are called Komodos," Lolo said, officially introducing them to Michael. "Hello, sir." The Komodos greeted him timidly. After the Komodos saw how advanced everything was in the nation of Reborn, they couldn't help but put Michael up on a pedestal. They thought that whoever created such a paradise for demi-humans was a being that they were not worthy of meeting. The only reason why they took up the courage to meet him was because of their desperation. They wanted to join the nation of Reborn and be part of their community full of amazing and talented demi-humans. Michael observed the Komodos and saw that there were 8 of them, and they all looked alike. "Can you introduce yourselves to me?" he asked them. The Komodos looked at each other and scrambled to see who would talk first. One male stepped up and faced Michael with a determined look. "My name is Yaku, and I am the eldest of my siblings here. We have originally come from the Queen's region." Yaku began to tell the tale of their family history. It seemed that their living conditions back in their previous place were less than ideal. Because they lost their parents at a very early age, these 8 siblings had no one to support them while growing up. They had to beg on the streets and scavenge for food and scraps just to survive. Despite the hardships, Yaku persevered till adulthood when he could finally work jobs to support his siblings. However, he quickly found out that there were no great prospects for demi-humans like him. Without a proper education, he wasn't given a chance to apply for good jobs. The only thing left for him was low-paying menial work that was barely enough to support his family. "We had enough of that life," Yaku said emotionally. "When our parents were still alive, they told us stories about our ancestors and how we were once part of a great race. They told us we were once dragons. So, we came to the parched lands to go back to the roots of our species, to try and rediscover our hidden heritage." Michael was surprised when he heard their story. "They were once dragons? Is this true, Chache K3? "Yes, records suggest that there was once a link between the Komodos and the Draconian race. However, there was a sudden break in the bloodline around the same time that the God Forge was destroyed." Komodos. Species lizard-human Komodos. Difficulty. Element fire, earth. Michael looked back at the Komodos and saw no resemblance to the image of dragons he had in his mind. Although he hadn't seen one in real life, he guessed that they weren't much different from the fantasy depictions of dragons in his previous life. The only similarity they had to a dragon was their scales. That was it. "We were ready to search high and low in the desolate desert of the parched lands for an answer, but we are incredibly fortunate to find out that our answer could be found here in your nation. Please take us in as your loyal citizens. We will do anything," Yaku begged, prostrating on the ground. The rest of his siblings kneeled as well, showing their respect and their desperation to Michael. Of course, Michael wouldn't refuse new recruits, especially since his superior golden nose told him that there was at least one talented individual among the Komodos. "Sure, anyone is welcome in our community," Michael said to the Komodos, eliciting a joyous celebration from them. Yaku's eyes showed determination as he faced Michael. "We are ready for our training, Boss Michael. We will walk through fire and break mountains with our fists. We will do anything it takes so that we can evolve into a superior bloodline." Michael tilted his head. "There's no need to do that, though. Just stand still and I'll awaken your talent." He raised his hand before Yaku could even ask a question. The male Komodo was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light as Michael activated his supreme skill. Yaku. Potential talent. SS Class Lightning Ashura Sword Whisperer. Potential skill: 1000 bolts. The user will gain tremendous speed and lightning, fast reaction times as they unsheath the sword, allowing them to attack multiple times within a fraction of a second. Potential evolution paths: Superior Komodo Snake. A Class: Ocean Trekker Komodos. This species of Komodos will discard most of their human-like attributes and gain the body of a large serpent that could eventually eat a mountain. The strengths of these species lay in their bodies. The bigger they are, the stronger they become. B Class: This species of Komodos gains a pair of wings that allow them superior maneuverability in the air. Their wings are capable of crossing large distances without stopping or taking a break. Dragonborn Class: This species of Komodos has reached back into the deepest parts of their bloodline and reunited with their ancestors. There is not sufficient information to ascertain the potential of this evolution path. Michael was incredibly curious about the last evolutionary path he found for Jakku. Although the exact benefits of the evolution were unknown, it was exactly what they had been searching for all this time. This path gave them a chance to reconnect with their lost heritage, especially since the name of this evolutionary path had the word dragon in it. He didn't have to ask to know which one Jakku was going to pick. He chose the last option.